by Jackie James. Narrated by Liam DeCosimo. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. 2 years ago. Micah. I ran into the bathroom and closed the door, twisting the lock. Not that it would do me any good if he really wanted in. I could still hear him out there ranting about the dinner I'd cooked. How was I supposed to know he hated meatloaf? I'd made it before and he hadn't complained. But apparently, today it was the one food he hated, and I was somehow supposed to know that. I slumped down on the cold tile with my back against the door, took in a shaky breath, and pulled my knees up to my chest, making myself as small as possible. It wasn't about the meatloaf. If it hadn't been that, it would have been something else. I could tell he'd had a bad day the second he walked through the door, and in that moment I knew it wasn't going to be a good night for me. I closed my eyes and listened as he continued to rant about nobody showing him any respect. He'd let me leave the room, so I hoped that meant he was done with me. It could go either way. The crunch of glass under his boots told me that he was pacing in the kitchen. He'd made a show of throwing the dishes that had been on the table against the wall before turning his rage on me. They weren't anything special. We didn't have anything that hadn't been purchased at the local thrift store, but I'd done my best with what we had, and now they were all broken. I clenched my eyes tight and held my breath each time those steps moved in my direction, like if I didn't make a sound, maybe he would forget I was there. He'd been mad before. He'd even put his hands on me before. But there was something different in his eyes this time, something that looked a lot like hatred. I bit back a sob and prayed for this night to be over, that he would either get drunk and pass out in his chair, or decide he'd rather take his frustration out on my body in a different way. Not that I wanted to have sex with him tonight, or ever again for that matter, but sex always seemed to calm him down. I reached up and gently touched the swollen, tender area around my left eye. How the fuck was this my life? Butch had been such a sweetheart when I first met him. Okay, so he was a dick to everyone else, but he'd treated me like I was something special. At least, at first. Hindsight being 20/20 and all that, I knew that it had all been a deliberate act to get me away from my friends and family. And it worked. I'd climbed on the back of his bike and rode off, leaving everything and everyone behind. Little did I know I was riding into hell instead of riding off into the sunset. Bam! 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 I jumped and sucked in a breath as his giant fists banged on the bathroom door, pulling me out of my thoughts and back into this nightmare. I'm going to the Hog for a beer and some decent company. By the time I get back, you'd better get this mess cleaned up. You hear me? Yes, I hear you, I forced out. He would consider silence disrespectful, and I didn't want to rile him up any more than he already was. I stayed right where I was until the roar of his chopper let me know he was really leaving, because no one else would dare start up his Harley. I waited until the sound of the engine faded into the distance. Then I stood up and walked over to the mirror. My face was swollen and already starting to bruise. His guys would get a kick out of that. I could hear them now. Way to put your bitch in his place, Butch. That'll teach him to show more respect. I placed my hands on the sides of the sink and leaned in close, staring into the sad eyes that looked back at me. The last time he'd gotten violent, I'd promised myself that if it ever happened again, I would leave. I knew he would never change because, as far as he was concerned, he had every right to treat me like this. That was the culture of the motorcycle club he rode with, and they all felt that way. I shook my head and pushed back from the sink. Simple fact was, I had a decision to make. I could stay here until he killed me, or I could get out while I still could. It wouldn't be easy. I couldn't go home, not that my parents wouldn't welcome me back. They would, but he knew where they lived, and he wasn't going to let me go that easily. As far as he was concerned, I was his property. I had the tattoo to prove it. And if he found me, there would be hell to pay. I didn't have any money of my own. Hell, I didn't even have a bank account at this point, but I knew where he hid his stash, and it would be enough for me to get away from him and start over. I rushed into the bedroom and grabbed my backpack I'd hidden in the back of the closet. It didn't have much in it, but I didn't have time to pack anything else. Besides, I didn't want anything that would remind me of the last 6 months anyway. Butch kept the majority of his portion of the money from the club's illegal activities in a metal box in a hole in the floor, but he also kept a smaller amount hidden in a coffee can in the kitchen cabinet. I wanted out, but I didn't have a death wish, so there was no way I would touch the metal box. The smaller amount in the coffee can would have to do. I opened it up and pulled out the cash. $5,000. Okay, I could work with that. This is where he kept his beer and running around money, so I really doubted he knew how much was in there. I took half and left the rest, hoping he wouldn't realize I'd taken it. I shoved it in the pocket of the backpack and snuck out the back door. I didn't have a car, so I left on foot, keeping to the shadows and hoping no one would see me. I needed a quick, cheap way out of town, and the only thing I could think of was a bus. I'd never ridden one before, but I'd seen a bus station over on Walnut Street, so that was where I was going. It took me almost an hour to make my way there, and by the time I reached the station, I was a nervous wreck. Was Butch back at the house yet? Normally, he stayed out late when he went drinking with the guys, but that didn't mean that was the case tonight. If he knew I was gone, he'd be looking for me, and if he found me, there was no telling what he would do. An older woman with curly gray hair stood behind the ticket counter, looking tired, grumpy, and not at all happy about being at work. I waited my turn and then stepped up to the counter, glancing at her name tag. Excuse me, Marge. I need to get a ticket for the next bus out of town." She glanced up, looking annoyed, but her eyes widened when she saw my face, and her features softened. "Oh, sweetie, that looks like it hurts." I reached up, touched my cheek, and nodded. "Okay, then. Where do you want to go?" "I don't care. Just wherever the next bus out of town is headed." She typed on her computer and then looked back up at me. "Well, the good news for you is there's a bus leaving in 15 minutes, as long as you don't mind going east." I let out a relieved breath. "East is good." "Okay. How far do you want to go?" I thought about that for a minute. I didn't want to spend all the money that I'd taken from the can, but I wanted to get far enough away so he couldn't easily find me. "How far will 140 get me?" Her fingers clicked on the keys and she said, 138 will get you to El Paso." El Paso wouldn't do. The club sometimes went there to cross over the border. "What if I add 20 more?" She went back to work on the computer and then looked up at me. 20 more won't do much, but 34 more will take you to a town called Vesper, Texas. I've never heard of it." "Me either. Sounds perfect." I pushed the cash across the counter to her and she handed me my ticket. "Stay safe, and good luck." "Thanks, Marge." I made my way to the bus that was sitting idly on the curb. Luckily, it wasn't full, so I was able to find a spot by the window in an empty row. I shoved my backpack under my seat and sat down. I watched anxiously out the window, refusing to let myself relax until the doors on the bus closed with a hiss and we got on the road. And even then, I didn't completely let my guard down until the lights of Las Cruces faded out behind us. I didn't know what awaited me when I got there, but I couldn't imagine anyone would look for me in some town called Vesper, Texas. As soon as Marge had said the name, I'd felt good about it, but if it didn't work out, I could always keep going until I found the right place for me to start over. I leaned my head back and let out a long sigh as a single tear ran down my cheek. My happy ever after had turned into hell on earth, but if nothing else, it had taught me a lesson. I might find big, strong alpha men attractive, but they couldn't be trusted, and I wouldn't be fooled again. Chapter 1. Micah. "Mary Ellen Thompson, what are you doing?" The last thing I expected to see when I walked into the butler's pantry was my 83-year-old employer standing on top of a step stool, stretching to reach something. "I'm having people over for tea today, and I was trying to reach my tiered platter." "Well, get down from there and let me get it. That's what I'm here for." "I'm perfectly capable of getting it myself." "Oh, really? And what do you think your physical therapist would have to say about you climbing step stools?" She'd had a hip replacement a few months ago, and the last thing she needed was a fall. "Fine, then. You get it, but be careful and support it from the bottom. It's old like me, and I'm not sure how well it'll hold up if you don't." I held my breath until her feet were firmly on the ground, and then I climbed up the step stool and so carefully took down the serving platter. "Is there anything else you need that you can't reach?" I asked. "Not that I can think of.
but we'll be having tea in the conservatory. Could you be a dear and light the fireplace so it can warm up?"
Mary Ellen asked. "Of course, I'll go do that now, but I'll be right back. No climbing while I'm gone." I crossed the foyer and went down the hallway to the conservatory, chuckling to myself. A conservatory. I didn't even know conservatories were real things until I came to work here. A room in the board game my sister had loved to play when we were kids, sure, but I didn't think real houses had them. Of course, I'd never been in a house like this one before I came to work for the Thompsons. This wasn't just any house. It was one of the oldest homes in the city and sat in one of the most desirable neighborhoods in all of Vesper. The portion of Elm Street that ran in front of the house was made of carefully maintained brick and was lined with beautiful antique streetlights. Each house was stately and well-maintained, and you never even saw a for sale sign go up because there were lists of buyers just waiting for an opportunity to live in the neighborhood. This particular home had been in the Thompson family for generations and would go to Mary Ellen's niece, Vivian, when she passed away, since she and her husband had never had children. I got a fire going and then headed back to see what else she needed me to do. "The fire's going. What else can I do to help?"
"I ordered some lovely finger sandwiches and desserts from Aperitivo. They should be delivered any minute, but while we wait, we can get the table all set."
"Do you know what dishes you want to use?" I asked. She had some of the most beautiful china I'd ever seen to choose from.
"I was trying to decide between this set and this one."
She pointed to one set that had a dark red rim with beautiful roses, and another set with blue trim and yellow flowers. I didn't know much about china, but I could tell, like everything else here, they were valuable. "Why don't you mismatch them?" She got a thoughtful expression on her face and then smiled.
"That's a wonderful idea, and it'll be so pretty with the centerpiece."
"How many people are coming to tea?"
4 plus me, so there will be 5 of us in total, which is perfect. Everyone can have a different pattern."
She gave me a fond smile and patted my arm.
"I don't know what I'd do without you, Mika."
Right back at you. I mean, seriously, who would teach me to crochet? I tried to keep it light, but the truth was, I'd been a wreck when I arrived in Vesper 2 years ago, and she'd been just what I'd needed. I'd started working for Helping Hands because there were always jobs open, and I needed work fast when I got here with little more than a change of clothes and enough money to rent a room. I hadn't expected to love the work, but I did, and in those early months when I was alone and afraid, my clients had filled the void and become like my family, especially the Thompsons. I'd originally been sent to sit with Mr. Thompson, but when he passed away, Mary Ellen asked me to stay on as a companion, so I'd left the agency and gone to work for her privately. I mostly ran errands for her, helped her out with things around the house, and kept her company. She insisted that having someone around to talk to and lend a hand when she needed it was priceless to her.
"I don't think you need me to teach you any more, Micah. I've seen your latest project, and I'm pretty sure you could teach me a thing or two. Now, enough of that. Let's get that table set before the food arrives. Then you can take off for the rest of the day."
"Are you sure? I can stick around and help with the party."
"I'm sure. The last thing you want to do is hang around and listen to a bunch of old women complain about their latest aches and pains."
"You just want me to leave so I won't hear you all gossiping about Mr. Waddle and his neighbor."
"Why, Micah Simpson, I have no idea what you're talking about. But if you want to stay, Marjorie Davis will be happy to tell you all about her grandson, the foot doctor. She'd love to set the two of you up on a date."
"Now, Mary Ellen, you know I've sworn off men, so that's not going to happen."
"Not all men are assholes, Micah. Take my David."
"Your David was one of a kind, and you were the lucky lady who got to spend your life with him. Not all of us are that fortunate." I knew she meant well. She and David had been a love story for the ages, but experience had taught me that happy ever afters weren't for me.
"You'll find your David. I know you will. Now let's get everything set up."
It took us a couple of hours, but by the time the first of her guests arrived, the conservatory looked like it was set for a formal afternoon tea, and she was beaming. Thankfully, Georgette Shirley arrived first, so I was able to make my escape without having to listen to Marjorie take another shot at setting me up with her son. I was sure he was perfectly nice, but even if I wasn't on a break, He touched feet for a living, and I just couldn't go there. Call me weird, but feet freaked me out. Normally, on days I got off work early, I went and hung out with my bestie, Andy, but he was on shift at the local fire station today, so I went by my other friend Mars's shop instead. I went inside, and Ziva was standing behind the counter.
Hi, Micah. You looking for Mars?
Yeah, is he around?
He's out in the workshop setting up for a tincture class his mom will be teaching this weekend.
Cool, I'll go see if he needs a hand. I walked through the shop, out the back door, and down the short path that led to the workshop out back. The door to the shop was standing wide open. I'd never been to one of his classes, but I had to say the vibe fit Mars perfectly. It was bright, cheerful, and welcoming, just like him. Oh, hey, Micah. He grinned at me. Perfect timing. I'm trying to set up these tables in a U-shape. Want to help? Sure, why not? We got to work, and it didn't take us long to get both the tables set up and the chairs placed around the table. That went quick with both of us. Thanks. Now, did you need something? I didn't even ask. I just put you right to work. Nah, I don't need anything. Mrs. Thompson's having some friends over for tea today, so I made myself scarce. Great. I was about to order lunch. Do you want something? Did Samuel not send you with lunch today? Mars and Samuel had been together for months now, and I knew most days Samuel sent Mars something to eat because he had a bad habit of getting lost in work and not eating properly, something Samuel's sweet daddy heart couldn't tolerate. Not today. The fire station had a late call last night, and it was an ugly one, so as the station chief, Samuel went. That doesn't happen very often, but when it does, I'm on my own for lunch. So how do tacos sound? Tacos sound good. Want me to run to get them and bring them back, or do you want to leave the shop? Let's eat there. Ziva can handle things here, and tacos really don't travel well. True. We can always bring her something back if she wants. He closed up the shop, and we went back inside. Hey, Ziva, we're heading out to get Mexican. Do you want me to bring you something back?
Nah, Charlie's going to bring me something. But why don't you just call it a day? It's slow today, and you know you're going to be up here all day Saturday for your mom's class.
Are you sure? She rolled her eyes. I'm sure. I looked at Mars. Isn't this your store? I teased. He looked at me and shook his head. You know, we only pretend it's mine. Ziva's the one who really runs this place. Oh, I'm aware, my friend. I'd already figured that out. I'll see you in the morning, Ziva. If you need anything, call me. I hadn't had really good Mexican since I left Las Cruces, so I left our destination up to him. We went to Farolitos because Mars said they had the best food. I'd never been there before, but I was willing to give it a shot. Do you want to sit inside or on the patio? He asked. The weather is so nice. For the first few months after I'd left Butch, I wouldn't have dreamed of sitting out in the open, but eventually I realized I was being silly. He had no idea where I was and probably didn't give a shit anyway. The money I'd taken was a drop in the bucket to him, and finding someone else to slap around wouldn't have been hard for him either. You're right. It's a beautiful day. Let's sit outside. A few minutes later, we were seated and had ordered appetizers while we looked over the menu. Our server pushed over a cart and started on our guacamole while we chowed down on the delicious, fresh-made salsa and warm tortilla chips. When she was done, she put the bowl in the center of the table. Dig in, guys. I'll grab you a fresh bowl of chips and then take your order. I took a bite of the tableside guac, and the flavors burst on my tongue. Oh my God, this is the best guac I've ever tasted. That's what I was trying to tell you, Mars laughed. Wait until the tacos get here. They're even better. We're coming here all the time from now on. How are the margaritas? Out of this world. Want to try one? We should, shouldn't we? Yep. Especially since it seems I have the rest of the day off since Ziva kicked me out of my shop. She did, didn't she? I laughed and waved the waitress over so we could order our drinks. So, what are you doing Thursday night? We're going to be having a class working with your spirit guides. You should come. I wish I could, but I have self-defense class on Thursday. Really? I didn't know you were taking self-defense classes. It's new. Andy talked me into doing it. Gator suggested them back when he was hanging out up here at the shop, but I didn't have the time or the money until now. I took the first class last week. Last fall, there had been a serial arsonist running around town, and Samuel had been worried about Mars, so he hired Gator to keep watch over the shop, and he'd told me about the classes. Andy and I had had a run-in with a jerk out behind his boyfriend Jesse's club, Or I should say, I had a run-in and Andy saved my ass, and that brought back a lot of old fears I thought I'd buried. So when Gator had mentioned the classes, I decided that while the self-defense classes might not make me completely safe, they couldn't hurt. "Oh, are those the classes that Hawk's teaching?" Mars asked, and for a second I was surprised he would know that, but then I remembered that Hawk and Samuel were close friends. "They are. I don't know what I think just yet. The first week, we really just went over stuff like situational awareness and ways to avoid needing what the class teaches. Believe me, I'm totally aware of my surroundings. You didn't go through something like what I went through with Butch and not come out hyper-aware." "I think that's awesome. Hawk knows his stuff, so I'm sure you'll learn a lot." "I hope so. I kind of expected Gator to be teaching the class, but when I got there, it was Hawk. He's kind of scary. I swear the man was a full foot taller than me, with muscles for days. At only 5'4", I was used to most guys towering over me, but Hawk was next level tall." "Hawk? Nah, he's a sweetheart." "I'm sure he is, but he's a fucking giant, and he doesn't have a sense of humor. Or at least, if he does, I haven't seen it. He's all super serious, like each of us in the class are in immediate danger." "Okay, I'll give you that, but he's hot, so at least there's that." I shrugged, like I hadn't noticed that Hawk was pretty much the hottest guy I'd ever seen. "I guess. He totally isn't my type, though." That was a lie. I'd always been attracted to guys who were bigger and stronger than me, and if they had a little bit of a bad attitude, even better. But that was the old me. Experience had taught me that guys like that were nothing but trouble. If I ever decided to take another stab at a relationship, I was going for a nice, gentle guy. Men like that might not rev my engine, but they were safe, and there was something to be said for safe. Our server returned with our drinks and our tacos, saving me from any further questions about my type or about Hawk. I took a sip of the drink and grinned. Oh, yeah, that's just what I needed. 2 hours and 4 of the strongest margaritas ever later, we tipped our waitress and waited for Mars's daddy to come pick us up and take us home. Chapter 2. Hawk. Up till now, y'all worked on advanced shooter drills and shoot-don't-shoot scenarios. But this afternoon, we're going to do something different. We're going to work on knife defense. Have any of you ever run up against an assailant with a knife? "I have," one of the guys said. "What's your name?" Today was my first day out of the camp with this group, so I hadn't learned all their names yet. My marksmanship skills were top-notch. Everyone at Three Bears Tactical Services was. But firearms training wasn't my specialty. I was much more of a hand-to-hand guy. Joshua Ward," he said. "How did that go for you, Joshua?" He lifted his shirt to show a scar on his stomach. "Got this souvenir for my trouble." I nodded. "Yeah, knives are hard to defend against. Honestly, your best defense in a knife situation is a good offense, and that's what we're going to be working on today." "Bobby," I called, and the young kid who worked for us at the camp hurried over with a bucket filled with our training knives. "Thanks. We'll start with these." I reached into the bucket and pulled out a handful of the rubber knives. I handed each of the sheriff's deputies one. Law enforcement officers made up the majority of our training here at the camp. These guys worked in a stressful job where every decision could be life or death, which meant training was key. Bobby and I are going to do a demonstration, and hopefully that, I pointed at Josh's stomach, doesn't happen again. You ready, Bobby? "Sure am." He grinned at me and tossed his training knife back and forth from one hand to the other. His was different from theirs. It was something called a marker blade that had a metal handle and a blade made of chalk that would leave a mark anywhere he would have cut me. So the first thing I want to talk to you guys about is how to approach a guy with a knife. You want to use what we call an X formation. I demonstrated by lifting my arms and crossing them at the wrists with my fingers turned toward me. Anybody know why I have my arms facing this direction? "'Cause you're in a better position to punch the guy like that," someone called out. "What's your name?" "Ted Silva." I separated my wrists and threw a couple of fake punches in Bobby's direction. "Good guess, Ted, but no, that's not why. Simple fact is, if you're facing an assailant with a knife, there's a good chance you're going to get caught. And we want to make sure if that happens, it does the least amount of damage. I crossed my wrists again and lifted them back up, facing out toward Bobby this time. Okay, come at me, dude. He rushed me and slashed the knife, leaving a red mark across my inner wrist. I turned toward the guys and held up my arm. So, anybody know their anatomy? What's right there? I ran my hand across the mark. An artery, Ted said. Exactly. That's the location of your ulnar artery, and that would be very bad. Keep those wrists facing you. If you're gonna get cut, make sure it isn't your tendon, so you lose use of your hands, or your arteries, so you bleed out. Let me see you do it. I watched as each guy made an X shape with their arms the way I'd shown them. I was sure it seemed silly to them now, but basically all our training here was about creating muscle memory and good habits. Now, when you're up against a knife, what's your main objective? To disarm the guy? Joshua said. That's part of it for sure, but the main objective is to subdue him. The knife is his tool, but he's the problem. So, getting him on the ground under your control is the primary goal. Now Bobby's gonna come at me, and I'm gonna put him on the ground. This is the fun part. For you, maybe, Bobby said, and everyone laughed. I chuckled and shook my head. Let's do this, Bobby. We squared off. Over and over again, he lunged at me and I blocked him, each time explaining to the guys why I'd gone in that direction. I didn't take him all the way to the ground each time, but I did it often enough that he was getting frustrated, even though we were mostly goofing around. When I thought they'd gotten the point, I told them to pair up and try it themselves. You okay? I asked him. Yeah, I'm fine. You just don't have to make it look so easy, he grumbled. You're getting better, kid. I'm bigger and stronger than you are, but you're fast. Keep up your training with Crow, and before long, you'll be able to take me. He smiled and looked at me hopefully. You think so? Not a chance. I ruffled his hair and turned my focus back to the class. I really did like the kid, but he was green, and it would be a while before he was ready to take on any of us at TBT. The group practiced and swapped off turns being the attacker and the defender. I kept a close eye on Josh the whole time because even though they weren't using real knives, the last thing I wanted was for this exercise to trigger him, but he seemed to be okay. I watched them until they replicated the moves I'd shown them pretty smoothly, and then I called a halt to the practice. Looking good, guys. Much better. We'll be building on that tomorrow morning, but for now, we're going to stop for lunch, and then you'll all be with Gator for some tracking training. They all made their way toward the farmhouse that sat on the property to get some food, and I got in my truck to head back to the TBT building in town. I enjoyed spending time out at the camp, but I was a city boy at heart. I'd grown up in Houston, so for me, calling Vesper a city was a bit of a stretch, but I liked it all right. When Wolf first proposed starting a security company and putting it in his hometown, I'd thought he'd lost his mind, but he'd made a good case for it. The property was much less expensive, and we were in a great location. It was only a few hours to the state capital, a little over an hour to San Antonio, and far enough out of the way for us to keep a fairly low profile. In the end, he sold us on the idea when he'd shown us his plans for the downtown building that we now called home. Three Bears Tactical was located in what used to be the corporate offices of a now-defunct home goods store. We'd converted the lower floors of the building into Three Bears headquarters and the top floor into living spaces for me, Wolf, and Gator. We'd also added some smaller apartments just below us on the 9th floor for any of our employees who wanted to live there. I pulled into the parking garage and parked in my assigned spot. I had a few things I wanted to run by Wolf this afternoon, but I needed to shower and change clothes first. I got in the elevator and pressed my thumb to the sensor before pushing the button for the 10th floor. The doors opened, and I stepped out into the common area on our floor and went to the left to my front door. Mine and Gator's sat on the ends of the floor, and our layouts were mirror images. Wolf's space ran along the back of the building between our two units. The condo was way bigger than I needed, but I loved living here in the middle of all the action. I took a quick shower. Then I put on a pair of jeans and one of our Three Bears polos before heading down to the 7th floor where our offices were located. Wolf's assistant was sitting at his desk outside his office, like usual. Hey, Caden. I lifted my hand in greeting as I went by. He in?
He is, but he has someone in there with him. You want me to let him know you need to talk to him?
Yeah, I have a few things I want to go over with him, but it can wait until he's free. I went into my office and sat down, pulling out a stack of papers. We were looking to bring a PI on staff full-time, and since I'd been the one who'd pushed for the position, Wolf had me vetting the applicants. I'd narrowed it down to 2, but I wanted to take another look at what we had on them before we brought them in for in-person interviews. I hadn't been in there long before my door opened and Wolf walked in and sat down in the chair across from me.
"How are things out at the camp?"
"Good. Things are really coming together out there." He nodded.
"We're already booked out through June. I'm wondering if we should pause classes for July and August."
"I think so. Working them hard enough to be effective could be a liability in the heat."
"The camp would be officially open for 6 months at that point. By then, Crow should have a good idea of what adjustments need to be made, and that would give us time to do them. I'll email him and let him know."
"Sounds like a plan. Have you heard from Knox?" He chuckled.
"Yeah, he's hating life, but everything's going okay."
"I don't envy him. When I saw the details of the job, I knew it was going to be a rough one."
"He said the girl is spoiled rotten and doesn't listen to directions. She constantly threatens to tell her father Knox is unreasonable, even though Knox has run all the protocols by the father and he is on board."
"At least it's a short-term assignment, so they won't have to be there long." I hadn't been kidding when I said I didn't envy him. When we first opened Three Bears, I worked a lot of close protection jobs, but my least favorite was always spoiled rich kids who couldn't seem to grasp that I was there to keep them safe.
"True enough."
He stood up to go, but before he walked out, he turned back to me.
"You had another self-defense class start a couple weeks ago, right?"
"I did. We have 8 people in this one."
Good. Glad that's working out well."
Chapter 3. Micah. I parked my car in the garage attached to Three Bears Tactical Services. I sat there and waited until someone else parked and got out of their car so we could walk in together. Telling myself I was being chivalrous so they wouldn't have to walk in alone made me feel a little better, but the truth was parking garages creeped me out. I'd probably watched one too many movies where someone was attacked in one or something. When Denise pulled in with her daughter, Chelsea, I got out of my car and joined them for the walk inside. Once we were in the building, I felt more secure. I waved at the guy sitting behind the desk in the lobby. He wore a uniform that made it clear he worked there. He nodded at us as we walked by and went right back to watching the bank of monitors on the desk in front of him. "Stairs or elevators, ladies?" I asked. "I hate elevators." Chelsea glanced over at the silver doors that would take us up to the second floor where the gym was. "Then stairs it is." We hurried up the stairs and through the door that opened into the training area. The only other people there right now were students, which was kind of a shame because I wouldn't be mad about watching a few of the guys who worked here work out. I don't know if being drop-dead sexy was a requirement to work here, but I swear, every single one I'd seen fit the description. Around me, a group of women, because of course I was the only guy here, chatted while we waited for the instructor to arrive. And then Hawk walked in and all the chatting stopped. He just had that kind of presence that demanded your attention, and he had mine, no doubt about it. I might have sworn off big, burly men who were strong enough to break me in half, but that didn't mean I didn't enjoy the view. He wore a dark green t-shirt that stretched across his chest, highlighting a physique that didn't need any help standing out. He had a military sharpness about him, focused, confident, and commanding, that, no matter what I'd said to Mars the other day, I found incredibly sexy. His normal partner was with him, and she stood off to the side while he started the class.
"All right, everyone,"
he said, his deep voice reverberating through the almost empty training room.
"Just a reminder."
His gaze flicked to me briefly, making my stomach flip.
"We're here to work on practical self-defense. The goal isn't to fight. It's to control the situation so you can—"
He paused and waited for us to finish the statement. "Get away," we all said in unison.
"Right. Now, last week we worked on attacks from behind," he continued. "This week, we're shifting focus. What do you do if you find yourself face-to-face with your attacker? It's totally different. So that's what we're gonna work on today.
He walked to the center of the mat, his movements smooth and deliberate, and gestured for everyone to spread out.
Here's the thing. You don't want to fight power with power. If your attacker is stronger than you, and let's be honest, that's often going to be the case, you can't win by brute force. Not even Tucker here can do that, and she's highly trained.
She stepped forward. As you can tell, this giant is not only way taller than I am, but he's probably twice my body weight. If I tried to use nothing but strength to take him down, I'd be in trouble. It's about controlling the energy.
Exactly. Now, the first thing we want to go over is your stance. Let's say you're talking to some guy and you're getting that feeling that something's off. You know that feeling, right?
He asked, and pretty much everyone in the room nodded.
So, Tuck and I are talking, and she's getting a bad vibe from me.
She stood there with her hands in her pockets and one ankle crossed over the other. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed her, and she pretty much fell forward when he gave her a tug.
That's what you don't want to do. Now, Tuck, show us how you should stand.
Tucker stepped back and moved her feet a little apart, hands out of her pockets. She still looked casual, but she also looked alert. He reached for her again, and this time she jumped back and moved away. You need to keep your balance centered and your hands free, Tucker said. There are a few different ways you can accomplish that. Let me show you. She moved through a couple of different stances, and each time Hawk grabbed for her or tried to push her, she was able to stay on her feet. When she was finished, Hawk turned to look at us.
Okay, now that you've got that down, we're going to work on what you do next. You ready?
He looked at Tucker, and she nodded. I watched as they demonstrated what we should do, her movements precise and effortless as, over and over, she broke free of Hawk's grip. I had to admit her moves were impressive, but I also wondered if they'd work as well if the guy attacking her didn't care if he hurt her, or, even worse, enjoyed it. Lord knows Butch had gotten some kind of perverse thrill out of hurting me. They paused, and she addressed the group. If he grabs you, don't waste energy trying to pull him off. Instead, focus on what part of him you can control. Maybe it's his other wrist, his balls. She threw a fake punch at his groin. He flinched, and we all chuckled. Or his balance. Remember, we're not fighting here. We're getting away.
Now you guys pair up and try it,
Hawk said. My partner for the day, a woman named Marcy, smiled nervously, so I smiled back in a way I hoped would be encouraging. Why don't you try grabbing me first? She let out a breath and nodded. Sounds good. She rushed at me and grabbed my arm the way Hawk had grabbed Tucker's. The first time, I couldn't get loose, so we did it again, and I managed to twist out of her grip on the second try. Not gracefully, but it worked. Of course, Marcy was only a few inches taller than me and didn't outweigh me by much, so that didn't really make me feel confident I could escape a guy Hawk's size. We swapped off, and Marcy took her turn to break free. We repeated it over and over a few times until Hawk's voice interrupted our practice. It was as if he'd read my mind about Marcy being too easy.
You're overthinking it, Micah. Here, let me try something.
He reached out and grabbed my arm, and my whole body tensed.
Relax, you're too stiff. Remember, this is about controlling the energy. Not just the attackers, but yours as well. You need to stay limber so you can move quickly and easily.
I forced my body to relax, which wasn't easy with him standing so close to me. He let go of my arm and took a step back. Then he grabbed for me again, and this time I forced myself not to tense up and twisted free in one smooth motion, just like we'd practiced.
Nice work, Hawk said. I knew you could do it. Now, you two keep practicing, and remember, stay limber.
My cheeks burned, but I managed a quick nod. He lingered for a moment, his eyes catching mine in a way that felt like a split second longer than necessary. Or maybe I was imagining things. Either way, I didn't trust my voice, so I turned back to the drills, my heart thudding a little harder than it should have been. By the time Hawk called an end to that drill, both Marcy and I were finding it pretty easy to break the other's hold.
Good job, he called out to the group. Now, I want to try one more move tonight. This one's a little scary, but it's important.
He glanced back over at Tucker.
You ready?
Yep, let's do this.
And quickly, without warning, he spun her around and pushed her against the wall with his hand on her throat. "We're going to show you how to break a hold like this." I gulped and watched as the two of them demonstrated the maneuver that was supposed to get us free from someone with their hands wrapped around our throats. One thing I knew for sure was that Marcy and I were going to nail this one, because there was no way I was letting that man pin me against the wall and put his hands on my throat like that. And not because it scared me. Hawk. I lowered my hand from Tucker's neck and turned to face the class. That's a very scary position to be in, especially when it's someone like me who has you pushed up against the wall, and I'm sure Tuck looked pretty helpless there for a minute. But she isn't, and we're going to show you a few things you can do if you find yourself in that situation. I kept my voice calm and measured, aware that many of my students were here because they'd been in frightening situations before. I didn't want to trigger anyone, but they had to confront their fears if they wanted to protect themselves. We're going to move away from the wall here just so you can see what we're doing. So, there are a few options that can possibly get you out of the chokehold. And what's our main objective? To get away, they all said again. I knew they probably thought I said this way too often, but when you were in a situation like we were training for, it was easy to go into fight mode and forget that what was most important was getting away. Right. Now, there are more advanced moves you can use after a lot of practice, but tonight, we're going for some simple techniques you can use immediately. Tucker stepped forward.
A lot of those more elaborate moves require a lot of strength and speed. They work if applied correctly, but in a situation like this, the last thing you need to worry about is remembering pressure points and shit. What you want is to get the asshole's hands off your throat so you can make a run for it.
For tonight, I'll be the asshole. I winked at them, and they all laughed. Now, the first thing you can try is to bring your arm up and knock his hands away. Which arm you use depends on which hand is on your throat, because you want to hit that spot right between his wrist and his thumb. I looked at Tuck and nodded before lunging at her and grabbing her by the throat. Just before I got a good grip, she swept up with her right arm, knocking my hand away. Good job. Now, after that, you can duck and run, or you can kick out quickly, aiming for the groin area. We demonstrated again, and this time she faux kicked at my balls. I dropped to the ground dramatically before hopping back up and turning to face them. That was pretty effective. Now there are a couple other things you can try, but first, I want you and your partner to try that until you've got the move down. They all split up and moved around to the outer edge of the room. I stepped back to watch. And if I spent a little extra time watching Marcy and Micah, it was only because we didn't have male-female pairings in class that often. I wanted to make sure it wasn't triggering for Marcy and that Micah wasn't taking it too easy on her. It had nothing to do with the fact that Micah was adorable. There was just something so sweet about him, but now and then there'd be a look in his eyes that told me he'd been through some shit. It was that wary, wounded look that first caught my attention. It made me want to find out who'd hurt him so I could make sure it never happened again. Being protective wasn't new for me. Hell, it was in my job description, but I'd never felt the urge to hunt someone down and seek retribution before. But for him, I did. It had been that way since the first time I saw him at my friend Samuel's house months ago, and if he weren't skittish as a mouse around me, I would have already taken steps to make him mine. But he was, which meant I needed to move slowly. I'd been surprised but thrilled when he showed up for this class. I was hoping that by the time it was over, he'd be more comfortable around me. It had only been a few weeks, and he already seemed to be loosening up. Tucker sidled up to me and gave me a hip check.
You know we have 10 people in this class, not just 2.
I glanced over at her, and she smirked at me. I just rolled my eyes and went back to watching as Micah pinned Marcy against the wall. She knocked his arm away and ducked to the side. "Good job, Marcy," I called out, just to make the point that I wasn't only watching Micah. Tucker and I continued to supervise the students as they practiced the move over and over, and by the time they all had it down, it was time to end the class. "Okay, everyone, that's it for tonight. We'll see you all back here again next week. Naturally, our goal is to stay on our feet, but shit happens, so next week we'll be working on breaking some holds from the ground." We watched while everyone filed out, and then Tuck and I took a few minutes to put the room to rights before heading upstairs.
You stopping at the lounge?
Tuck asked. I was beat, so the smart thing would have been to go straight up to my quarters and get some rest. But it was still early, which meant most of the guys were probably up there hanging out, eating junk they'd had delivered. I'll stop by for a minute, but I have an early day tomorrow, so I won't stay long.
If you say so. You know you're going to get sucked into some argument or something, and you'll be there way past time for you to be in bed.
She wasn't wrong. I enjoyed hanging out with the guys, and I often lost track of time when I was with them. Not that I would tell her that. Whatever, I grumbled, as I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Sure enough, there was a small crowd hanging out in the common area on that floor that everyone called the lounge. It was basically a large communal space with a big television for video games, a pool table, a foosball table, and a poker table. The poker table was my weakness, no matter what game was going on. More often than not, it was spades, not poker, but either way, I loved a good card game. Unfortunately, no one was playing tonight. Instead, everyone was riveted by some first-person shooter game the twins, Axel and Maddox, were playing. I flopped down on the couch and let out a sigh, dropping my head back and closing my eyes. This had been a long day, between helping Crow out at the camp, a planning meeting for a fundraising gala we were working security on, and then the self-defense class. I'd been at it since sunrise.
Oh, what's wrong, Hawk? Did teaching all those civilians how to protect themselves from a big old baddie wear you out?
Rylan asked.
Nah,
Tucker chimed in.
His eyes are just tired from staring at his boy all night.
He's not my boy, I growled. Ah, it was that class, Axel said, never taking his eyes off the screen. When are you going to stop watching his cute little ass and actually do something about it? Cater asked. He's seriously adorable. I'm shocked someone hasn't scooped him up and put him in their pocket. I lifted my head and glared at him. You? Shut the fuck up. He laughed and shook his head. You know, I thought about it last fall when I met him up at Mars's shop. I knew he was trying to rile me up. Gator was charming and never had trouble picking up a guy when he wanted to, but he was like a brother to me and would never poach a guy he knew I was interested in. Didn't mean I'd let his comment go unanswered, though. Well, you can just stop thinking about it. You're way too hard for him, and you know it. Isn't that the whole point? To be hard for him? Or am I not understanding how this gay sex thing works? Maddox looked at us over his shoulder, wearing one of his classic smirks. The smartass. That isn't what I meant, and you know it, I grumbled. Micah is a sweetheart, and there's nothing sweet about this asshole. I motioned at Gator, and he just shrugged in a what-can-you-do kind of gesture, and I rolled my eyes. Don't worry, nobody here is going to try to steal your boy. We are, however, taking bets on when you'll get your head out of your ass and make a move. You're all a bunch of assholes, you know that? Yeah, Axel said. But you love us anyway. Chapter 4. Micah. Oh, look at that one! I pointed at the Afghan made of hundreds of little crocheted flowers. I wonder if Mary Ellen could show me how to make those. I don't know, Andy said. But between her and Hazel, I bet one of them could show us. They'd work great for me because if I had to stop because we got a call, I could stop and not worry about losing count. Andy and Jesse lived right across the street from Jesse's grandmother, Hazel, and she'd been teaching him how to crochet just like Mary Ellen had been teaching me. I was better at it than he was, but I didn't have a hunky daddy at home to distract me. The only thing is it would take so many flowers. I think I'll stick with my granny squares for now. Well, those and scarves. Let's see what else we find. We'd come to the local farmer's market, which was actually more of a bazaar than a traditional farmer's market. Now that I had a place that was all mine and didn't have any roommates, I was getting more into decorating, and we'd come here to find a lamp to go on the table by my couch. The market was really crowded today, partially because they had live music playing, but also because the weather was starting to get nice enough for people to enjoy being outside. It was still a little early in the year for much produce, but there were people selling asparagus, strawberries, and a variety of herbs. Oh, look at those! I pointed to a booth selling mixed bouquets of wildflowers. I love cut flowers. Do you? Andy asked. I didn't know that. Well, I just love flowers in general, but I love to have them in my house. What's your favorite? Peonies, I said without hesitation. But I also like roses, not the long-stemmed ones, although they're nice, but I like the ones that grow in clusters on bushes. They're so pretty. My grandmother has a bunch of those in front of her porch. Every year, as soon as they start to bloom, she cuts off a bunch and puts them in a short vase on her old table that sits in her entryway. You should plant some. I shrugged. I'm just renting the place. I don't really want to invest a bunch of time and money in the yard just to leave when my lease is up. I get that. I saw someone over near the stage who was selling plants. You could get one of the mini rose bushes, though, and keep it in a pot for now. I bet they have some. I'd like to have one if they have them. Let's go take a look. There was quite a crowd gathered in front of the stage listening to the band, so we had to push our way through to get to the lady with the plants. I made it through first and turned back to check on Andy. And that was when it happened. I caught a glimpse of a tall guy wearing a biker vest with a braid of dark hair streaked with gray moving in the opposite direction. My heart lurched. It couldn't be, could it? I strained my eyes for a better look, but his face was turned away. My palms broke out in a sweat. I was torn between waiting for him to turn so I could see if it was him and hiding just in case it was. The crowd shifted, though, and between one blink and the next, he was gone. I stood there for a minute, trying to spot him again, but he was nowhere to be seen. It had to be my imagination. There was no way Butch was in Vesper. We were hundreds of miles from Las Cruces. It was probably just some other biker. A lot of them wore vests like that. Micah, what's wrong? You're pale as a ghost, Andy asked when he caught up to me. I took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, taking one more quick scan of the crowd. Nothing. I'm sure it was just my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. He followed my gaze, looking for anything that might have alarmed me. What do you think you saw? I thought I saw Butch. My shoulders slumped, and I shook my head. I thought I was over this. Andy was one of only a few people who knew what I'd been through before I came to Vesper, and he'd been nothing but super supportive. He was also the one who'd saved me from a jerk-faced loser months ago at Kirby's, the local gay club his boyfriend owned with his brother. That was a big part of why I'd started taking self-defense classes. I'd saved myself once by running away, but when that jackwagon Sebastian had targeted me that night, I'd frozen. I don't know what it was about me that attracted assholes, but I was taking steps to make sure if it ever happened again, I was prepared. Hey, you went through hell, but you pulled yourself back out. It's not surprising that you're still jumpy. I know. Let's just check out the roses and then get out of here. I was like 90% positive it wasn't him, but that 10% was enough to make me anxious and to keep me from enjoying the market. I hated it, but it was my reality. Sure thing. Do you want to come back to my place and play with Seth? I didn't miss the way he used his dog, Persephone, to offer me a way to avoid going home alone. Some days I might have tried to put on a brave face and insist I was fine, but I hadn't seen Seth in ages, and I kind of wanted to go see her. Not to mention the fact that I really was pretty shook up. That sounds good. Will Jesse be home? I didn't want to impose if they were planning to spend the day together. Nah, they're having a queer bingo at the club today and Victor's out of town, so we had to work. They make sure at least one of them is there for any of the event nights. Okay, as long as you and Jesse don't have plans, I'll come hang out with you. It didn't take me long to pick out a few mini rose bushes and pay for them before loading them into my car. No matter how many times I told myself I was being ridiculous, thinking I'd seen Butch had spooked me, and I didn't relax until I was on the road to Andy's house. An hour later, we demolished the food and were a couple of episodes into a new show we'd both wanted to watch. I was sitting on one end of the couch with his dog's head in my lap, mindlessly stroking her velvety ears. You know, you really should get a dog now that you're out of that apartment. I looked down at Seth. She looked like she was sound asleep, but I knew better. If I stopped the pets, her eyes would fly open, giving me a wounded look like I'd betrayed her. I'd seen it before. I'm really thinking about it. I like not having roommates, but it's really quiet now that it's just me. Well, you can consider dog-sitting Seth while we go out of town as a test run then. I often pet-sat for Andy when they traveled, but usually I stayed at his house. However, they were having some work done on the house while they were gone this time, so I'd offered to bring her home with me. I doubt any dog I got would be half as good as she is, but I'm looking forward to spoiling her. I know you're ready to get back out on the water now that it's warmed up some. I am. I wish we could go this weekend, but since Daddy Night is this Saturday, we have to wait. You are still coming to the club with us, aren't you? Daddy Night is way more fun when you're there. Besides, it's the day after my birthday, and we need to celebrate. You just want someone to keep you company so you don't notice all the pretty boys flirting with your daddy behind the bar. Nah, that doesn't bother me, because number one, he held up a finger, I can't blame them because my daddy is hot AF, and number two, he added another finger, I know who he's going home with. I smiled at my friend. I was so happy for him. He'd been a bit of a mess when he first came to town, but now he had a job he loved and a man to call his own. Truth was, I didn't know anyone who deserved it more than Andy did. So, anyway, you'll be there, right? Caleb and Keith are coming, which means Keith will drive us so we can drink as much as we want to. I'm planning on going, but I'll get a rideshare there so Keith and Caleb don't have to go out of their way to get me. Doesn't matter to me how you get there, as long as you come. Chapter 5. Micah. Caleb and Keith pulled up in front of my house at 7:30. It wasn't the rideshare I'd planned to order, but I should have known that wouldn't fly with Caleb's daddy. Instead, they'd insisted on driving past the club to come and get me. It didn't make sense, but I wasn't going to argue about a free ride if it made Keith feel better. I'd been watching for them, so I hurried out, waiting while Caleb got out of the passenger side to let me into the back seat of Keith's souped-up muscle car. Caleb looked back over the seat and shook his head.
Damn, Micah, you look amazing.
Thanks. I may not be looking to hook up, but that doesn't mean I can't look fabulous while I dance.
Well, you definitely hit the mark.
I'd chosen an outfit that always made me feel sexy, and I'd even added a little makeup to my eyes and attempted to tame my messy curls. After the week I'd had, I needed something positive because no matter how many times I told myself that there was no way I'd seen Butch at the farmer's market, because, seriously, even if he was in town, what the hell would he be doing at a farmer's market? He wasn't exactly a fresh produce kind of guy. I'd still spent the entire week looking over my shoulder. When we arrived at the club a short time later, the parking lot was packed. Not that it was surprising, considering how popular the daddy nights always were. Keith dropped us off at the front door before going to park. We nodded at the big, burly bouncer who was working the door. I always felt better when he was working. He'd been around when they'd had problems with Sebastian, and I knew he wouldn't let him in. Not that we'd seen the guy in months, but knowing that he'd not only been banned, but that there were people who worked there who could be trusted to keep him out made Kirby's feel like a safe space to me. We made our way to the back wall where Jesse kept a table reserved for Andy and his friends. The table was currently empty, but I spotted Andy standing by the bar talking to Jesse while he worked. When he saw us coming in, he leaned over the bar and kissed Jesse before heading in our direction. Hey guys, you made it!
Like we would miss hanging out with you and celebrating your birthday.
Caleb pulled Andy into a hug. Who all will be here? I asked. He shrugged. Just you guys and Julius. I thought about asking Jerry to come so we could meet Julius, but he ended up swapping shifts so he couldn't come. Jerry was one of the firefighters who worked with Andy, and Julius was a hairstylist here in Vesper. They were both nice guys, but I didn't see what Andy saw that made him think they'd be a good pair. I'd met Julius shortly after I moved to town, and none of the guys he'd ever shown an interest in were anything like Jerry. He liked them older and much more suave than Jerry, not to mention the fact that Julius was kind of high maintenance. And while I didn't know Jerry very well, he didn't strike me as the kind of guy who'd want to deal with that. Keith had joined us at the table, and we'd just gotten our drinks when Julius showed up. He was super high energy, high drama, and maybe just high. Who knew? But he was like a force of nature. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. We had a hair emergency at the salon. A hair emergency? I'd never heard of an actual hair emergency before. He sighed. Yes, we have a new stylist, and bless her heart, someone was mean enough to book Mrs. Westbrook for a trim with her. Her first name is literally Karen. Yikes, Caleb said. I know, right? Everyone dreads when she comes in, which I'm sure is why whoever took the call tried to pawn her off on Sally, the new girl. But that was just mean. Sure enough, poor thing took off what Karen decided was more than a trim, and before you know it, she was demanding to speak with the manager and refused to leave until someone either, he made air quotes, fixed it or put it back the way it was. Put it back? I asked incredulously. I was pretty sure that was impossible. I know, right? And Sally did a perfectly fine job, but I had to baby Mrs. Westbrook a little and convince her it looked fabulous. Then, after that, I had to deal with Sally, who was in the back in tears because she thought she'd ruined the woman's hair. Being the boss is so tiring. He flopped down in the booth and grabbed my cocktail, taking a long drink before handing it back. That's good. What is it? It's called a Golden Cadillac. It's my favorite drink. It was pretty much the only thing I ordered. It was creamy and delicious, but it was also on the lighter end as far as alcohol content, so I could drink a few over the course of the night and still stay in control. Well, I'll get the next one. That is tasty. Our server came over, and we ordered another round. As soon as he left, I turned to Andy. So, did you all do anything special for your birthday? It was perfect. We went out to eat, and then when I got home... He smiled. Jesse's grandmother had baked me a cake, and Victor and all of Jesse's family came over for coffee and cake. That probably sounds like a silly thing, but it was the best birthday I've had since our parents died. It doesn't sound silly at all, I assured him. Not even a little bit, Caleb added. He gave us a sad smile and nodded. Thanks. Now, enough about me and my birthday. Micah, you need to cut loose and have some fun. It's daddy night, so let's find you a man. Nothing says you have to go home with them, but a little flirting wouldn't hurt. How about that guy over there? He pointed toward a man standing at the bar. He looked to be in his mid to late 30s, with the beginnings of salt and pepper hair at his temples. Don't get me wrong, he was a nice-looking guy. I didn't know much about fashion, but even I could tell his clothes probably cost as much as I made in a month. He was way too polished for my tastes. I liked my guys a little rough around the edges. Of course, I'd seen where that got me now, hadn't I? Not that any of that mattered. I hadn't come here looking to hook up, even if he had been my type. I'm good right here, I said. I knew my friends meant well. With both of them paired up, it was natural for them to want the same for everyone. But not all of us were as lucky as those two. I took a sip of my drink and locked eyes with Julius across the table. How about you, Julius? He looks like your type. He glanced over at the bar and gave the guy a once-over, but he didn't seem in any hurry to make a move either. Nah, Julius said. I'm just here for the music tonight. Micah, let's go dance. Now that sounds like a plan, I said. We joined the crowd and the beat of the music took over. Julius was a fabulous dancer, and after one or two songs, Caleb and Andy joined us on the dance floor, and I completely lost myself in the rhythm. Hawk. I'd slipped into the club and taken a seat with the other guys from Three Bears at an out-of-the-way table that gave me a good view of the dance floor, and the table Micah always sat at with his friends when he came for daddy nights. Before we'd helped the owners of Kirby's set up their new security, I'd never been to the club. I preferred to do my hunting farther away from home. But all that had changed when I met Micah. Ever since that night, I hadn't been interested in taking the drive to San Antonio or Austin to go to one of my normal haunts. Instead, I'd settled for popping into Kirby's on daddy night so I could torture myself by watching him flirt with other men and dance like he didn't have a care in the world. The good news for both of us was that so far he hadn't left with anyone, because while I was determined to give him time to become more comfortable with me, I wasn't sure how I'd react if he decided to go home with someone other than me. Tonight, he was out on the dance floor with 3 of his friends, and they all seemed to be having a great time. He's enjoying himself tonight. Crow tipped up his beer bottle and took a long drink. How's the self-defense class going? Pretty good. Who knows, maybe tonight I can even speak to him without spooking him. Crow shrugged. Well, you are a scary dude. I'm not scary unless you give me a reason to be. Micah has no reason to be scared of me. I just need to give him time to realize that. You know what would help him come to that conclusion? Wolf gave me that look of his that made it clear how ridiculous he thought I was being. No, oh wise one, tell me. Spending some time with him, talking to him, treating him like a man instead of spun glass that you're afraid you'll break. I don't... Wolf raised one eyebrow and I stopped. Was Wolf right? I was trying to ease Micah into the idea that I was a good guy, someone he could trust, but was I being too careful with him? You do, Wolf said, but I understand why. It's been months, my friend. You're going to have to make a move before long or someone else will beat you to it. I looked out at the dance floor and found Micah swinging his hips to the music, arms in the air. His t-shirt had lifted, showing a pale strip of skin at the small of his back. I always thought he looked good, but tonight he looked even sexier than normal, if that was possible. He turned around, back to back with one of his friends. He'd been out there dancing when I came in, so I wasn't sure how long he'd been at it, but his bangs were slightly damp and sweat glistened on his face. I had the thought that this was the real Micah, uninhibited, joyful, and perfectly at ease in his surroundings. At least he was until he looked up and our eyes met. His breath caught, and I prepared myself for him to flinch or disappear into the crowd. But to my surprise, his lips tipped up in a small smile before he spun back around and continued dancing with his friends. I was counting that as a win. A short time later, he and his friends all left the dance floor and made their way over to the table where Keith Brooks was sitting, waiting patiently for them. He was always with the boys when they came for Daddy Night, which I appreciated. "I'm going to go grab another beer. Do you all want one?" I asked.
"No, I'm good,"
Wolf said, holding up his half-full whiskey glass.
"I'll take one,"
Crow said. I got up from the table and made my way to the bar. I just let the bartender know I wanted 2 Shiner Bocks when Micah stepped up to the bar next to me. "Hey, Hawk." "Micah," I said, "are you having fun tonight?" "I am," he giggled, something I'd never heard before, and I wondered how much he'd had to drink. "It's my friend Andy's birthday celebration, so we're going to dance the night away." "That sounds like a fun night." I smiled at him, hoping I managed to be friendly and completely non-threatening. Maddox had told me that sometimes my smile looked creepy. He smiled back at me warmly, so I assumed I'd done a decent job this time. "It is. Are you here by yourself?" he asked. "No, I'm with a couple of friends. You might have met them before." I motioned over to the table where Wolf and Crow were sitting, both of them watching to see what would happen next. "I met Mr. Wolf when I signed up for the class, but I don't know the other one." I grinned at him, amused that he'd called Jason Mr. Wolf. "The other man is Crow. He runs our tactical training camp out on the edge of town." He cocked his head to one side and looked at me. "Wolf, Gator, Crow, and Hawk? Do you guys have a weird rule about only hiring people who have animal names?" I chuckled. "No, we don't. It just kind of happened. Besides, my last name is Hawkins, not Hawk." "Really? What's your first name?" "Everyone just calls me Hawk." Hawk Hawkins. Interesting. You'll tell me one of these days, but for now, I need to get back to my friends." He walked off without getting another drink, so I had to wonder, had he come over just to talk to me? I couldn't know for sure, but even the thought sent me back to my table with a smile on my face. Chapter 6. Micah.
This was one of his favorites.
Mary Ellen held up a blue and gray plaid hat.
He always looked so debonair when he wore it.
He did, I agreed, because he really had. Even toward the end, he insisted on wearing it any time he left the house. She gave me a sad smile and added it to the basket of clothes to donate to charity as she reached for another item from the pile on the bed they'd shared. A pile that had been there for months. "You know, there's no rush to do this. If you're not ready, it can wait."
"I know, but he would hate that I'm moping around the house surrounded by his things. He even made me promise to try to find someone else to spend my life with. Can you imagine me at my age dating?"
She let out a little sigh and shook her head.
"That was the only time I lied to him, you know, when I promised I'd try to find love again."
"He just wanted you to be happy," I said simply. She took a deep breath and blew it out slowly as a single tear trailed down her cheek. She swiped at the tear and reached for another item of clothing.
"Silly man, I'm perfectly happy on my own."
"Why don't you let me box all his clothes up? You can go through all his other things to see what you want to keep, but the clothes are all to be donated."
"I appreciate the offer, but I think I need to do this. With your help, of course."
"Of course. Anything you need. I'm here." We spent the next hour going through the clothes on the bed. She had a story or comment for each item. We were making decent progress until we reached a sweater vest near the bottom of the pile.
Look at this thing. It's the only item of clothing I ever tried to crochet, and it's hideous. Not that he would ever admit that. He even wore it on occasion. Never outside the house, though, thank goodness."
She smiled and hugged the vest to her chest.
"I think that's enough for today."
"Do you want me to drop off these things for you on my way home?" I was afraid if we waited for her to arrange a pickup, it might be months before we made any progress.
"If you could, that would be wonderful."
"Do you know where you want me to take them?" She hadn't said, so I wasn't sure if she already had a place in mind. She shook her head.
"I don't really have a preference, just someplace where someone can use them."
"If it's okay with you, I thought maybe we could start with the Vesper Pride Association's trans closet."
"I don't know how much they would want, so maybe they could pick through it, and then you could take the rest to St. Vincent's."
"I can do that. David may have been older, but his clothes were nice and very stylish. I bet the VPA will want most of his suits, his polos, and maybe even his dress shirts."
"And the hats,"
she added.
"They would make some young man look very suave."
"I think so, too."
"Thank you. I know that means 2 stops, but I love the idea of someone having his things who will really appreciate them."
She walked over to the dresser and ran her fingers over the antique valet box that he'd kept his watch and rings in before picking up a familiar silver necklace and studying it for a minute.
"Speaking of which, Micah, I want you to have this." She held up the St. Michael medallion her husband had worn every day. "David's father gave it to him, and I think he would want someone to wear the pendant who would appreciate it."
"Mary Ellen, you don't have to give me anything," I insisted.
"I know that, dear, but it isn't doing anyone any good sitting here, and he doesn't have anyone to leave it to. He adored you, and you were so good to him. I'm sure he would want you to have it."
I reached out and took the necklace, looking at it. It had an angel with massive wings holding a sword in one hand and placing his foot on the neck of what appeared to be a dragon. Across the top it said, "St. Michael, protect us."
"There's a prayer that goes with it, but I don't know what happened to it. I'm sure you can find it on your phone."
"I'll do that." I probably wouldn't, but she didn't need to know that. I slipped the necklace over my head and let the weight of the pendant settle against my breastbone. I knew it was just a necklace and didn't hold any special powers, but knowing it had been David's father's and then his, and was now mine, was comforting in some strange way. I left early because Mary Ellen insisted that I didn't get to run her errands on my time. My first stop was at the VPA to see if they would be interested in any of the clothes, and to my surprise, that ended up being my only stop because they kept them all. The person who came out to look was so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Turned out they had a gentleman who came in regularly, always looking for what he called a pipe-smoking college professor aesthetic, but had only ever found a few things he liked. They said they were going to call him right away so he could come look. I gave them my number in case they wanted me to come back and pick anything up. They took it, but made sure I knew they didn't think they'd be calling. Since I didn't need to go to the other place, I decided to go home and chill until it was time for my self-defense class. Self-defense class, where I would be seeing Hawk. I didn't know what I'd been thinking at the club, going over and talking to him like that. I blamed it on one too many golden Cadillacs. They weren't strong drinks, but if I had enough of them, they could still cause me to make questionable choices. That had to be the explanation, because I had no business with a man like Hawk. I thought I'd learned my lesson at this point. I pulled down the mirror on the visor of my car and gave myself a firm look. "No more men who are big enough and strong enough to break you in half, Micah. No more." My gut told me Hawk wasn't like that, but I'd learned the hard way that I couldn't trust my gut. Just to make the point, I stared at myself in the mirror again and shook my head in disappointment. None of them are like that until they are. Remember that. He was a good teacher, though, and I was glad I'd signed up for this class. I couldn't take down a guy his size, but I'd learned enough that I thought I had a decent shot at getting away if I needed to. And as he liked to remind us, that was the goal. I made it home with plenty of time to shower and work on my latest crochet project while watching the newest episode of Reacher. Because, as we've established, big, strong, and potentially violent was totally my type. When it was time to leave, I grabbed my sweatshirt and my gym bag and headed for the car. I opened the door and tossed my stuff in the back seat. Then I hopped in behind the wheel. I was about to start the car when I spotted something flapping in the wind underneath my windshield wiper. I glanced around, but no one was nearby. My first thought was that maybe it was some kind of sail flyer someone put on my car when I stopped at VPA, but that couldn't be. There was no way I drove all the way home with that thing flapping in the wind without noticing. I'd heard about people putting things under your windshield wiper so you'd have to stop to look at it, and then they'd grab you. But there was no place near my driveway where anyone could hide. I was being silly. It was probably pizza coupons or something. I made myself push open the car door, got out just enough to reach between the door and the hood, and grabbed the note. Then I hopped back inside and locked the door. It had been months since I'd freaked out about nothing, and now here I was, for the second time in as many weeks, letting my imagination get the best of me. I really had thought I'd gotten past this, but I knew Andy was right, and I had to give myself both time and grace. I opened the note and stared at it. My eyes widened, and my pulse sped up. It didn't say much, but what it said was more than enough. I see you. It didn't have my name on it, so it could have been for anyone. It was probably just a harmless prank. Right? I mean, I see you? What does that even mean? My mind immediately went back to the farmer's market when I thought I'd seen Butch. This was just like something he would do. He always loved to play games with people's heads. But there was no way Butch was in Vesper, Texas. That made no sense at all. If he'd been able to track me down, he would have shown up long ago. It was a stupid teenage prank, or meant for someone else. I reached up and grabbed the necklace hanging from my neck, thinking about the words written on the pendant. Saint Michael, protect us. Maybe I should look up that prayer after all. I glanced at my door and considered going back inside, but I wasn't skipping the class that was supposed to teach me to protect myself just because I'd let someone spook me. I was tired of running and hiding. That was the whole point of taking the class, to stop being afraid all the time. I took a few deep breaths and backed out of my driveway.
Hawk. I'd been out at the camp all day working with a group that was there for team building instead of training. Those were my least favorite groups, but Crow had needed a hand today and no one else had been available. We'd run overtime, and I'd had to rush back to make it in time for class. I pulled into the parking garage, but I didn't bother going around to park in my usual spot. This side was closest to the entrance to the training room. I hadn't made it out of my truck when a four-door sedan that had seen better days pulled in and parked. I watched as Micah stepped out. He looked around nervously before heading toward the entrance. He'd come up to me at the club, so I figured I was making some progress. I decided to hurry and see if I could catch him. It would be a short walk to class, but we could at least have a conversation. I hopped out of the truck and quickened my pace, calling his name. He squealed and wheeled around, eyes wide and hands clasped around something hanging from his neck. I stopped and put my hands up. "It's just me," I said in the calmest, most reassuring voice I could conjure.
"Hawk," he breathed. "You scared me."
"Yeah, parking garages can be pretty creepy." He let out a wry chuckle.
"Yeah, you never can tell who might be lurking around."
"True, but this parking garage is monitored at all times by our security." He glanced around, probably looking for the cameras, but he wouldn't find them. Cat was way better than that.
"Well, that's good then."
"Let's get into class. Everyone's probably wondering where we are." I walked to the entrance and opened the door for him.
"Thanks."
He played it off like it was just the parking garage, but I wasn't buying it. Something other than me had spooked my little mouse, and I wanted to know what. I kept an eye on him as we started class, and even without the interaction in the garage, I would have been able to tell something was up. Normally, he was easygoing and friendly with the other students, but tonight he seemed hesitant and withdrawn. He even moved differently, like he was braced for something to happen at any moment. His shoulders were tight, his eyes scanning the room in quick, darting movements, and when his usual partner, Marcy, came up behind him and tapped his shoulder in greeting, he flinched before forcing a tight smile. I watched him for a few minutes as I went through my usual warm-up routine with the class. He fumbled a few of the basic drills, nothing egregious, but enough to tell me his focus was shot. And when I paired the students up to work on breakaway techniques, I noticed his hands shook when he squared up with his partner. That was enough for me.
I stepped in, nodding to Marcy. "I need to borrow Micah for a second." I gestured for him to follow me toward the edge of the mats. "You all right?" I asked, keeping my voice low. He swallowed hard, his gaze flicking toward the exit before settling back on me.
"Yeah, just a long day,"
he said quickly, forcing a small smile. "I'm good." I studied him, waiting. He wasn't telling me everything, that much was clear. But if he wasn't ready to talk, I wasn't going to push. Still, I didn't like the way he kept glancing toward the door. "All right," I said after a moment. "Go ahead and join Marcy." As the class continued, he seemed to loosen up, but I still wanted to know what had him so out of sorts earlier. I didn't like the idea that someone was giving him trouble, and I couldn't think of anything else that would cause him to be so jumpy and nervous. Luckily, we weren't introducing any new techniques this week. We were reviewing everything we'd learned so far and making sure that they had those moves down solid. That meant I could focus more on observing than instructing. When class ended, I called him over. "Listen, I don't know what's going on, but if you need to talk, you can always call me." I pulled out one of my business cards and flipped it over, writing my personal cell number on the back. "That's my direct number. You can use it any time, day or night." He flipped the card over and studied it like it was written in a foreign language. "I mean it, Micah. If you need to talk or if you're in trouble, you call me."
"I bet you say that to all your students?"
he asked in what I was sure was meant to be a teasing tone, but I wasn't in a joking mood. "No, I don't. Seriously, Micah." I reached out and tapped the card he still held in his hands. "Whatever's going on, you're not alone."
Chapter 7. Micah. I'd spent Saturday morning grocery shopping and dog-proofing everything so Seth would be okay here. When it was time for me to go pick her up so Andy and Jesse could get on the road, I was ready to spend the rest of the day doing nothing but chilling with my fur buddy. Not that my job was hard. I enjoyed spending time with Mary Ellen, but I was exhausted. Most likely it was a stress response from finding that stupid note. It had obviously been a prank because nothing else had happened since, but I was living on high alert anyway, and I knew from experience that could be exhausting. I pulled up in front of their house to find a couple of men I'd never seen before working on the front window. Andy had told me they were having the windows in the house replaced while they were gone. That was why I was taking Seth with me, but I hadn't expected them to get such an early start. I waved at them as I made my way up to the front door and knocked. Jesse pulled it open and stepped back.
"Hey, Micah, you're just in time. We're almost ready to get on the road."
He smiled at me, then turned to yell over his shoulder.
"Or at least we would be if Andy would hurry up."
"Where's Seth?"
"She's in her crate. All the banging and hammering was driving her insane."
"I was surprised you weren't taking her with you."
"She does love the cabin, but we've got some non-dog-friendly plans this trip and didn't want to leave her cooped up all day while we were out."
"Jesse's taking me to a wine tasting at a new winery just outside of Bishop." Andy walked into the room and straight into Jesse's arms. "They make all the wines right there on site." "I didn't know you could grow grapes for wine in this part of the country." I didn't know much about plants. I wasn't a gardener or anything, but it seemed to me that you'd need a fair amount of rain to grow grapes. "I think they have the grapes shipped in and just make the wine there, but I'm excited to go check it out. Bring back a couple bottles for our next wine day." Andy, Caleb, and I tried to get together at least once a month to drink wine, eat food, and talk about men. Well, they talked about their daddies, and I lived vicariously through them. "You know I will, assuming any of their wines are wine day worthy." Bam, bam, bam. I jumped and let out a little squeal. My heart pounded in my chest, and I spun around toward the sound. Of course, it wasn't anyone here to attack us. I'd completely forgotten about the guys outside working. "No wonder you guys are going out of town for the weekend. That was loud." "Yep, and they're going to be here for either 2 or 3 days. I couldn't take it, not to mention they're stressing Seth out." I looked up to find Jesse watching me. I knew my reaction to the sudden banging was probably a little extreme, but it was loud and unexpected.
"Everything okay, Micah?"
he asked. "Yeah, just a high startle reflex," I lied. I probably should have told Andy about the note, but I knew what would happen if I did. He'd either cancel his trip or insist I come with them.
My sister Molly's like that. It provided endless hours of entertainment for us growing up.
Jesse chuckled. I bet. Let's get Seth loaded up so you two can get on the road. I'd planned to take Seth to the pet store to get her some special treats, but she was pretty wound up over the noise and the strangers at her house, so I decided just to take her straight home and give her time to settle. Which was how I found myself sprawled out on my couch, acting as a dog bed a short time later. She was a large breed of some kind. I wasn't sure what, and Andy wasn't interested in having her DNA tested. He said her breed was best dog ever, and that was all he needed to know. I didn't think he was wrong. I'd grabbed myself a drink, selecting a mystery movie on TV, and propped my feet up on the ottoman, fully expecting her to lie next to me. But apparently, that wasn't close enough. By the second movie, she'd slowly inched her way over until I had 100 pounds of pup across my lap. Not that I minded. It was almost like having a weighted blanket draped across me, but even better because I could talk to her and pet her. I actually dozed off and almost missed the end of the movie, but my phone rang, waking me up. I paused it so I could answer, but I was sure I'd missed too much. I'd have to start it over if I had any chance of figuring out who used the cupcakes to kill the mayor of the small town. The caller ID said it was my mother. Hey, Mom.
Hey, sweetie, what are you doing today?
Hold on. I turned the phone around so she could see Seth. I'm dog sitting for Andy.
Oh my, that's a big dog.
She is. I think I'll get one.
I think that would be a great idea. It would be good for you to have the protection.
I hadn't planned on telling her what happened between me and Butch, but when I told her I'd left him, she'd begged me to come home, and the only reason I had for not going back was the truth. I'd never been good at lying or hiding things, so in the end, I told her the whole story and admitted that I was afraid to go home because he knew where that was. I knew my mom wanted me to move back, and it had been long enough that I didn't think Butch cared where I was anymore. I could admit that when I went home for Christmas, it had been nice to spend time with my family again, but after thinking I saw him at the market and that stupid note on my car, I realized I was still way too worried about him to feel safe back home. Knowing that he had no reason to look for me in Vesper had been the thing that kept me sane for the last couple of years. Besides, I'd missed my friends and my job. At some point over the last couple of years, Vesper had become my home. I agree, Mom. A dog would be great for protection, especially if she's as good a dog as Seth. So, what are you all up to?
Nothing much. Same old, same old. I just miss my boy.
I miss you too, Mom. Oh, hey, let me show you something. I lifted the necklace Mary Ellen had given me and held the pendant in front of the phone. This was Mr. Thompson's necklace. He never took it off. Mary Ellen gave it to me. Isn't that sweet of her?
That's very nice. Are you still liking your job?
I really am. It's my favorite job I've had so far. We chatted for a while until she had to leave to meet her friend Deborah at the mall. After we hung up, I decided I'd rotted long enough. My house wasn't going to clean itself, and since I was the only one who lived here, guess who had to be the one to do it? When I told Seth she had to move, she gave me the side eye and huffed, but she did as I said and hopped up. It took me longer than it should have to get everything done because I kept stopping to go outside and play with the dog. But by dinner time, my house was sparkling clean, and I'd worn her out throwing her favorite ball. I decided against cooking in my perfectly clean kitchen and instead ordered delivery. Then Seth and I got comfy on the couch again to rewatch my movie. About 40 minutes later, someone knocked on the front door. Seth sat up at attention, staring at the door, waiting to see if it was a threat or not. Don't worry, sweet girl, it's just my dinner. I hurried to the door and almost pulled it open without looking. But luckily, habit kicked in and I checked the peephole first. That wasn't the food I'd ordered from Bow Tie. That was my worst nightmare, standing right there on my front porch. His beard was longer, and it looked like his hair was too. His dark eyes were still beady and hateful, and I wondered one more time how I'd ever found him attractive. He lifted his big hand to bang on the door again, and I instinctively flinched back. I'd seen the damage those hands could do up close and personal. I double-checked the lock as quietly as possible and used trembling fingers to lift the chain and slide it into place. Shit! Had I locked the back door when Seth and I came back in the last time? He knocked again, harder this time, and I rushed across the room to check. Thank God I did, because I'd foolishly left it unlocked. I flipped the deadbolt and came back to the front to look through the peephole again. I couldn't see much, but it was enough to tell me he was getting agitated. I leaned my forehead against the door and closed my eyes. What the fuck was he doing here? How had he found me? Bang, bang, bang. He pounded on the door much harder this time, and I jumped back, staring at it, waiting for him to bust through.
"Micah, I know you're in there,"
he yelled in a booming, angry voice. Something in the way he sounded set Seth off. She rushed to the door, barking and growling.
"Good try, but I know you don't have a dog. Do you think I haven't been paying attention?"
"I do have a dog in here, so just go away, Butch," I yelled back.
"I don't think I want to do that. Now open the damn door."
He banged on it again, even harder, and Seth ran from the door to the front window, sticking her head behind the curtain to get a look outside while barking fiercely.
"What the fuck? Where did that bitch come from?"
Butch yelled. I guess he'd seen Seth in the window. She did look ferocious, and she could be if the situation called for it. I rushed to the couch and grabbed my phone. I should have called 911, but what were they going to do about a guy knocking on my door? The police in Vesper didn't know anything about Butch or his biker gang, so they wouldn't understand how dangerous he was. So I called the one person I knew could help me. Hawk. The Vesper County Rodeo and Livestock Show wasn't exactly an exciting event from a security standpoint. There were some people who'd had too much to drink, which meant a couple of fights had to be broken up. But for the most part, all we had to do was monitor the animal holding pens to make sure no one tried to make off with the prized bull. It was a week-long event, and for the most part, we'd only had a couple of guys on site at any one time. But because the rodeo dance was tonight, we had all hands on deck. I was standing by the arena watching the pair's roping competition when my phone rang. I answered the call without checking the caller ID, putting it up to my ear so I could hear it over the noise of the rodeo. "Hawk," I said. "Hawk?" a small, scared voice that was barely above a whisper said. "He's here, Hawk. He's here at my house." "Micah? Is that you?" I thought I recognized his voice, but he was being so quiet I wasn't sure. "Who's there? Are you in danger?" "Yes. No, I mean, I don't know. He's outside banging on the door, but it's locked, and I don't think he can get in. Or at least, I hope not. He's a big guy, so maybe he could, or maybe not, but I have Seth here, and she'll protect me. Or at least she'll try. Unless he hurts her. Oh, my God, what if he has a gun? He used to carry a gun. He could shoot her." "Micah, I need you to breathe for me, okay? Just take a breath. Are you at your house?" "Yeah," he answered, but I heard him taking in deep breaths and letting them out, just as I'd said. "Okay. I'm on my way. Who's Seth, and who's at your door?" "Seth's a dog, and it's my ex. He's not a good man." "Okay. I want you to find a place to hide. Can you do that for me?" I heard a loud banging sound, followed by someone yelling,
"Get your ass out here, boy, and then I won't have to kill your dog."
"Do not go out there, you hear me?" Shit, this didn't sound good. My chest tightened at the idea of Micah in danger when he was so far away from me that I couldn't get to him, but I called on all the training I had for how to deal with situations just like this. Micah had called me for help, and I couldn't do that if I freaked out. "I hear you, Hawk, and I won't. I can't go back with him. He'll kill me this time." He let out a broken sob, and my heart broke for my sweet little mouse. No wonder he was so jumpy and timid. "You aren't going anywhere. I'm at the rodeo grounds and headed your way. It won't take me but maybe 10 minutes to get there." I pressed the button on my comm. "I have an emergency and need to leave. Also, I need someone to call 911 and send a car to 1408 Sycamore. Tell them there's a possible intruder who's dangerous and possibly armed." "Copy that," Gator said. "Go away, Butch!" Micah yelled at the guy. "I've called for help, and this is a trained guard dog. You need to leave." "Did you find a place to hide?" I asked. "I can't leave Seth out here, and she won't come with me," he said, and I swear he was crying at that point. "Listen to me, little mouse," I said calmly. "You said she's a trained guard dog, right?" "I was lying," he said quietly. I assumed so the guy at the door wouldn't hear him. "She's a great dog, and she's well trained, but she isn't a guard dog or anything." There was another bang on the door, and the guy said,
I'm leaving, you ungrateful little slut. But we aren't finished. I know where you are now, and you won't get away this time."
There was a little gasp on his end of the phone, and I could just imagine how terrified he must be. I didn't like this one bit. I didn't know who Micah's ex was, but I intended to find out. A second later, I heard the distinctive sound of a motorcycle starting up. "Is he gone?" I asked.
"I think so. I don't know. Seth isn't barking or growling now, so maybe,"
he said with a whimper. "You're okay, baby boy. I'm on my way, and you're okay. Just stay put until I get there, okay?" I grabbed my keys and headed for my truck.
"Okay."
"So tell me about this dog." I didn't know he had one, so I was curious, but mostly I wanted to keep him talking until I got to him.
"She isn't my dog. She belongs to my friend Andy. You know him."
"Right. He's the firefighter?"
"Yeah. So he and his boyfriend went out of town for the weekend, and I'm keeping her for them."
"Well, it's a good thing she was there."
"It was. It really was. I don't think he would have left if she hadn't been."
"I'm almost there, Mouse. Will she be okay with you letting me in?"
"I think so. She seems to have calmed down, but maybe I should put her out in the backyard just to be safe."
"No," I said firmly. "Don't open that door. I'll take my chances. Dogs love me. I'm turning on to Sycamore now, so I'm almost there."
"Maybe I should put her in my bedroom just to be safe. She was pretty wound up when he was banging on my door."
"That'll work. Just don't open the doors to the outside until I'm there."
"Okay. I need my hands to get her situated, so I'm going to hang up now."
About a minute later, I pulled up in front of a cute little brick rancher and got out of my truck. He must have been watching for me, because as soon as I stepped up on the porch, the front door swung open. The second I saw him, the training that had been keeping me focused and on task fell away, and without even thinking, I reached for him, pulling him into my arms.
Chapter 8. Micah. The last thing I'd expected was for Hawk to grab me and pull me to him, but the second his arms surrounded me, I felt safe in a way I don't think I ever had. I let out a deep breath and soaked in the warm feeling of his big, strong body between me and the rest of the world. I'd been afraid he'd be annoyed with me for calling, but instead, he pushed me back and looked down at me with nothing but worry and concern.
"Let's get you inside where it's safe."
I nodded and turned to go back into the house. He followed me in, closing and locking the door behind us. "I should probably let Seth out. Are you ready to meet her?"
"I am. I want to give her all the pets and scratches for being so brave tonight."
"I know. I'm so glad she was here. I don't know what would have happened if she hadn't been. He's not a good guy, and—" I swallowed the lump in my throat. "I don't even want to think about it."
"Hey, you're okay now. She was here, and he's gone."
For the first time since he arrived, I actually looked at him. He wasn't wearing his normal black jeans and a black t-shirt. Instead, he had on a pair of blue jeans, a Western-styled button-up shirt, and a pair of boots. All he was missing was a cowboy hat. "I'm sorry I interrupted your evening, didn't I? Tell me you weren't on a date. You were on a date, weren't you? I'm so sorry."
"Micah, take a breath. I wasn't on a date. We were working security at the rodeo. I was dressed to fit in with the crowd."
"You were working. That's even worse. What if your guys need you and instead you're here with me? I'm fine now. You can go get back to work. I'm so sorry."
"Listen to me. Don't apologize for calling me when you needed help. I gave you my number, remember?"
"I know, but Seth scared him off, so it wasn't as much of an emergency as I thought. I'm sorry." He put a finger to my lips to shush me.
"Nope. I told you to call me if you needed me. You needed me, so you called. End of story."
"Well, thank you for coming then. Now let's get Seth some treats and let her out." I went to the kitchen to get the bag of treats I kept for her when someone knocked on the door. My head whipped around and my eyes met Hawk's. He motioned for me to go into the kitchen, away from the door. The knock had been loud but not aggressive, so I didn't think Butch was back, but I did as he said and went into the other room. I heard the door open and voices talking. Then Hawk called out for me to come into the living room. I stuck my head around the corner and saw a police officer standing there.
"I had Gator call this in before I left."
"This is your house?"
the officer asked. Yeah, my ex showed up and was banging on the door. He threatened to kill my friend's dog. And almost on cue, Seth barked from the bedroom. She was out here with me and was barking at the door. She scared him away.
So you're all good here then?
He asked. I think so, yeah.
Okay, just let me get your ex's details and a rundown of what happened tonight for my report. That way we'll have a record of it if we need it later on. There isn't much else we can do since he's gone, but I'll have our patrol cars drive by throughout the night just to keep an eye on things.
After I gave the officer the information, Hawk stepped out on the porch with him, and I went to the window and looked out. They talked for a minute and then shook hands before Hawk came back inside.
Okay, let's get your girl out of the bedroom.
I grabbed the treat bag and passed it to him. I think you should be the one armed with the treats. Then, just to be safe, I grabbed her leash and slipped into the bedroom. She was standing at attention, facing the door. Look at you, such a good girl. Let's put your leash on, and you can come meet the hot guy who came to rescue us. She looked at me and back toward the door, obviously ready to get out of there and check everything out. I clipped the leash on her and then opened the door. To my surprise, Hawk was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, holding the bag of treats.
Well, aren't you a pretty girl?
He said, holding out his hand for her to smell. This is Hawk. He's a friend, and he has a treat for you because you are such a good girl, I cooed. I knew dogs responded to your tone as much or more than what you said, so I tried to convey that he wasn't a threat. But I didn't have anything to worry about. She moved toward him and smelled his hand, then nudged the treat bag with her nose.
You deserve a treat, that's for sure. You were a very good girl.
He reached into the bag and pulled out one of the treats.
Here you go.
She gobbled it down and then nudged the bag again, and he laughed.
How many can she have?
Probably just a couple. Andy's really picky about what she eats. I'm the fun uncle who buys her the unhealthy treats, but I don't want to upset her stomach.
Just one more, then.
He took out another treat and handed it over before pushing to his feet.
Okay, now let's have a seat and you can tell me what this was all about.
I'd known it was coming, but I wished I didn't have to tell him about Butch. It was embarrassing and made me feel so stupid. I'd called him, though, and he'd come with no hesitation, so the least I could do was tell him what the deal was. I nodded. Okay, but I want to get something to drink real quick. Do you want anything? I have water, Diet Dr. Pepper, or I could make a pot of coffee.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
I went to the kitchen and got myself a bottle of water, then joined him in the living room. He was sitting on the couch, petting Seth and murmuring to her. I sat down on the other end and pulled my feet up under me.
So, you want to tell me what this was all about?
Not really, but I will. I figure I owe you that much.
You don't owe me anything, baby boy, but I want to know so I can keep you safe.
My breath caught when he called me baby boy. Butch had never been into pet names or terms of endearment. He'd called me boy a couple of times, but it was in a condescending way. What he wanted was to make sure I understood my place. It sounded completely different from Hawk. From him, it made me feel special, even if he was just trying to be nice. Well, like I told the officer, the guy who was here is Butch Carver. He goes by Carver. He rides with the Iron Jackals Motorcycle Club.
He is a biker?
He asked. Yeah, they aren't good people. Of course, I didn't know that when I met him. Anyway, I was going through a bad time and he came through town. He seemed exciting and, I don't know, just different from what I was used to. He introduced me to the guys he rode with, and they all said they never thought he would find a boy of his own or settle down, that I must be something special. I let out a wry chuckle. Yeah, a special kind of stupid.
Hey, none of that. We've all made mistakes. Don't be so hard on yourself.
I looked up at him sitting there, all strong and muscular and perfect. I seriously doubted he'd ever done anything as foolish as I had. Yeah, but some mistakes are bigger than others.
True enough.
Anyway, he did a good job of hiding who he really was at first, and when he asked me to leave with him, I said yes. I don't know what I thought, that it was going to be an adventure, maybe, but mostly I believed what the guys said. I thought I was special and that he cared about me. But once he got me away from home and my family, he dropped the act. That was when I realized I wasn't special. I was property. His property. Hawk sucked in a breath at that, but I didn't stop. I was afraid if I stopped, I wouldn't be able to finish. Literally. I knew because he told me all the time. He said I belonged to him and he could treat me any way he saw fit. I wish I could say I left the first time he laid a hand on me, but I didn't. I was in a strange place with no money and no one I could call for help, at least not without endangering their lives. I know it was naive of me, but I didn't understand what a biker gang really was. They were things of fiction, and books and movies tend to glorify them. You know?
Hawk. I nodded in agreement because I knew exactly what he meant. The rebel attitudes and the outlaw mystique made it easy to glamorize the biker lifestyle, but the truth was most of them weren't good guys. On the contrary, they were some of the most dangerous.
They were involved in all kinds of illegal activity. Guns, drugs, theft. I don't even know what all. So I made a plan, and the first opportunity I had, I took some money out of a coffee can that he kept hidden in our kitchen and caught a bus east. I've been here ever since.
He looked so tiny sitting there with his legs tucked under him. I wondered if he sat that way out of habit or if he was trying to make himself seem small. It took everything in me not to reach for him. I wanted to hold him close and reassure him that I would keep him safe. But everything he just told me explained so much about why he was so skittish, and the last thing I wanted to do was trigger him. He'd already been through enough tonight without the person who was here to help him adding to his trauma. "So how long have you been here?" I asked.
A little over 2 years. I don't know how he found me. I really thought I'd left all that behind me, but obviously not. You know, I thought I saw him last week at the farmer's market with Andy, but I told myself it was just my overactive imagination. Then there was the note. I should have known then.
What note?
It was before class this week. It was on my car.
Ah, so that explained why he'd been so jumpy in class. So you still have the note? The note could be used to establish harassment if it came to that.
I do.
He got up and went to a decorative table that sat by the door. He opened a drawer and pulled out a folded piece of paper.
It says, "I see you." Like I said, I should have realized then it was him. I just didn't want it to be. I wanted it to be a harmless prank or something.
Seth stood up and gave herself a shake and then did what I wanted to do. She hopped up on the couch next to him and offered him comfort. He mindlessly ran his hand through her fur and let out a long sigh.
I don't want to leave Vesper. I like my job, my friends, and my house. I like my life here.
I don't think running is your best option. If he found you once, he can find you again. And if he's still looking after 2 years, he isn't going to stop. I didn't want to scare him, but I wanted to be honest. 2 years was a long time, and I didn't think he was hoping for a happy reunion. My guess was he was looking for revenge. Having his boy run off like that was bound to have hurt his reputation.
I know you're right, but I don't think I can think about that tonight. I do want to thank you for coming, though. I was so scared.
I'll always come if you call me, Mouse. You have my word on that. He ducked his head and his cheeks flushed. Fuck, he was adorable, but tonight wasn't the time for me to be thinking about how damn cute he was. Do you have any place you can stay tonight? I asked, because there was no way I was leaving him here by himself.
No, I have Seth until Andy and Jesse get back in town, and I can't imagine taking her to a hotel.
Could you stay at their place while they're gone?
Normally, they'd let me, but they're having their windows replaced, so that isn't an option this time.
Okay, no problem. I'll just stay here then.
Oh, I can't ask you to do that. I don't have an extra bed.
You didn't ask me, Mouse, and this couch is plenty comfortable.
Chapter 9. Micah. I woke up to the sound of snoring next to me and rolled over to find Seth curled up in a ball pressed against my side. I reached for my phone and looked at the time. 6:30. It was early, but I was surprised I'd managed to get any sleep at all, and I probably wouldn't have if Hawk hadn't been here. I normally started my day off with a cup of coffee, but I didn't want to wake Hawk if he was sleeping, so I planned to just take a peek and see if he was up. Apparently, Seth had other plans because the second I opened the door, she hopped off the bed and ran around me and out into the living room. I had no idea dogs could go from snoring to running in the blink of an eye, but it seemed like she could. I hurried after her and bit back a laugh. She'd gone straight for Hawk, who was lying on the couch, and proceeded to lick his face.
"I like to wake up to kisses, but I prefer a little less tongue,"
he mumbled, scratching her behind her ears. "Sorry about that. She snuck by me. The plan was to see if you were awake, not to slobber all over you." He cleared his throat and sat up on the couch.
"Do you have any coffee by any chance?"
"I do. What's your preference? Dark roast, medium roast, flavored coffee? I have it all."
"I'm good with whatever you prefer, as long as it's hot and strong."
"I'm pretty sure there's a how I like my men joke in there somewhere," I said. He chuckled.
"I'm sure there probably is."
"I need to let Seth out, and then I'll put the coffee on." He reached for his boots.
"You get the coffee started, and I'll let her out. I need to take a look at your backyard anyway."
"My backyard?" I asked.
"We both know that asshole's going to come back, so I want to see what we're working with as far as security goes. How long is Seth going to be staying with you?"
"Just a couple days." "Why?" He looked up at me.
"Because my place doesn't have a yard, so I'm hoping we'll be able to stay here at least as long as you have Seth with you."
And with that, he strode to the back door, opened it for Seth, and followed her outside. "We'll be able to stay here." What was he talking about? Shit. Did he think I'd hired him as a bodyguard? I mean, Mary Ellen paid me well, better than I'd ever expected, but not enough to pay for a 24-hour bodyguard. This was totally on me. What did I think was going to happen when I called a literal bodyguard for help? I would find out how much I owed him for the night, and then he could be on his way. I had Seth here with me, so I'd be okay until Andy and Jesse returned. That would give me a couple of days to figure out what came next. I'd started the coffee brewing and was trying to decide what we could have for breakfast when the back door opened and he came back in. "I was going to make some breakfast. Are you a breakfast eater?"
"I am, but you don't have to cook for me. We can go get something if you'd rather."
"I don't mind. I actually really like to cook. How about scrambled eggs with bacon and toast?"
"Sounds good to me."
I got to work in the kitchen, and he took a seat at the table.
"So, do you have any idea how Butch might have found you?"
"None. I mean, there are ways, I guess. I transferred my CNA license to the state of Texas, and I have utilities and things in my name. I don't know. But, Hawk, this isn't your problem. I know I called you, but I was panicked and I wasn't thinking."
"We've been over this, Micah. I told you to call me if you needed me. You did exactly the right thing by calling."
I looked up from the bowl where I was beating the eggs. "Hawk, I'm a personal companion. I can't afford a bodyguard. I should have thought of that before I got you involved in this."
"Micah, I want you to listen to me."
He gave me a look that told me he wasn't playing around.
"I'm not here representing Three Bears. I'm here because you're in danger and I can help."
"But," I started.
No buts. There's no way I'd leave you here on your own when there's a man who's already hurt you threatening you.
I felt much safer with him here. The idea of trying to do with Butch was terrifying. There was a reason why I'd run away last time, but that didn't mean I could let my problem become a problem for Hawk. "Won't your boss be mad at you for wasting time on someone like me who can't pay?"
"First of all, I don't have a boss, babe. I am the boss."
He paused for a minute and let that sink in. "Isn't Wolf the boss?" I'd only met him a couple of times at the club, but Wolf just had this presence that made me believe he was the one in charge no matter where he was. Hawk laughed.
"It's called Three Bears Tactical for a reason."
"So you, Wolf, and—"
"Gator."
"No way. Really? He doesn't seem like a business owner at all. He's too—" I paused, trying to think of a word that described Gator, but nothing was coming to me.
"Rough around the edges?"
Hawk said. "Exactly."
"I know. He's a fun guy, but I can tell you when your back's to the wall, there's no better guy to have by your side."
I thought Hawk was wrong because if my back was against the wall, Hawk's the man I would want by my side.
Hawk. Micah went back to cooking breakfast. He shoved the bowl of eggs he'd been whisking to the back of the counter. He went to the air fryer, put some bacon in, and turned it on. Then he turned back to look at me.
"If you could stay until Jesse and Andy get back, I guess that would be okay. But when they get back, I can always go stay with them." And when Andy's on shift and Jesse's at work, what will you do then?
He paused and let out a sigh. I don't know, but you can't just put your life on hold while we wait for Butch to show back up.
First of all, I can, and I will. Next, we aren't just waiting for him to show up. I already have our best person working on gathering as much info as possible on both Butch and the Iron Jackals.
Do the other owners know you're using Three Bears' resources to help me?
Why don't you let me worry about my business and you worry about your bacon?
Oh shit, the bacon!
He rushed over to the air fryer, pulled it open, then let out a relieved sigh.
It's okay.
He glared back over his shoulder.
You distracted me.
So it's my fault if you ruin our breakfast? He stiffened for a second, so I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile so he would know I was teasing. He let out a little sigh, then smiled and said,
Exactly.
I chuckled and shook my head. You're something else, Mouse.
You keep calling me Mouse. What's that about?
He poured the eggs into the pan and then looked at me, waiting for an answer. You're small, you're adorable, and when you're trying to figure something out, you do this cute little thing where you scrunch up your nose. The first time you did that, I had this thought that I wanted to put you in my pocket and take you home with me.
You did not.
I did too.
And when exactly was that?
The night of Mars and Samuel's Christmas party. I was probably giving him way too much leverage there. If he figured out just how long I'd been keeping an eye on him, it probably wouldn't make him happy.
That was the first time I met you.
Yes, it was.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not.
He stirred the eggs and then grabbed a plate.
I like my scrambled eggs kind of soft. Is that okay with you? I can cook them longer if you want.
Soft is fine. And why wouldn't you think it was a compliment? I said you were adorable.
Yeah, well, people don't normally equate adorable or cute with sexy now, do they?
Ahem. I cleared my throat. Is that what you want, Mouse? For me to find you sexy? He let out a little gasp like he hadn't how that would sound before he said it.
His
mouth opened and closed like a fish.
I didn't say that. I know you're here to protect me, not to, I just meant I didn't know if adorable should be taken as a compliment or not. Not that.
He huffed and reached for the plate.
Never mind. The eggs are ready.
I got up from the table and went to stand beside him. Micah, I want you to listen to me. Adorable is a compliment. And just to be clear, I do think you're sexy. I have since I first laid eyes on you. I thought that once you were done with class, I'd ask you out. But now we have this little Butch problem, and that has to take priority. I need to focus on keeping you safe for now. There's a reason why we frown on our bodyguards getting involved with our clients. He raised one adorable, and yes, I meant that in a good way, eyebrow at me.
Yeah, but I'm not a client, right? You said you aren't charging me.
That's right, you aren't. But your safety matters just as much to me as it would if you were a paying client. Hell, it matters more, to be honest, so the rule stands. He carried a platter with eggs, bacon, and toast to the table. Then he went to the fridge and grabbed a couple different jars of some kind of jam.
I get these at the farmer's market. The sweetest lady makes them. She offered to help me learn to make them if I wanted to.
Do you make things like jams and jellies?
I never have, but I'd like to learn.
His cheeks colored.
I love the idea of doing things in the kitchen like that, especially if I can use locally sourced fruits and berries and things.
I nodded. My grandmother used to make wild plum jelly, which was my favorite. She also made homemade pickles. I hated that he'd been scared, but this was giving me an opportunity to get to know Micah better, so at least there was that.
My grandmother makes all kinds of fresh jams and jellies and cans lots of foods. She has a huge garden that they use for most of their food. I wish I'd taken the time to learn from her when I lived there.
And where is there? I'd resisted the urge to run a background check on Micah because it seemed like a violation of his privacy. It had been tempting, but now that we were talking, I was glad I was learning about him firsthand, not from some report.
I'm from a small town in Kansas. My whole family lives there pretty much.
Do you get to see them much? I asked. It had devastated my mother when I chose to settle in Vesper instead of going back to Houston when I got out of the military, but I made a point to get home a few times a year, and she seemed happy with that.
I didn't at first, but I went home for Christmas this year, and that was really nice. My grandmother isn't getting any younger.
I put some of the homemade jelly on my toast and then took a bite of my eggs. Damn, they were good. I mean, eggs are eggs, right? I didn't think I'd ever had any that were this good. These are really good, Micah.
Thanks. I just add a little seasoning to them to jazz them up a little.
Well, I like them. He seemed really pleased that I enjoyed his food, and I wondered what else he cooked. We took our time chatting over our meal, and when we were done, I offered to clean up.
No, sir. You're here as my guest, and you're doing me a favor. No way I'm letting you do dishes.
Well, at the very least, let me help.
You can help by taking Seth out back again and playing with her.
I didn't think that was helping at all, but I didn't see any point in arguing with him.
Micah, I waited until the door closed behind Hawk and then let out a long breath. I was pretty sure Mars would say I needed to spend some time in meditation or something, but I didn't really think that was going to help me right now. I'd been foolish to think I was safe from Butch, that a few 100 miles would be enough to give me a fresh start. I should have kept going east until I couldn't go any farther. That wasn't what I'd done, though, and ifs and buts weren't going to fix my problem. The problem was, I didn't know what would. I didn't want to keep running for the rest of my life, but what else was I supposed to do? I could get a dog, but honestly, all that would accomplish was giving Butch some other way of hurting me because I'd believed him when he said he would kill Seth. I could shift to some kind of martial arts classes instead of self-defense, but it would take me forever to be good enough to do any damage. I just wasn't the fighting type. A gun might be an option, but I'd never even held one, much less shot anything. I firmly believed guns were something you needed to master before you pointed them at another human. Plus, I wasn't exactly sure I could pull the trigger even if my life was in danger, so that wasn't a good plan either. I hadn't felt this helpless since I got on the bus in Las Cruces 2 years ago, and I didn't like it any more now than I had then. I just wished I knew what to do. I got to work loading the dishwasher and cleaning up my mess. I was just finishing up when the back door opened and Seth came barreling in with Hawk right behind her. He was such a strong man, and I don't just mean physically. He was former military, a business owner, and an excellent instructor. I was a hot fucking mess, and he had his shit together. The last thing I wanted to do was seem like a helpless damsel in distress, or, in my case, I guess a dude in distress. I didn't want him to see me as someone who needed rescuing. I wanted him to see me as what, exactly? I'd already decided he was too much for me. Too big, too strong, too domineering, too everything. So why did it matter how he saw me? But it did, because the truth was, he was also too protective and too caring. He was everything I thought I was getting in Butch, except he wasn't some asshole poser. He was the real deal. You could tell by the way he interacted with Tucker and the other students in his class, the way he dropped everything to come to my rescue last night. He was just an overall good man, and I didn't know what I was supposed to do with that. I dried my hands on the towel I'd tossed over my shoulder and then hung it on the door to the oven.
"You all done?"
he asked. "Yeah, all finished."
"Okay, let's talk about your security here at the house."
"It's a rental," I warned. I didn't know if he was getting any crazy ideas about what all I should change.
"Right, but there are still some things we can do to improve the security here. For example, we can put cameras in various locations outside, front and back. Visible cameras are often one of the best deterrents, especially for a guy like Butch who's involved in questionable activities. I'm sure he doesn't want his face plastered all over the news."
"I would imagine not."
We can also reinforce the doors, replace the locks with something stronger, and install an alarm system. I doubt your landlord would mind any of those changes.
If anything, I guess he would be getting an upgrade. I liked my landlord, and if he knew I was in danger, he might even offer to take the cost of those things off the rent. But I would never ask him to do that. This was my problem, not his. "Any other ideas?" I asked. He shook his head.
"Not right off the top of my head. I don't like that you don't have a secure way to get from the house to your car. I wish you had a garage, but I can't change that unless you want to come stay at my place until this is resolved." Resolved? How is this going to be resolved, Hawk? I can't just stay with you for the rest of my life just in case my Psycho X comes back.
Micah, listen to me. I don't know how yet, but I will take care of this for you. You don't have to live in fear for the rest of your life.
He looked so serious and so determined. I didn't know how he was going to manage it, but I believed if anyone could, it was Hawk. That's why I called him, and knowing he believed he could handle it gave me a small measure of hope that maybe everything would be all right.
Chapter 10. Hawk. Seth woke me up bright and early Monday morning. Micah wasn't out here yet, so I gave my back a good stretch, hoping to work out the kinks from sleeping on his couch. I'd slept in worse places, but it had been a while and my body wasn't used to it anymore. But if my little mouse realized I was uncomfortable, he'd try to give me his bed again, and that wasn't happening. Like there was any way I would put him between myself and the front door. I let the dog out to do her business before going into his kitchen and putting on a pot of coffee. I knew better than to try to think before coffee, but my brain was already focused on Micah and his situation. I'd told him I would take care of this, that he wouldn't have to hide for the rest of his life. Problem was, I had no idea how, which was why I needed to get to Three Bears headquarters today. I'd had Kat digging up info on both Butch and the Iron Jackal, so hopefully that would give me what I needed to come up with a plan. I was standing in the kitchen watching the dog out the window when Micah walked in. He was wearing a pair of sweatpants and nothing else. His sleep-mussed hair and barely awake expression reminded me of our previous conversation. He was wrong. Adorable didn't mean not sexy, because in this minute he was so adorable and he was sexy as fuck. "Morning, Mouse. How did you sleep?"
"Okay, I guess, but only because you were here." He looked up at me. "What am I supposed to do when you have to leave?"
"Baby boy, I'm not leaving as long as you're in danger."
"You say that, but we talked about this. We don't know how long it'll take or if he'll ever go away."
"I don't know how long it'll take, but trust me, he will go away. Now, let's talk about what you're doing today. You said the house where you work is part of a gated community, correct?"
"Yes, and they have a guard at the gate who's very thorough. You have to show ID, and if your name isn't on the list, they contact the homeowner to confirm you should be there."
"I bet that's hell on delivery drivers."
"Most of the residents let the gate know if they've ordered something, but I'm sure it's still a hassle."
"But the main thing is, it's probably enough of a hassle to deter Butch from bothering you at work. So here's the plan. I'll be here at the house when you are here. I'll stay with you until you're gone, and I'll be here when you get back. What time do you get home?"
"It varies. Technically, I'm supposed to work until 5, but sometimes she sends me home early, depending on what she has going on."
"Okay, then I'll plan on being here to meet you at 5:30. If you get off early, text me, and I'll either leave to meet you here or have you come to Three Bears HQ.
"I'll need to come home at lunchtime to let Seth out and play with her. I can't leave her cooped up in the house all day."
"You just stay put, and I'll come by at lunch to take care of the dog," I assured him.
"You don't have to do that."
"I feel like we've already established the fact that I don't have to do anything." He rolled his eyes and sighed.
"Fine."
An hour or so later, I pulled into my parking spot at Three Bears HQ and headed straight for Wolf's office. I wanted to get to our ops center to see what Kat had found. She was the best at digging up information on the computer, and I didn't know what we'd do without her if she ever left us. But I needed to talk to Wolf first. I'd called him Saturday night before I went to sleep to let him know what was up, but I knew he'd want an update. We'd also need to talk about who was going to cover my duties, because if this asshole went to enough trouble to track Micah down after 2 years, he wasn't going to go away easily or quickly. I got off the elevator on the 8th floor, which was where all the action happened here at Three Bears. Wolf, Gator, and I all had offices here, not that Gator used his much. Of the three of us, he was the one most interested in working in the field. There was a large ops center with desks, computers, and multiple monitors on one side and a large table where we could sit to plan out strategies for large-scale jobs on the other. The ops center was Kat's baby, and for the most part,
We gave her whatever she said she needed and left her to it. Wolf's door was open, so I waved at Caden and went on in. I shut the door behind me and sat down in the chair across from his desk. He eyed me up and down before saying,
"You look like shit."
"Yeah, well, it's been a rough couple of days, and Micah's couch wasn't made for someone my size."
"You're sleeping on the couch?"
he asked doubtfully. "Of course I'm sleeping on the couch. I'm there to protect him, not fuck him." He put his hands up.
"Okay, but you've been low-key obsessed with this boy for months. You can't blame me for assuming you were taking close protection to a whole new level here."
"And what would you have said if I told you I was sharing his bed?" We had rules against getting personally involved with clients for a reason, and I had no intention of crossing any lines with Micah, but I wondered what Wolf would say.
"I'd tell you to watch yourself, that the most important thing right now is Micah's safety. But you already know that, and I'm not your boss, Hawk."
I laughed. Technically, Wolf wasn't our boss. That was true, but there was a reason Micah had assumed Wolf was the one in charge. He was the business mind behind Three Bears Tactical, and while technically we were partners, he'd been our commanding officer when we were in the service. Old habits were hard to break, and neither I nor Gator wanted to disappoint him. We both deferred to him in most situations. "You know, Micah asked me what my boss would think about me refusing to charge him for protecting him. He was referring to you." Wolf shook his head.
"The boy is yours, so of course we're going to help him. We take care of our own."
"Yeah, well, the boy doesn't quite know that yet. He will, though. I'm just glad he called me. I have a bad feeling about this guy, Jason."
"What do you know so far?"
"Not much." I gave him a rundown on what Micah had told me about Butch and about the Iron Jackals.
"So is he here alone, or is the gang with him?"
"No idea. I have Kat looking into them, so hopefully she'll have some idea."
"And I assume you don't know how this guy managed to find Micah after all this time?"
"No, but I plan to ask him first chance I get." He nodded.
"Okay. If you need anything, just let me know."
This could just be a simple case of an abusive ex rearing his ugly head, or... I didn't want to think about the alternative, but from everything Micah had said, this biker gang was involved in some pretty nasty business.
"Or if his whole gang is here, it could be a much bigger issue."
"Exactly. I'm going to talk to Kat now. I'll keep you informed." I left his office and made my way over to the area where Kat worked. She had her own little area in the back corner of the ops center that had glass walls surrounding it. Most of the time, she left everything wide open so she could monitor what was going on. But when she needed to do a deep dive, she liked her area dark, so with the flip of a switch, the smart glass walls turned opaque. Apparently, whatever she was working on now required focus because her area was all closed off. I went to the open door to find her with her earbuds in, fingers flying across her multiple keyboards as she jumped from device to device. I rapped my knuckles on the glass next to the opening to get her attention, and she looked up. She pulled out her earbuds and let out a sigh.
Your boy's got himself mixed up with some nasty shit, Hawk."
"He isn't my boy yet," I pointed out. I knew I hadn't been discreet about my interest in Micah, but I hadn't realized it made it as far as Kat. She tried to keep out of the office gossip for the most part, unless... I shook my head. "They really are taking bets, aren't they?"
"Oh, yeah. Have been since before the new year. Maddox was sure you'd make your move on New Year's Eve. He was quite disappointed in you, so you know."
"And you?"
"I'm out of the running. I picked the second daddy night in February. You know, hearts and Cupid and all that shit."
"Well, aren't you a romantic?" I grumbled. She scoffed.
"Not at all. But you've been all hard eyes for that boy for months, so I thought, maybe. Now, are you ready to find out how bad this situation might be?"
"Might be?" Kat didn't operate in mights. She was all about what she could prove, so the fact that she said might be told me a lot.
"For now, I'm still digging. I'll know more when my contact in Las Cruces gets back to me."
"Okay, then tell me what you got so far." For right now, I was operating in the dark, and I didn't like that at all. I'd much rather have some information than none.
"The good news is, it doesn't look like the whole Iron Jackals Club is here. The bad news is, a lot of them are, and it appears it's the worst of the worst."
Great. That was just what I needed. A whole group of assholes after Micah.
They're involved in all kinds of illegal activity. Your boy's ex isn't high level in the club, but he isn't a peon either. He's been running with them for years and somehow always managed to avoid legal problems. The club, as a whole, operates outside the law there in New Mexico. Our guess is they have some of the local PD on their payroll.
Well, too bad for them that they aren't in New Mexico now, I growled.
Right, but what are they doing here? I can't imagine the club's president would send a group of his guys here to help Butch retrieve his runaway ex. There's no money in that, and from what I can tell, the Iron Jackals are all about the money.
So you think it's a coincidence that Micah is here, and so are they?
I don't know, Hawk. I don't like coincidence, but it happens. I'm hoping to get more info that'll tell us why they're here. Most of the club's money comes from running guns and drugs, but they also provide security for some really bad dudes on occasion. I just don't know yet.
I glanced up from the screen with all the information to see her biting her lower lip, which meant there was something more she didn't want to tell me. What is it? I can't protect Micah if I don't know all the details.
Some of these security jobs have been for known human traffickers.
You think that's why they're here? I'd heard plenty of stories about human trafficking in Austin and San Antonio, but not in Vesper.
I don't know yet, but what I do know is that as more and more law enforcement officers in the big cities focus on trafficking, the more the traffickers will spread out to smaller, less monitored towns and cities.
So maybe Butch doesn't want Micah back. Maybe he wants to punish him by selling him. I wouldn't tell Micah that theory. He was scared enough as it was. She shrugged.
Who knows? Could be Butch is obsessed and wants him back.
Can you get me a tracker and a panic button?
I can. How about a watch? Everyone's wearing smartwatches nowadays. Does your boy have one?
I've never seen him wear one, but that would work.
Okay.
She walked over to a cabinet and pulled it open. She took out a small box and carried it over to her computer.
I'll activate this one for you. It'll be tied into our system. The good thing about this little device is it's a tracker and a panic button in one. All he has to do to activate the alarm is to press and hold down the crown right here, and it'll send a notice to me here, and I'll set it up so you'll also get the alerts on your phone.
Sounds good to me, Kat. I need to go to Micah's house. I need to let the dog out, but I'm going to take a couple of the guys with me, and we're going to install an alarm system on his house.
Great. Send me the details on that, and I'll get it all taken care of on our end. By the end of the day, we should have everything all set up for you.
Chapter 11. Micah. I got a little thrill when I arrived at my house and saw Hawk's truck sitting out front. I had to remind myself he wasn't here because he wanted to be. He was here to protect me. But it would be nice to have someone waiting for me at home. Someone to cook dinner for and to talk about my day with. That had always been what I wanted, or at least it had been before Butch. I hadn't even let myself think that way in a long time, but having Hawk around was waking up those old thoughts. I thought I'd been doing great here in Vesper, but the truth was Butch was still in my head, making me scared and stealing my dreams. I didn't say that because he was here, literally scaring me. I meant somewhere in my subconscious, where I held all my deepest wants and desires, and that dirtbag didn't deserve to have that kind of power over me or my life. I pulled into my driveway, and I didn't even get the car stopped before the door opened and Hawk stepped out. I reached for the door handle, but he held up a hand in the universal sign of stop. I froze, looking around to make sure I wasn't in any danger, but I didn't see anyone around. He came down the steps and around the car to the driver's door. He opened it and looked down at me. Hey. Hey, have you been here all day? I knew he'd said he would take care of letting Seth out, but I hated for him to miss work because of me. No, I got here about 30 minutes ago. He motioned for me to get out of the car. When I stood up, he placed his hand on the small of my back and kept it there until we were safely in the house. Seth was sitting in the entryway, waiting for us to come in. Hello, pretty girl. How are you today? You're going home tonight, did you know that? Your dads will be here to get you in a couple of hours, and then you can sleep in your bed. She wagged her tail and stared at me like she'd understood exactly what I said. I looked over at Hawk. When all this mess is over, I want to get a dog of my own. I had a boxer when I was a kid that I just loved, and I really miss having one. You should do that then. What kind do you want? Another boxer? I shrugged. I don't think so. I think a different breed. Not one as big as Seth, but not a tiny one either. Maybe something the size of a beagle or a terrier. But I'd like to adopt one from the shelter, I think.
That's a good size. So, how was your day? Anything happen I need to know about?
Not today. I helped Mary Ellen, that's the woman I work for, repot some of the plants in her conservatory, and that's about it.
Her conservatory?
He asked. I know, right? I didn't even know conservatories were real things until I went to work for her.
She's a very wealthy woman, so I'm not surprised.
My brows furrowed. How do you know how wealthy she is?
She lives in Fairway Oaks, so you can't be that shocked I would know. But the truth is, I had Kat look into her just to be safe.
Be safe from what? She's an 80-year-old woman who's lonely because her husband passed away and they don't have any children. Mary Ellen was the sweetest person alive, and I hated the idea that her privacy had been violated like that.
It's just standard procedure, Micah. I wouldn't have been comfortable with you staying there all day without protection if I hadn't checked.
Fine, but don't tell me anything you learned. She has a right to only share what she wants with me. At least then I wouldn't feel like I'd personally crossed any lines. Now, have you eaten? Because I'm starved. She likes to eat brunch instead of lunch most days, so by the time I get home, I want dinner.
I could eat. We could order pizza.
I was thinking I would cook something. Cooking relaxes me.
You don't have to cook for me, you know.
I have to cook for myself, so why not make enough for both of us? I really did like to cook. At least Butch hadn't managed to take that away from me. I especially enjoyed cooking for my friends and for people I liked, and I liked Hawk.
I'm not going to complain about a home-cooked meal. I don't get them very often.
Well, tonight you do. It won't take me long. I had all the ingredients to make one of my favorites, and hopefully he would like it too.
I left work early, so I need to check my email real quick. I'm hoping that maybe Kat has some information for me, so I'll go do that while you get dinner ready.
I was sliding the chicken into the oven a few minutes later when my phone chimed with a text notification. Andy. You home? Me. I am. Are you going to take your dog away from me? Andy. I am. We're pulling into town now. Me. See you in a minute then. I went into the living room to find Hawk sitting on the couch, leaning over a computer that was sitting on the coffee table, reading a report of some kind. Andy and Jesse are on their way to pick up the dog. He looked up.
Did you tell them I was here?
No, I probably should have.
It's up to you what you tell them, Mouse.
Trust me, Andy will never forgive me if I was in danger and didn't tell him. He's a little bit protective of me.
Sounds like he's a good friend.
He is. A knock sounded from the front door, and apparently, when he said they were on their way, he wasn't kidding. I started in that direction, but Hawk called out for me to stop.
You don't answer the door, Micah. I do, okay?
Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Hawk looked through the peephole, pulled the door open, and stepped back to let them in. Oh, hey, Hawk. I wondered whose truck that was out there. Andy smiled at him and came inside with Jesse right behind him. As soon as he was past Hawk so he couldn't see him, he gave me a, "You got some explaining to do" look, but lucky for me, Seth heard his voice and came flying around the couch to greet him. He dropped to his knees and hugged Seth like he hadn't seen her in years instead of days. That's my girl. Did you have fun while we were gone? She was the best girl, as always, I said. He gave her a few scratches and then stood back up. So, you want to tell me what's going on here? When Hawk opened the door, I thought maybe you two were having some fun. Finally. But you're both way too uptight for a couple of people who are having sexy times. That was the problem with having friends who really knew you. There was no pulling the wool over their eyes. I looked at Hawk, and he gave me a nod of encouragement. So, remember that day that I thought I saw Butch at the farmer's market? Yeah? He's here, in Vesper. He came to my house and banged on the door. When? The day y'all left. Seth scared him away. If she hadn't been here... I swallowed down the lump in my throat. Anyway, I called Hawk and he came to the rescue.
Well, we're back now, so you can come stay with us,
Jesse said.
He won't look for you there, and Seth will be there just in case.
Andy was standing there beside him, nodding his head. I'd told Hawk that was what they would say, so it didn't surprise me at all. Hawk hadn't thought it was a good idea then, and apparently he hadn't changed his mind.
That won't be happening,
he said.
I'll be staying with Micah until the problem is resolved.
Resolved? Andy asked. In what way?
In whatever way is necessary to make sure Micah's safe.
Andy looked back and forth between me and Hawk. This is up to you, Micah. Do you want to stay here with Hawk, or would you rather come stay with us? I locked eyes with Hawk and inhaled a deep breath. I knew Jesse and Andy would keep me safe, but I knew what I wanted to do. I'll stay with Hawk, but seriously, thank you for offering. Andy gave Hawk a look that I think was supposed to be a warning of some kind, and then said, Okay, but if you change your mind at any time, you can come stay with us.
Chapter 12. Hawk. We watched while Jesse and Andy gathered all Seth's things. Andy paused at the door and pulled Micah into a hug. He said something to him that I couldn't hear, but Micah smiled and nodded, so it couldn't have been anything bad. Then he kissed Micah on the cheek and turned to me. You take care of him, okay? I will. When the door closed behind them, I walked over and flipped the deadbolt. You have good friends. I do. I don't know what I would do without him. Caleb and Mars. They're the best. I don't know Mars very well, but Samuel sure thinks he's something special. Believe me, that goes both ways. Mars thinks Samuel is the greatest thing that ever happened to him. They're good for each other. A beeping sound came from the kitchen, and Micah smiled. Our dinner's ready. Well, if it tastes half as good as it smells, we're about to eat good. Is there anything I can do to help? Andy's text distracted me, so I haven't set the table yet. You can do that if you want. I might not be much of a cook, but I can set a table with the best of them. I went to the cabinets and got what I needed and was finishing up when he came to the table with the food. We took our seats, and he lifted the lid off the dish. It had smelled great while it was cooking, but when he uncovered it, the smell wafted over me, and I inhaled deeply. Seriously, Micah, it smells fantastic. I can't wait to try it. His cheeks grew pink, and he gave me a little smile. Thanks, it really isn't anything fancy. It's pretty easy to make, actually. I saw it on a video and thought it looked good, and it's become one of my favorite things to cook. We filled our plates, and he watched me as I cut into my chicken. I took a bite, and flavors burst on my tongue. It was tangy and creamy, and had a little hint of spice at the end. I let out an appreciative moan. Damn, Micah. This is delicious. Thanks, I'm glad you like it. I really like cooking, but it's so much better when I get to cook for someone else instead of just for me. He paused and got a pensive look on his face. At least when it's for someone who appreciates it. Well, you're welcome to cook for me any time. Have you ever thought about going to culinary school? Oh, goodness, no. I think if I had to do it every day in a restaurant setting, I'd hate it. I'd rather keep it to just cooking for people I care about. I get that from my grandmother. Food is her love language. I took another bite and savored the flavors. Might be mine too. But you know, eating it, not cooking it. He laughed and shook his head. Well, you know that recipe is called Marry Me Chicken, so maybe there's something to that. Marry Me Chicken, huh? I can see it. We chatted while we finished dinner. I discovered the quickest way to get him talking was to ask him about his family. It was obvious that they were really close, which made me wonder why he was living hours away from them. It seems like you're really close to your family, I said, hoping with a little prodding he would elaborate. I am. My mom's the best, and my dad's great. I know he was hoping for a son he could hunt and fish and play ball with, but he never made me feel bad about the fact that none of that interested me. How do you know that was what he wanted? I asked. You should see the pictures of the nursery from when I was a baby. It was decorated in a sports theme. I take it you didn't play? Micah didn't strike me as a team sports kind of guy, so it didn't surprise me he wasn't into sports. I played t-ball one year, but I was so miserable no one even bothered to ask me if I wanted to sign up the next year. Did you know they play t-ball in the summer when it's hot outside and you have to run? I am not about that life. He looked so serious I had to bite back a laugh. So, if you're all so close, why Vesper and not where they live? I love my family, but not the town where I grew up. Plus, I was afraid Butch would track me down there since he knew where I was from. Not that it mattered much since he managed to find me anyway. I reached across the table and covered his hand. We're going to take care of this problem, Micah. Then you can live anywhere you want without being afraid he'll find you. He shrugged.
I like it here so far. I have good friends, a job I love, and it just feels good, if that makes sense.
It does. I felt the same way when Wolf convinced us to visit. It has just enough Austin in it to be accepting, but it's small enough that it feels like a community. We finished our meal, and then I helped him clean up. He'd tried to argue that I was his guest and didn't need my help, but my mama didn't raise me that way, so I insisted on helping. When it was all loaded up, he pressed the start button on the dishwasher and looked up at me. He had to be at least a foot shorter than me. The urge to lean down and place a kiss on his lips was strong, but right now I was his protector, and I didn't want him to feel pressured by my advances, so I took a step back. "What do you normally do in the evening?" I asked.
Watch television and crochet, or sometimes, if the pattern I'm working on is more complicated, I listen to music while I crochet instead.
Do you do it to relax? I know I've heard people say knitting is a good stress reliever.
He laughed. I find knitting to be so stressful. That was how I landed on crochet instead. Andy was learning, like you said, as a stress reliever. I thought I would try it too. He didn't really take to it, but I did. What about you? What do you usually do in the evenings?
We have a floor in the building with apartments that are available for any Three Bears employees who would like to live there. It has a common area with pool tables, a poker table, and a pretty elaborate gaming system. They call it the lounge. I usually hang out down there for a while if I'm feeling social. If not, I crash on my couch and watch television.
I bet that's fun, living in a place like that where your friends are close.
Yeah, for the most part, it's great. It really was. I like to complain about it sometimes because not all the guys were the best at minding their own business. But the truth was, I loved it there.
Do all the employees live there?
For the most part. Crow has an apartment, but he mostly just uses it if he needs to clean up or crash. He actually lives out at the camp Three Bears operates on the edge of town.
I've heard about that. Y'all offer law enforcement training and corporate retreats, right?
That's right. It was Crow's idea, and Wolf's pretty much letting him run it. So far, it's been pretty popular among law enforcement especially.
I was over at Mars and Samuel's house one day, and he was talking about trying to get some of the firehouses to go for team building or something.
He looked around and let out a little sigh.
It's weird not having to worry about letting Seth out.
You really should get yourself a dog. We'd talked about that before, but he just looked so sad that Seth was gone.
I think I will once this whole mess is over. Anyway, obviously I don't have a pool table or a gaming system, but you know I have a television and way too many streaming services. Let's go watch something before bed. You can even pick tonight.
It's not about the pool table or the gaming system. It's about the company. And trust me, the company here is top-notch. He blushed, which was adorable as always. I was quickly learning that he loved to receive compliments, but they always made him blush. I thought we were making a lot of progress on him being comfortable with me, and I hated to spoil that. But I had some serious things to talk about that couldn't wait. Before we go watch television, I need to go over a few things I learned today.
Okay.
I had our best IT person digging into Butch and the Iron Jackals, and what we found isn't good. They've always skated the edge of what was and wasn't legal, but you already knew that. What you might not know is that over the last year or so, they've been stepping over that edge a lot more often. Enough that they've caught the attention of a federal task force. These are dangerous people, Micah, and not just to you. The color drained from his face. He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath through his nose.
That's what I was afraid of. I didn't know what all he was mixed up in before we got together. I figured it out pretty quickly, but by then, he didn't want to let me go. Thing was, about the time I left, a couple of new guys had joined, and they had a really bad vibe.
The important thing is that you got out, and we're going to find a way to keep you safe. But in the meantime, I have something I want to give you to wear. It has a tracker in it, and it has a panic button. If anything happens, you press the button, and it'll alert Three Bears HQ and me immediately. I handed him the watch, and he inspected it before slipping it on his wrist.
Okay, I won't take it off.
Good. We'll move forward just like today. I'll be here when you leave for work and when you get back home. I've checked out the Thompsons' place, and they have cameras, and the gate guards are all former law enforcement, so you should be safe at work.
What will you be doing all day while I'm at work?
He asked.
I'll be working on a solution to make the problem go away.
Micah. Andy and Jesse had barely made it out the door before the text messages started up in our group chat.
Caleb. How did your ex find you? Are you safe now?
Mars.
Samuel says Hawk is the best at what he does and that you're in good hands.
Andy. I know Hawk is good. I saw him in action at the fire station the day that nutjob threatened to blow us all up, but I still wish you were staying with us.
Mars. You don't have much room at your place, Andy. Micah, you can always come stay with me and Samuel if you want.
Caleb.
Or me and Keith. Although I agree with Samuel, I think you're safest with Hawk.
Me. Guys, I'm fine. It was scary, but Hawk's here at my house now, so I don't need a place to stay.
Andy. You should totally hit that. You know you want to.
Caleb.
Now isn't the time. Hawk needs to be focused right now.
Mars.
I'm pretty sure Hawk is already plenty focused on Micah.
Me. What do you mean?
Mars. You'll figure it out.
Me. I'm ignoring you all now. I'm about to pull out my hooks. They all knew I didn't answer messages when I was crocheting. It could be way too distracting and cause me to mess up, so I knew they wouldn't take offense at me telling them I was ignoring them. We spent the next couple of hours watching some show Hawk had picked about a guy who was something called a rewardist. It was kind of like a bounty hunter, but for good guys instead of bad guys. Like when someone went missing and a reward was offered, he showed up and rescued them. I didn't even know if that was a real thing, but it made for good television. I was working on a shawl I was making for my grandmother's birthday, and luckily it was a simple repeat pattern, so I could watch the show while I worked. On the one hand, I hated the reason Hawk was here, but on the other, it was nice to have someone with me. I hadn't much cared for my roommates when I first moved here. They weren't bad guys, just noisy and kind of messy. But now that I was living alone, I did miss having people around. It didn't hurt that the someone happened to be Hawk, and the longer I was around him, the more I realized that the problem had never been Butch's size, or how gruff he was most of the time. The problem hadn't been the type of men I liked. It was that I'd chosen poorly, because I would bet my whole yarn stash that Hawk would never lay a hand on me in any way that wasn't pleasurable. And man, did I want him to lay a hand on me. Around 10, he caught me yawning and suggested it was probably time for bed. I knew he was right, and I felt like that little cartoon chicken who says, "But I'm not tired," even though he can't keep his eyes open. Fact was, I enjoyed his presence, and the cute little commentaries he made about the show, so I wanted to stay up with him even though there really wasn't a reason to. Of course, he wasn't having it.
You have work in the morning, Mouse. You need to get a good night's sleep so you can be on your A game,
he said, like hanging out with Mary Ellen while she planned her next tea party required me to even have an A game, much less be on it. He'd said it with that voice he used sometimes, that patient yet firm tone, and I'd learned pretty quickly that when he adopted that tone there was no use in arguing with him. Not to mention he was usually right, which was infuriating on a whole other level. I'd been telling myself for ages that I needed to stop staying up late for no reason other than because it was hard to fall asleep in an empty house. Fine, I'll go to bed, but you need to too.
I know where the blanket and pillow are. Don't worry about me.
I put away my project and made my way to my bedroom. I hated that he was sleeping on my couch, but we'd already had that conversation, and it hadn't gone my way at all. That did make me wish I'd gone to the trouble to put a bed in the second bedroom, although after his "I sleep between you and the door" comment, I wasn't actually sure if he would have slept there, even if it was an option. I put on a pair of sleep pants and crawled into bed, determined that if I had to go to bed this early, I might as well get some sleep. The problem was the house was so quiet, and I swear I could hear every little sound. The wind blowing outside, the neighbor's dog barking, those little creaks and miscellaneous sounds an older house makes. And most distracting of all, every single little noise Hawk made in the living room. First, it was the sound of the hall closet opening and then him adjusting the covers and pillows on the couch. Then the groan of the too small couch under his big frame. After that, everything was quiet for a minute. My eyelids grew heavy and my thoughts fuzzy as I started to drift off to sleep when he cleared his throat and shifted in what I was sure was discomfort. I rolled over on my side and made a second attempt to settle in when something hit the floor and there was a hissed "shit" from the front room. Then more covers shifted again. The man was a good 6'5", and I don't care if he said he'd slept in worse places. There was no way he was going to get a good night's sleep on that couch.
I hopped up and strode into the living room. I froze for just a second when I realized he was lying on the couch in nothing but a pair of boxer briefs. He had a blanket covering one leg, while the other, very muscular, leg was on full display in the moonlight streaming through the window. And damn if I didn't become a thigh man on the spot. I put my hands on my hips in the universal signal of "don't fuck with me" and said, "Hawk, I can't sleep knowing you're out here uncomfortable. I heard what you said about being between me and the front door, but if you want me to get any rest at all, you're going to have to swap with me."
"Not negotiable, sweet cakes. There's no way I'm taking your bed while you sleep in here. Anyone could break in and get to you before I could stop them."
"Well, then you'll just have to come share with me. I'll let you have the side between me and the door." He sat up and looked at me.
"That's a very bad idea, Mouse."
The part of the blanket that had been draped over him fell down to his lap, leaving his chest on full display. Did I say thigh man? Maybe I meant chest man. Although, if I was being honest, there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't worth worshipping. "I don't think so. It'll give us both the best chance of getting a good night's sleep. Besides, my bed is huge and has an amazing mattress." When Andy moved in with Jesse, he didn't have any place to put his furniture, and that was just about the time I was getting this place, so he gave me his bedroom set. Because he worked as a firefighter and acted like a normal everyday guy, it was easy to forget how much money he had. But every night when I crawled into that super comfy bed, I remembered. I had no idea how much it had cost, but it had to be a pretty penny for a bed that felt that heavenly. He let out a sigh, stood up, and picked up his pillow.
"Fine, but just to sleep."
"That's what I said, wasn't it? So we could get a good night's sleep. This isn't an evil plot to get you in my bed."
"I'm pretty sure you know it wouldn't take an evil plot to get me in your bed, Mouse. I just need to be focused on keeping you safe right now."
He followed me into the bedroom, and we both crawled into the bed. If I'd thought the sounds he made from the living room were a distraction, they were nothing compared to having his body lying a few feet away from me. I was hyper-aware of every little movement he made, and I swear his body was like a living furnace. I tried my best to go to sleep. I'd gotten my way after all, so it wasn't like I could complain that even his breathing was sexy. I turned on my side so I was facing him. It was pretty dark in my room, but not so dark that I couldn't make out the shape of him lying beside me. And when I realized I was staring at him in the dark, I rolled back to my back and tried to think about anything else. What kind of dog I might get, my next crochet project, the cakes for Mary Ellen's tea party, anything. When that didn't work, I flipped to my other side so I was facing away from him. I messed with my pillow trying to get it right, which was hard because I didn't normally sleep on this side, so it just felt wrong. Finally, a giant arm reached over and dragged me back against Hawk.
"Settle, Mouse."
I relaxed against his body, relishing the heat he generated, and the comforting weight of his arm draped over me lulled me to sleep. Chapter 13. Micah. I woke snuggled up against Hawk, and for just a minute, it felt like everything was right in my world. Of course, it didn't take but a second for my brain to kick in. Everything wasn't right. Hawk wasn't mine. He was there to protect me from my past mistakes, and even though I'd been pretty sure he'd been interested at one point, I doubted he would be by the time this was all over. He was getting to see a close-up view of just what a hot mess I was and how badly I'd screwed things up. I don't blame myself for Butch's behavior. Believe me, I wasn't trying to victim blame myself, but still, the reality was my poor choices put me in that situation in the first place, and I had to own my part in it. And was that basically the equivalent of victim blaming? According to the therapist I saw shortly after I got here to Vesper, it was. I was a work in progress, so cut me some slack.
"Are you awake?"
And fuck me, he had a deep, growly morning voice that was sexy. "I am, but I don't want to get up. Sleeping with you is like sleeping with an electric blanket."
"I've been told I run hot."
"It's cozy is what it is." He chuckled near my ear, and his breath brushed over my skin, making my arms break out in goosebumps before he rolled away from me and sat up on the side of the bed.
"Well, cozy or not, it's time to start the day. I have things to do, and you have to go to work."
He stood up, giving me the perfect view of his backside, which was sublime. Sadly, he immediately grabbed his clothes and pulled them on. The rest of the morning felt almost normal. We had coffee, we ate breakfast, and we chatted about the show from the night before and whether or not Hawk would ever consider driving around the country chasing rewards. I bet he would be really good at it, but he said he wouldn't like living on the road like that. A couple hours later, I was ready to leave, and after warning me to be careful and not to take off the watch, he stood on the porch and watched me go to my car and drive off. I was in a pretty good mood when I waved at the gate guard and drove up to Mary Ellen's house. I'd always thought that was overkill. I mean, Vesper is a pretty safe city, and I didn't know why anyone needed a full-time gate guard, but I had to admit I was grateful for it now. It did make me wonder what the other people who lived in the community's stories were, though. Did they have reasons to want to live in a place where people couldn't just drive up and knock on your door? Mary Ellen was in one of her we-need-to-be-productive moods. When she got that way, it was easy for me to see what a powerhouse she must have been in her younger days. I swear, by 10, we'd done more than most people would do all day. Finally, she stood up and put her hands on her hips.
Okay, that was a good morning. I say we call it a day. I think I'm going to take a nap and then watch some BritBox mysteries. You're welcome to stay, or if you want to call it a day, you can go home.
I'd never been one to watch British television until I started working here, but they were her favorite, and she'd gotten me hooked on enough of the shows that I'd had to add a subscription to the channel as well. I'm happy to stay if there's anything you want me to do, but if not, I have some things I need to do at my house. I'd been working with her long enough to know that when she said, "You're welcome to stay, or you can go home," what she really meant was she wanted some time to herself.
You should go ahead and head home then. I know I've kept you running nonstop, getting everything ready for this tea party, but I just want to make sure Vivian has a great birthday.
Her eyes widened, and she gasped.
Oh, my goodness, Vivian's birthday gift. I had a custom necklace made for her, and it's ready at the silver box. Can you run to pick it up for me before you go home for the day? It's over on Elm Street, right next to the bank.
Of course I can. I'll run and do that now. You go ahead and take your nap. I'll put it in your desk drawer if you aren't up when I get back.
You're such a dear.
She patted me on the hand, and I smiled at her. She really was the sweetest woman. I had no idea what she'd ordered for Vivian, but I could be sure it was something meaningful. They hadn't been able to have children of their own, but they'd both loved their niece to pieces. The good thing was the silver box wasn't far away at all, so it would be a quick trip, and then I could leave for the day. I thought it would be a great day for me to go spend some time at Mars's shop. Of course, I'd need to text Hawk first and make sure he was okay with me going there instead of home. I made the short drive to Elm Street, but unfortunately, there weren't any parking spots in front of the store. That was pretty common here in the old downtown area, so the city had put in some parking areas as a way to increase traffic to the area. The city had invested a lot of money in making this part of town look nice. It had a wide sidewalk dotted with flower boxes, filled with colorful spring blooms and antique-looking light poles that were absolutely beautiful when they were decorated for the holidays. I walked past a stationery shop that had always tempted me, even though I never wrote letters to anyone, and a bookstore called Twice Told Tales that sounded magical. I kept my pace steady as I walked down the sidewalk toward the shop about a block ahead. The mid-morning sun cast long shadows across the pavement. The hum of traffic and chatter from passing pedestrians filled the air. All normal stuff. But then I heard it.
Well, well, look what we have here.
My body went rigid. The voice came from the alley to my right. Low, amused. It sounded familiar, or at least I thought it did. Maybe it was just my imagination running away with me because I was living in a constant state of freaked out. Yeah, just like thinking I saw Butch was my imagination. Don't stop. Keep moving. My heart hammered, and my fingers itched to press the panic button on my watch Hawk had given me. But I wouldn't press it yet. There was a bank up ahead, and if I could make it there, I would be safe. Then I could call Hawk without scaring him half to death by pushing that button. But then I saw him. Snake. Not all the guys that had run with Butch had been horrible, but some had been, and Snake was one of the worst. He was leaning against the wall just inside the alley, arms crossed, a smirk twisting his scarred face. The vest he wore told me everything I needed to know. He was still running with the jackals.
If it isn't Butch's pretty little bitch wandering around like he hasn't got a care in the world.
My stomach nodded. I picked up my pace, my breath quickening as I reached for my new watch and pressed the panic button. I had no idea how long it would take Hawk to get here, so I could only hope he would make it in time. The bank was close. If I could just... A rough hand latched onto my arm, and before I could react, Snake yanked me into the alley. I stumbled, my shoulder slamming against the brick wall. I cried out in pain and twisted away from him.
"You got no idea what a prize you are,"
he said, sneering. He grabbed my arm, his fingers tightening around it as he shoved me farther into the shadows. I fought, twisting my arm, trying to break free, but he was ready for it. His other hand shot up, grabbing me by the throat and pinning me against the wall.
"Butch has been looking for you, Micah,"
he said, grinning like he'd already won.
"And guess what? Finding you's my ticket to a real good spot in the club."
He pulled out his phone with his free hand and pushed a button, holding me there while it rang. Then I heard Butch's voice from the phone.
"What are you calling me for, Snake? You're supposed to be tailing Micah today. Don't tell me you lost him."
Snake chuckled.
"I didn't lose him. As a matter of fact, I'm standing right here with him."
He locked eyes with me and gave me a menacing smirk.
"Say hello to Butch."
I shook my head frantically, but he squeezed my neck even tighter.
"I said say hello." "Hello?"
I managed to croak out.
"I was following him like you said, but he's out running around town like the Iron Jackals ain't right here in town looking for him."
Butch said something, but I couldn't hear him this time. Snake nodded.
"Yeah, he's alone. What do you want me to do with him? Bring him to you or put him with the others?"
Others? What the hell did that mean? What others? I had no idea what he was talking about. But what I did know was he was planning to take me somewhere. One of the first things we learned in self-defense class was that if you let them take you to a secondary location, your odds of survival dropped drastically. So no, he wasn't going to take me anywhere. I was sure he thought I was an easy mark. Lord knows I had been when I was with Butch. But I wasn't that scared, helpless kid anymore. Now, thanks to Hawk, I knew what to do. I took advantage of the fact that Snake was distracted by whatever Butch was saying, and I swept my arms up and hit that spot right between Snake's wrist and his thumb, breaking his hold just like Hawk had drilled into us 100 times. Snake barely had time to register what happened before I drove my knee into his groin and bolted. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I kept saying to myself over and over that the goal was to get away. I tore into the bank, forcing myself to slow down the second I crossed the threshold. Act normal, act normal. The bank had a security guard, but this guy wasn't a cop, and he wasn't prepared to deal with the likes of Snake. I would never forgive myself if he got hurt just doing his job. He looked at me, a little concerned, but I gave him a smile. "Sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry." He nodded at me, but I was pretty sure he'd be keeping an eye on the weird guy who literally ran into the bank, but he was here and he had a gun. I thought that was probably enough to keep Snake from coming in after me. I sucked in a breath and walked to the counter like nothing had happened, heart hammering in my chest. The tellers were busy, the hum of quiet conversations and clicking keyboards filling the space. The bank smelled like paper and ink, so normal and steady it was almost enough to ground me. Almost. I was reaching for the phone to make the call when the door swung open and I spun around, expecting to see Snake. But it wasn't him. It was Hawk. His eyes locked onto mine instantly, scanning me from head to toe, looking for damage. Before I could say a word, he closed the distance and pulled me into a crushing hug. His arms wrapped around me like a shield, his hand tangling in my hair as he tucked me against his chest. The steady thump of his heart against my ear was the only thing that told me I was safe.
"Jesus, Micah,"
he whispered, his voice rough with relief.
I got you. I got you."
Hawk. I leaned in to study the photos of Jackal Associates Kat pulled in her latest research. Damn, these guys are nasty pieces of work. Yeah, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. An alarm blared from above, alerting us a panic button had been activated. My phone went off at the same time. Micah. Kat flew into action, pulling up local CCTV cameras and zeroing in on where Micah was. The good thing was he was downtown, which meant he was only a couple of blocks away from me. But the question was why. He was supposed to be at work. Kat handed me my earpiece so she could keep me updated.
It'll be faster if you go on foot and cut through the alley behind the poorhouse. That'll dump you right across from his location.
I shoved the earpiece in and ran for the stairs. She kept me apprised of the situation as I flew out the front door of the building and headed for the alley.
Your boy's got skills, Hawk. I just watched him take down a biker twice his size. He's running south on Elm Street. Oh, there you go, you smart man. He ran into the bank. It'll be to your right when you come out of the alley. I've sent Maddox to find the biker. You just worry about Micah.
I skidded to a halt at the end of the alley and looked to my right. Sure enough, there was the bank. I hurried across the busy street, dodging cars and ignoring the chorus of what the hells and blaring horns, my focus on getting to Micah. I pushed open the bank door and stepped inside, scanning the space. It didn't take but a second to spot him, and I rushed to him, pulling him against me. Jesus, Micah, I got you. He was shaking, but he was okay. I hadn't had so much as a second to even process how scared I'd been for him, but now that I could see that he was here and he was safe, all the emotions swamped me at once. This had to end. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "You're supposed to be at work."
I know. Mary Ellen needed me to pick up a gift for her niece. I was just going to run in and out, and there was no reason for Butch to know I'd be going to the silver box, so I thought it would be safe. I didn't know he had someone following me. Can you believe that? He had one of his lackeys following me.
I looked around to see the security guard from the bank watching us. I was sure he was trying to figure out if there was a threat or if we were customers. "Let's get you out of here, and we'll talk about this later, okay?" He nodded, and we headed for the front door.
Wait, what happened to Snake?
Snake?
Yeah, Snake, the guy who tried to grab me.
Maddox went after him, but I don't know if he got him or not. We'll find that out once we get to Three Bears HQ. We stepped out on the sidewalk, and he let out a little gasp.
The necklace! I need to pick it up at the silver box.
I couldn't believe he was still worried about completing his errand after what he'd just been through. I just nodded, walked with him to the little jewelry shop, and waited while he picked up the gift. "I'll go with you to drop it off, but I think you need to take some time off work." He looked sad, but nodded.
I was thinking the same thing. I know they have a guard at the gate and everything, but knowing that they had someone follow me to her house...
His eyes shimmered, and he shook his head.
What if they hurt her trying to get to me?
Shh, Mouse. They didn't, and that's what matters. Do you need to take it to her right now?
No, she was going to take a nap, so I have a couple of hours before she expects me.
Okay, let's head over to my office and talk to Kat and Maddox, and then we'll drop off the gift.
Where's your truck?
He looked around.
And hold on, how did you get here so fast?
I didn't bring my truck. I ran. I pointed at the back of the Three Bears Tactical Building. It was one of the tallest buildings in the downtown area, so it wasn't hard to see.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about how close I was to your building, or I might have tried to make it there instead of the bank.
It's good you didn't. What you did was exactly the right thing. You got away and you ran to the closest, safe place.
I could hear you in my head saying the objective is to get away, so that's what I did. I got away.
Yeah, I heard that you took that guy down.
How did you know that?
Kat saw it happen on camera. That was the thing. Nowadays, very little was private. Vesper, like most cities, had CCTV cameras on pretty much every intersection.
On camera?
Yeah. Kat tapped into the local traffic cameras and saw you. She was pretty impressed.
All I did was what you taught us in class. Break the hold and get away.
You protected yourself. I'm proud of you, Micah. A few minutes later, we walked into the building. So, are you ready to see the rest of Three Bears Tactical?
Chapter 14. Micah. We walked down to the gift shop and picked up the gift for Mary Ellen. Then we walked down the street to the Three Bears Tactical Building. It didn't take us long, but there was something I needed to say before we got there. I'm really sorry, Hawk. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. It was stupid of me to go by myself. But it never occurred to me he might have someone following me. In my mind, there was no way he would know where I was, and I was only making a quick stop.
It didn't occur to me either. We didn't even know for sure if he was here with the gang or by himself before today, so you couldn't have known. I won't make the same mistake again, though. I'm going to be sticking so close to you that you won't know where you end and where I begin. He'd said that firmly, like it was some kind of threat, but the truth was, it sounded pretty darn good to me. I can't believe all the stuff you taught us in class actually worked.
Well, we weren't just practicing all those moves for the fun of it, you know.
I do, but I didn't really think I could do it if the time ever came. I'd spent way too long feeling helpless to trust myself in a situation like that. But now I knew that even though I might not be able to fight, I still had the basic skills I needed to protect myself. I'd only been into the Three Bears building by entering from the garage, so I hadn't really ever paid much attention to the front. There was a small bistro on the bottom floor of the building that I hadn't even realized was there. Goldie's Delights? I asked. Is that like a play on the Three Bears?
It is. The owner thought she was being clever.
Thought she was? I shook my head. She was. That's brilliant. Is the food any good?
Best sandwiches in town. We eat there a lot. Are you hungry?
It was lunchtime, but my stomach was a little queasy, so I didn't think I could eat right now. I told him so, and he nodded.
You're still in fight or flight mode, so that makes sense. It'll wear off here in a bit, and you'll be able to eat then.
We walked on past the bistro and into the building. He waved at a woman who sat behind the front desk, and she waved back. When we got in the elevator, he pressed his thumb to the panel right above the spot where you selected your floor. Then he pressed the button for the 7th floor. You have to use your thumbprint to work the elevator? That's fancy.
I'll be sure and tell Wolf you think so. That was his idea. If you work here, you use a thumbprint. For more temporary access, we issue cards that can be tracked,
he explained. A minute later, the door opened up to a huge room that was filled with computers and television screens. I looked around, amazed by the setup. This was some seriously high-tech stuff. Oh, wow, this looks like a military command center.
Well, we are all former military, but we call it our ops center, not command center. Come on in and meet everyone.
I followed him across the room to where a woman was sitting. She was staring at a screen while her fingers flew across the keyboard. She looked up as we approached and smiled at me.
Micah, this is Kat. She's the one who found you when your panic button went off.
I'm just glad you're okay, Kat said. I'm sorry to say that we didn't catch the guy who tried to grab you, though. When Maddox got there, he was long gone, and I was focused on getting Hawk to you, so I didn't see him leave. I didn't even get a license plate so we could find out who he was.
Oh, you don't need a license plate. I know who he was. He goes by Snake, and he's a member of the Iron Jackals Motorcycle Club.
Do you know his legal name?
Hawk asked. I shook my head, but before I could say no, Kat spoke.
Gerald Collins, 54, born in Deming, New Mexico.
How did you do that? I asked.
I told you, she's good.
Hawk pulled a chair over from across the room and motioned for me to sit.
Now let's go back to what you were telling me about the Iron Jackals before that asshole tried to grab Micah.
Kat tapped a few keys and her screen lit up with all kinds of information.
So, they were working security for some guys in New Mexico who got arrested in a human trafficking sting. The authorities didn't find any evidence that tied the Jackals to the actual ring, and they weren't charged. But according to the officer who was in charge, he thought they were more involved than they let on.
I can't believe they let them go if they were mixed up in something like that, I said. They had the local law in their pocket, but if this was a human trafficking ring, the locals wouldn't have been in charge, right? Like, that's a much bigger deal than city police. Hawk and Kat exchanged a glance, and Kat nodded.
It is. I checked every open warrant, federal indictment, and sealed filing I could get my hands on, and I'm telling you, there's nothing. Either they weren't actually involved, or someone high up doesn't want anyone to know they're watching them. My money's on the second. I think I better give Chance a call.
Chance Kelly is an old friend of Wolf's. He's an FBI agent, and we've worked with him before,
Hawk explained. Human trafficking? I shook my head. I knew they were into some bad stuff, but nothing like that. I flashed back to the phone call with Snake and Butch. But you don't think that's going on here, do you? Not in a place like Vesper. Kat shrugged.
Human trafficking has become a problem all over, and often they pick smaller cities like Vesper to target. They have smaller police forces, and people tend to be less on guard in towns where they feel safe.
I looked at Hawk. Snake said something in that alley. I don't know if it means anything or not, though.
What did he say?
He asked. He asked Butch if he should bring me to him or put me with the others. I don't know what others he was talking about, but now I can't help but wonder. What if they have a bunch of people being held against their will?
I don't know, Mouse.
but we're going to find out.
Hawk looked at Kat.
I'm going to take Micah up to my place for a little bit. Can you make him a card that'll give him access to the 10th floor?
Sure. Give me just a second. She went to work on her computer, and I turned to Hawk.
We're going up to your condo? I asked. We are. You've had quite a morning, and any minute that adrenaline's going to wear off, and you're going to crash. I want to make sure you're safe and comfortable when that happens.
Here you go. Kat turned around in her chair and handed me a card. If you misplace your card, let me know right away so I can disable it, okay?
I nodded.
I will. Thanks, Kat. A few minutes later, we were back in the elevator and on our way up to the top floor. This time, the doors opened up into a large open space with a couch and a couple of chairs. It reminded me of a hotel lobby. Hawk pointed at a door straight ahead.
That's where Wolf lives, and that over there is Gator's place.
He motioned to the right.
Which means this is my place right here.
I followed him to a door on our left, and he typed in a code. The lock on the door clicked open. Apparently, they didn't use keys for anything around here. We went on into the condo, and I looked around. The place was huge, but it was nothing like I would have expected for Hawk. My guess was he'd hired a decorator or something because everything was nice, but it had no personality. Everything was white and black and soulless. It's really nice. What else was I supposed to say? Oh, wow, this looks nothing like you. That wouldn't have been very polite, even if I thought it. He laughed and shook his head.
I keep thinking I should redecorate, but it just hasn't been a priority.
Was it like this when you moved in?
No. This floor was all office space when we bought it. We had everything redone, but Reggie was the one who decorated the condo.
Reggie? I asked.
My ex.
My brow furrowed, and I looked around again. Did he even know you at all, or did he just not care what you liked? I slapped my hand over my mouth and mumbled sorry behind my fingers.
No apologies needed. He's a professional decorator. He lived in Austin before he came here, and I think he was trying to recapture a bit of that vibe here.
So he lived here with you? I asked. We'd talked about my past with Butch, but the truth was I knew nothing about his history.
He did, for about 6 months. I met him at a club in Austin. He was looking for a daddy, and I was looking for a boy. But in the end, he found life with me to be a little too, let's say, confining. He missed the big city and the parties and the nightlife.
So he went back to Austin then? I asked. He shrugged.
Honestly, I don't know for sure. Last I heard he was in Dallas, but I think he had dreams of going to New York. I really didn't keep up with him once he left.
Well, you should definitely redecorate. This is a beautiful home. It wouldn't take much to make it feel like yours.
Hawk. Micah wandered over to the wall of windows in my living room.
I bet the view from this window is amazing at night.
I stepped up behind him and looked out over downtown Vesper. It really is. Do you see that over there? I pointed off to the right. That's the zoo. They set off fireworks from there multiple times a year. Micah stood there, still looking out the window like he was deep in thought.
So Reggie was your boy then?
He was, but that was a while ago.
I figured. I mean, I'd seen you at the club on Daddy Night, so I assumed that was what you were looking for.
And I've seen you at the club, so I assumed that was what you were looking for as well. Was I wrong? He inhaled a deep breath and let it out slowly. Micah, look at me. He turned to face me, but didn't speak. Was I wrong?
I wasn't really looking for anything. After Butch, I don't really trust my own judgment. I should have known. I mean, he's in a biker gang, and he's obviously a bad guy, but he wasn't when I met him. He was rough around the edges, sure, but he was sweet to me no matter how he was with anyone else. And after that, I just thought, I don't know, that maybe I was better off alone.
He wrapped his arms around himself like he was trying his best to hold himself together, and it took everything in me not to hold him, but I thought he needed to get this all out.
Then I went to Kirby's, and it was Daddy Night. I'd never really considered having a daddy before, but I liked the sound of it. You know, having someone who'd put you first and take care of you and cherish you and have your best interests in mind. Darn, that sounds so selfish when I say it like that.
That doesn't sound selfish to me at all, Mouse. It sounds like everything you deserve.
He scoffed. Right,
And that's why the first guy I considered going home with turned out to be an absolute asshole who didn't know how to take no for an answer. Andy had to save me from him, twice, because I have easy mark written all over me, apparently.
Who was this? I growled.
It doesn't matter. He's gone. Jesse banned him from the club, and no one's seen him in months.
I still want a name, but that can wait. Micah, you aren't wrong at all about what a daddy does. I mean, there's more to it, of course, but there's nothing wrong with wanting to be the most important thing to your partner.
I've seen it with my friends. Andy, Caleb, and Mars have all found that. The way their daddies treat them? It's what I'd imagined, but I don't think everyone gets that lucky. I don't get that lucky.
I'd had all these plans for when it would be the right time for me to make my move. After he finished self-defense training, after he managed to get through this mess with Butch and the Iron Jackals, after he was more comfortable around me. After. But with what I'd just heard him say, the afters didn't seem that important anymore. I reached for him and pulled him to me. He looked up at me, and I lowered my mouth to his. He melted against my chest and opened his mouth for me. He tasted like sunshine and chocolate and everything good in the world. I pulled back and looked down into his eyes. If you let me, I'll always take care of you.
Like a daddy?
Just like that, baby boy.
He smiled up at me. Well, why don't you take me to bed, Daddy? I really need something good in my life right now. Chapter 15. Micah. I couldn't believe I'd been brave enough to ask Hawk to take me to bed, but Hawk made me feel brave.
You've had quite a day, Mouse. Are you sure?
I'm sure. He led me to his room and stopped beside the bed. I was curious what his room looked like, but that could wait. Right now, something else held all my attention.
Take off your clothes,
he growled. I hurried to do as he said, and he hummed appreciatively.
You're beautiful.
He reached out, trailing one finger down the center of my body, tracing the line from my sternum down the light trail of hair to my belly button and back up, making me shiver.
So damn beautiful.
You really think so? I asked. I wasn't trying to be coy or to fish for compliments. I really was shocked. I thought I was cute enough, but beautiful? He reached up, cupped my face in his hands, and stared right into my eyes.
Micah, you may be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, so yeah, I really think so. Now, get on the bed.
The deep, throaty tone of his voice told me he meant what he'd said, and that helped ease my insecurities. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? I want to see you, too. He quickly stripped off his clothes, never taking his eyes off me. I'd seen him without a shirt on before, but never like this. He was so damn sexy, and I was hard as a rock. I reached for my cock to stroke it.
Did I tell you you could touch that?
He growled. I froze and shook my head.
Today, you're mine, and that means all of you, so no touching without permission. Are we clear?
I was going to ignore the fact that he said today and just go with it because, while I wanted more, I wasn't going to let that keep me from having my first ever daddy experience right here, right now, with this man. So I figured in for a penny, in for a pound. Yes, Daddy. I'd been worried I would be self-conscious, or it would feel odd because, as much time as I'd spent watching daddy porn, I'd never been with a daddy in real life. There was nothing awkward about it, though. It felt right. He was dominant, but in a different way than I'd experienced before. Even his commands had an undertone of care to them that I wasn't used to. I hadn't thought things could get any more intense, but as soon as the word daddy fell from my lips, his eyes darkened and he grabbed my face. Not gently like he had earlier, but much more forcefully this time.
Only good boys get to come, Micah. Do you want to come tonight?
Yes, please, Daddy. I want to come.
Then you need to be a good boy and follow the rules.
He brushed his thumbs over my nipples until they pebbled, and I gasped at the sensation. He grabbed my cock and stroked me with one hand, bracing the other hand on the bed, leaning over and first licking and then sucking on my nipples. My nerve endings were on fire, and it felt so amazing I moaned and arched my back. Please, I want to come, but I want you inside me when I do. He reached into the bedside table and grabbed a condom and a bottle of lube.
Don't worry, sweet boy. I'll take care of you.
He slid his body over mine and our cocks touched, sending a ripple of pleasure through me. I wanted so badly to reach down and grip them both, but I wanted to be a good boy for him, and he'd said no touching. It might not be necessary, though. I swear I could come just like this. The feel of his body against mine, the taste of his kiss and nothing else, and it'd still be the best sex of my life, which probably said everything there was to say about my experiences up to this point. He moved down the bed between my legs. He poured the lube over his fingers, and I pulled my legs back, giving him easy access to my hole. He slowly pushed one finger inside my body, and I let out a moan. There was a delicious burning, stretching sensation that was exactly what I'd been waiting for. I threw my head back, enjoying every minute as he moved his finger in and out of me a few times before adding a second finger. I whimpered and began to move against his fingers, needing more. He placed a hand on my lower stomach and held me down.
Such a needy, needy boy,
he said on a purr. I whimpered again because he wasn't wrong. I was needy, for him anyway. He grabbed the condom and tore it open with his teeth, still moving the fingers of his right hand in and out of my body.
I'm so ready to be inside of you.
He lined up his cock with my hole and slowly breached the ring of muscles around my entrance. He'd taken a lot of time with me, but he was huge, so all the prep in the world couldn't prepare me for what it felt like to be filled with his cock. Once he was deep inside me, he stilled.
Fuck, baby. You're so tight. Are you okay?
You're big, and it stings, but don't stop. It's good. So good. Just give me a second. He leaned down and kissed me, and by the time the kiss was over, I was ready for him to move. I wiggled my hips, and he quickly got the message. He pulled out slowly and then pushed back in.
I wanted to do this right the first time,
he said through gritted teeth.
To learn every inch of your body, but damn, Micah, I've been wanting you for so long I don't think I have the patience this first time. Instead, I just want to take you apart hard and fast.
I want that. I want it hard and fast. My voice didn't even sound like mine. It sounded needy and desperate, exactly the way I felt. Please, Daddy, please wreck me.
Okay then, hold on tight, little one.
He grabbed my hips and began to slam in and out of my hole hard and fast, just like he'd said he wanted. He kept up the brutal pace for a few minutes before he slid one hand over and started stroking my cock in time with his thrusts. I was whimpering and chanting, "Yes, like that, harder, yes," over and over until finally I cried out, "I need to come, Daddy. Can I please come?" I didn't actually know if I had to ask, but it seemed like a good idea.
When you're ready, baby. You come when you're ready.
Little did he know I'd been ready. "Oh, fuck," I shouted as my orgasm ripped through me from my toes, up my spine, and back down into my balls. I cried out as my cum covered the hand he was using to stroke me. He pulled out of my body, and I let out a small, pathetic whimper at the empty feeling he left behind. He quickly ripped off the condom and pumped his cock a couple of times. He threw back his head and roared as he came all over my stomach before collapsing down beside me.
I need to get something to clean us up, but right now, I need to hold you more than I need to breathe, if that's okay.
There was a vulnerability in his voice that I hadn't expected, and it gave me a warm feeling deep in my chest. "That's what showers are for." I kissed his shoulder. "We can take one in a bit." He held out his arms and I slid into his embrace. Once I was settled in, he grabbed the covers, pulling them up over us.
Let's take a short nap. Then we can get cleaned up and go grab some food.
He kissed the top of my head while he drew soothing circles on my back until my breath evened out and I slept right where I belonged, in my daddy's arms.
Chapter 16. Hawk.
After a short nap, we took a shower together. I meticulously cleaned every inch of his body because I was nothing if not thorough. I'd waited for so long for my chance with Micah, and now that I had him here in my home with me, I didn't want to let him go. I wanted to close the door, pull the curtains tight, and just stay here with him until we ran out of food. Of course, there was always grocery delivery.
I sent Mary Ellen a message and let her know I got delayed. I can't believe it was just this morning that she asked me to pick up that package. She said just to bring it to work with me tomorrow.
I thought we agreed it was safer if you took a little time off.
I will, but if there's any way, I really do need to go tomorrow. She's getting everything ready for her niece's birthday party, and I need to be there just in case there are any problems with the caterers or the flower delivery.
I studied him for a second. He looked so hopeful, and I had a lot of respect for his dedication to his employer. We can work something out tomorrow. Either I or one of the guys will go with you and stay until you're done. We know Snake knows where you spend your days, so I'm not comfortable with you being there by yourself.
I feel like I'm causing everyone so much trouble.
I wrapped my arms around him. You aren't causing anyone trouble. That would all be on Butch.
But you wouldn't be mixed up in this if I hadn't been stupid enough to get involved with him in the first place,
he mumbled into my chest. I pushed him back and looked him square in the eyes because I needed him to see how serious I was. This wasn't the first time today I'd heard him call himself stupid, and I wasn't having it. I'm not the kind of daddy that sets a lot of rules. I need you to hear that before I say what comes next. Are you listening to me? He nodded yes, so I continued. You just earned yourself a rule, baby boy.
What is it?
He blinked up at me, and I could tell he had no idea what he'd done. He'd probably spent so much time beating himself up over past choices that it never even occurred to him not to. Was getting involved with Butch the best decision ever? Obviously not, but it was a mistake, and we all make them. You aren't stupid, and I won't stand here and listen to anyone call you names, not even you. What you are is incredibly strong. You were in a bad situation, and you took steps to get yourself out of it. That takes courage, so no more calling yourself names. Got it?
Yes, I got it.
Good. Now let's get you some food, and then we should go by your place and grab you some clothes.
My clothes? You want me to stay here?
He asked. Yes, that's why I had Kat make you a card. I think this is the safest place for you right now. The security in the building is excellent. I watched as his face fell for a second before he caught himself and pasted on a fake smile.
You're right, of course. I mean, the security is excellent, so it would be hard for Butch or his goons to get to me if I'm staying here.
I was excellent at my job, and there was no one better at reading a room. But this thing with Micah wasn't a job, and I was doing a shit job of reading him right now. I wanted to think his disappointment was because I said this was the safest place for him, not that I wanted him here, but I wasn't sure. I blamed it on the fact that I'd been in so deep for so long where he was concerned that I expected him to know how serious I was about him. I had to remember that he had no idea that I was already all in, so I had to give him a chance to catch up. Listen to me, Mouse. If it was up to me, we'd go get everything you own and bring it here to my place right now. Not because you're in danger, but because I want you with me. But I'm smart enough to know that probably sounds a little nuts, since I haven't even taken you out on a date yet.
You want to take me on a date?
His real smile was back, which made me really glad I'd laid that all out there. Of course I do, but that'll have to wait until you're safe. My point is, I want you here in my space. I want to wine and dine you and take you dancing. I want to take care of you in every way possible because you're someone special, Micah, and you deserve to be treated like it. He let that sink in for a minute and then nodded.
Okay, let's go get some of my stuff then. Micah, I had one goal, try to act normal, because what I really wanted to do was a happy dance right here in the middle of Hawk's living room. I didn't know if this was a forever kind of thing or not, but no one had ever told me they wanted to take care of me and cherish me just because I deserved to be treated that way.
And yeah, it probably was a little nuts, but if Hawk wanted me here in this space for all the reasons he'd said, not just because I had a Psycho X trying to hunt me down, then I was there for it, because I didn't want to be anywhere else.
I want to run down and check in with Kat before we leave. Feel free to check the place out while I'm gone.
Okay, I should probably check in with Andy anyway. It wouldn't make him happy if he finds out what happened from someone else. He leaned down and brushed his lips across mine.
Won't take but a minute.
I watched him walk out, and as soon as the door closed behind him, I ran my fingers across my lips. I hadn't realized I wanted goodbye kisses in my life, but man, that was sweet. I wondered if that was something he'd do all the time. I sure hoped so. I didn't try to call Andy because I knew he was on shift today, so instead, I sent him a text. Me. Hey, just wanted to let you know I ran into some trouble with one of Butch's guys today. I'm fine. Hawk brought me to his condo just to be on the safe side. I didn't want you to worry. I moved to shove my phone in my pocket, but I must have caught him between runs because my phone pinged immediately. Andy. What exactly do you mean by trouble? Me. He was following me, but it's all okay. Andy. If it isn't safe for you at your house, you know you can come stay with us. Me. I know, but I'm okay here at Hawk's. Andy. Got a call from an auto accident. Gotta go. I'll call you tomorrow. I shoved my phone in my pocket and decided to take Hawk up on his offer to check the place out. I spent the next 20 minutes or so nosing around. It felt weird to be snooping around in Hawk's condo, but he'd told me to feel free. Other than the size of the place, nothing was surprising. The whole condo had that same generic style I'd noticed earlier. It was nice enough, and I was guessing he hadn't spared any expense, but none of the rooms had any personality. It was almost like being in a luxury hotel. Everything was top quality and designed to be pleasing to everyone but not special to anyone. The main thing I did find was that his fridge was basically empty. Not that I expected to find a lot. He'd already told me he mostly ate at the bistro downstairs. But still, a package of cheese, some orange juice, half a dozen eggs, and a box of leftover pizza was kind of sad. The rest of the kitchen looked pretty good, though. It was well stocked with pots, pans, and utensils. The kitchen was on the inside wall, so it didn't have any windows, but all the other rooms had views of different parts of downtown. I couldn't wait to see it at night. Vesper might not be a huge city, but it took great pride in its downtown area and had a pretty impressive skyline for its size. The condo was a lot bigger than I'd expected, and I spent quite a bit of time in the kitchen, so I didn't even make it all the way through before the front door opened and Hawk stepped in.
Are you ready to go?
I am.
Let's go then.
A couple hours later, we'd packed up enough of my things that I could stay for days. I thought about what he'd said about how if it was up to him, he would pack up all of my things. I didn't actually have that much, so it wouldn't take long. There was one other problem, though. You know I only moved in here after the new year, and I have a year lease. He shrugged.
And?
I didn't know if that meant he hadn't been serious about wanting me with him, but before I could backtrack, he continued on.
Leases can be broken.
Sure they can, but it isn't cheap. Mary Ellen pays me well, but not that well.
You don't have to worry about that, Mouse. When the time comes and you agree to move in with me, I'll take care of all the details. That's what daddies do.
I wanted to argue with him that my details weren't his problem, but he'd said that's what daddies do. I thought about the way Samuel was with Mars and the way Jesse was with Andy. It wasn't so much a deal with Caleb and Keith because Caleb didn't have details to handle. He was super responsible and pretty much had his ducks all in a row. But the other two? Yeah, I could see it. I'll need to come back and water my roses. I gently touched the leaf of one of the plants I'd bought at the market. I couldn't believe that was just a few days before.
We could take them with us to my place if you want.
Okay, thanks. Just one more thing before we go. I grabbed one of my reusable shopping bags and went to the fridge. There's no point in letting all this food go to waste.
We can stop at the grocery store on the way home if you need to, or we can have stuff delivered.
I nodded. We can, but like I said, no point in letting what's here spoil. We don't need to take it all, but the produce and the meat will go bad pretty quick. I could have just tossed it all in the freezer, but the truth was that I wanted to cook for him, and all this food would give me a reason he couldn't argue with.
I'll take everything else out to the truck while you do that, but do not come outside until I come back to get you.
That was a sobering reminder that I wasn't going to stay with Hawk just because he wanted me to, and this wasn't a fun adventure. This was serious business. I didn't know what Butch's intent was, but it wasn't good. I won't. I'll stay inside until you say it's safe. He brushed a kiss across my lips.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
I put as much stuff in that bag as would fit, and then I grabbed another bag and filled it up with stuff from the pantry. It wouldn't spoil, but they were all things I'd need if I was going to cook for him. I was ready to defend my choice when he came back in, but he didn't even blink. He just picked up both bags.
Is this it? Did you get all your crochet stuff?
I chuckled. All my crochet stuff? No, all my crochet stuff would take a moving van. No one told me how addictive yarn is, or I might have second-guessed this as a hobby.
I take it you have a lot?
I cringed and held up my fingers, indicating a tiny bit, and then spread them apart as far as they could go. I may have a little problem.
Well, I can think of much worse problems to have. But did you at least get enough to keep you busy for a few days until we can come back for more?
I did. One of the bags you already carried out is full of yarn, hooks, and a couple of my pattern books.
Books? I figured you just grabbed stuff online.
Oh, I do, but Mary Ellen had some old pattern books, and she gave them to me. I'm trying out some of them just for fun to see how they turn out.
She sounds really nice.
She is.
Here's what we're going to do. I'll take these out, then I'll come back for you. This will be the opposite of when we arrived. I'll open your car door and then motion for you to come. I want you to head straight for the car, no hesitation. Get in, and I'll close the door behind you. You immediately lock the car door. Got it?
I do. When we'd arrived here, he'd made me sit in the car with the doors locked while he checked the house, and then once he knew it was clear, he motioned for me to hurry inside. I hated this, and I hated Butch. I just wanted all this to be over so Hawk and I could figure out if what we had was something real. I thought it could be, and I knew he believed it was, but as long as he had no choice but to spend time with me, how could I be sure? I stood inside, watched as he finished loading up the car, and then checked the area for any threats. When he motioned for me to come, I did exactly as he said and hurried to the car. A couple of guys I hadn't met, but that I'd seen around during self-defense class, met us in the parking garage of his building. I couldn't say for sure, but I was guessing they were brothers. They looked so much alike.
Micah, this is Axel and Maddox. They work for Three Bears.
Hey, Micah. Nice to finally meet the man who has Hawk all tied up in knots, one of them said.
Maddox, I asked you to help carry stuff upstairs. That doesn't require you to open your big mouth.
Hawk grumbled. Maddox winked at me and grabbed some of my stuff out of the bag. That name sounded familiar, and it took me a second to put it together. You're the one that went looking for Snake.
I was, but he was long gone by the time I got there.
Thanks for trying anyway. As soon as he saw that I went inside the bank, he had to know I'd call for help, so he probably took off right away. He smiled at me.
You did good. Kat told us how you got away. That was good work.
I felt my cheeks heat at his praise. I just did what Hawk and Tuck taught us to do in the self-defense class.
Yeah, Hawk and Tuck are great.
Quit your gabbing and let's get the stuff upstairs.
Hawk grumbled again, and Axel winked at me again. The four of us headed up the stairs. They all had their hands full, and I only had one flower pot with a rose bush in it, so I pulled out my card for the elevator. I slipped it in the slot and pressed the button for the 10th floor. Neither of them said anything about me having a card, but I noticed the brothers shared a look.
Shut up, both of you,
Hawk grumbled again, and I wondered if he was always so testy with them or if I was missing something.
Didn't say a word, Axel said. Nope, not a word, Maddox agreed.
I assume you two are brothers.
Twins, actually, but we're easy to tell apart. I'm the good-looking one.
Axel grinned and then shoulder-bumped his brother. Maddox rolled his eyes.
But I'm the smart one, and I'll take brains over looks any day.
I studied the two brothers. Axel's nose was a little crooked, like it had been broken at some point and hadn't healed back perfectly straight, and his hair was longer than Maddox's. But honestly, other than that, they looked pretty much the same.
Just ignore them.
Hawk shot them both a glare.
They think they're funny.
We are funny,
one said, and the other added,
hilarious even.
The doors to the elevator opened, and we all stepped out. Hawk went straight to his door and pushed it open.
You can just set everything in the foyer.
Axel rolled his eyes but set down the bags he was carrying. Then he dropped his voice down low in what was supposed to be an imitation of Hawk and said,
Thank you so much for helping me carry all Micah's stuff up to our love nest. Couldn't have done it without you, Axel.
Then he went back to his regular voice.
No problem, Hawk. It was a pleasure to help.
Then he turned to me.
All joking aside, I'm glad you're here. These are some nasty characters, but Hawk will take care of you.
Then the brothers both turned and left. Are they always like that? I asked.
Like what?
I shrugged. I don't know, joking around and giving each other a hard time.
They are, but don't let them fool you. They like to have fun, but the two of them are the best at what they do.
And what's that exactly?
Whatever they need to do to get the job done.
Hawk had insisted that I unpack everything I'd brought. I didn't know if it was because he wanted me to be comfortable or because he liked the idea of my stuff being in his place. I knew that I did. He'd cleared out some space for my clothes in his bedroom and told me to put all my yarn and crafting supplies in the study because that was where he spent most of his time. By the time we got everything situated, I was beat. That short nap we'd had earlier hadn't been anywhere near enough after the crazy morning I'd had. When I'd been packing up my food, I'd planned to cook him something nice for dinner as a thank you for, well, just for being him, but I didn't get the chance. He picked up on how tired I was and insisted on ordering us something to eat from downstairs so I could eat and get some rest.
Baby boy, I can tell how tired you are.
But...
Nope, no buts. You had a close call this morning and then went and packed up half your stuff. This has turned your life upside down, so just let me take care of you. You'll have plenty of time to cook for me.
And how was I supposed to argue with that? Chapter 17. Micah. The next morning, Hawk drove me to work, but he refused to leave.
They know where you work, and while I'm sure the gate guard does a fine job, I don't trust him with your safety. So if you're staying here, so am I.
I thought I'd be perfectly safe, but I did feel better knowing he was there. If not for me, then for Mary Ellen. She would never let someone take me without putting up a fuss, and that meant she was just as much at risk. He brushed another quick kiss across my lips and motioned for me to get out of the car. Looked like goodbye kisses were indeed a thing for him, and I sure wasn't complaining. I went inside and found Mary Ellen in the conservatory. "Good morning," I called out. She turned to look at me, and I was glad I'd made the decision to come today. She looked stressed.
"Micah, dear, good to see you. I can't find the butter pats, you know, the ones with the pink rims. I ordered the prettiest centerpieces of light pink lisianthus, and those butter pats would be the perfect complement to the table."
"I put them back in the butler's pantry after your last luncheon. Let me grab them for you." She followed me and stood by while I got out the step stool and pulled down the stack of tiny little plates. "See? Here they are. You have nothing to worry about. Her birthday party is going to be perfect."
"I just want it to be special, but what do I know about entertaining a bunch of young women? She'll probably think the whole thing is ridiculous."
"I'm sure she won't think it's ridiculous at all. I have her gift, by the way. I set it on the table as I came in. She's going to love it."
"So, are you going to tell me what happened yesterday since you didn't come back? Not that it matters. It just wasn't like you to be so vague."
"I am. Why don't I make us a cup of tea and I'll tell you all about it?" Mary Ellen was a firm believer that all bad news, good news, and in between was best delivered with a good cup of tea. I thought that it came with the years she and David had spent in England when they were younger. She followed me into the kitchen and waited while I put the kettle on and got everything ready. Once we sat down at the table with our cups, she was finished being patient.
"Okay, what's going on?"
I told her about my ex showing up and this guy trying to grab me yesterday. She didn't say anything until I was done, but then she looked at me with concern in her eyes.
"Micah, this man sounds like bad news."
She wasn't wrong at all, and I hadn't even told her the parts about the iron jackals being mixed up in human trafficking and who knows what else. "He is, but I'm okay. As a matter of fact, Hawk is sitting outside, keeping watch right now."
"Hawk, that's the young man you were taking self-defense classes from, isn't it? That name is pretty hard to forget."
"That's him, yes."
"Well, I would like to meet him. I don't know anything about him or his company. I need to decide if he's the right person to be protecting you.
His company, Three Bears Tactical, is very skilled, Mary Ellen. There's no one better to be looking out for me than Hawk.
Have him come inside, and I'll be the judge of that. If I think you need someone better, I'll hire someone. I know you didn't have the money to hire the best, but I do.
He isn't charging me. He just wants to keep me safe. We're, involved.
Well, that's all the more reason for me to meet him. Some decisions have to be made with a clear head, not your penis, dear.
Mary Ellen, I said on a gasp.
Don't Mary Ellen me. Just get your young man in here.
I pulled out my phone and sent him a text. Me, can you come inside? Hawk, is everything okay? Me, yes, she wants to meet you to see if she thinks you're good enough to take care of me. Hawk, I can take care of you. She has nothing to worry about. Me, I know that, and you know that, but she needs to meet you. She's threatening to hire someone else that she trusts to protect me. Hawk, I like her already. I'll be right in. He's coming in, but trust me, no one will mess with me as long as Hawk is with me.
I'll be the judge of that. Now let's go meet your young man.
I grinned at the idea of someone calling him my young man. I bet he'd get a kick out of that. By the time we made it to the front door, Hawk was standing there waiting, all 6.5 feet of him. He sure looked like someone who could keep a person safe. Mary Ellen took a step back and looked him up and down before looking at me.
I see what you meant.
Then she turned back to Hawk.
Well, come on in. Let's have a seat, and you can tell me why I should trust you to keep Micah safe.
He glanced at me, and I shrugged. We both followed her across the foyer and into the formal living room. She took a seat in the large wing-back chair and motioned for us to sit on the small floral settee. It took everything in me not to laugh. In all the time I'd been working here, I'd never seen her use this room. She much preferred the cozy family room or the airy conservatory. Poor Hawk looked totally out of place on the small fancy couch, but I was still willing to let this play out and see what she was planning.
So, Mr. Hawk, is it?
Actually, ma'am, my name is Duncan. Duncan Hawkins. I raised one eyebrow at him. He still hadn't told me his first name, but he folded like a bad cheap deck of cards as soon as she asked. He shrugged but didn't say a word to me. She nodded approvingly.
Very good. Duncan, then. Now, Duncan, what is it that you do for a living?
This felt more like I'd brought a guy home to meet my dad, but okay. I'm one of the owners of Three Bears Tactical Services. We provide personal security for individuals and events, as well as training for law enforcement.
And are you from this area, Duncan?
I'm not. I'm from Houston, but my co-owner, Jason Wolfe, is from here.
Jason Wolfe. Is that Gareth's grandson?
Yes, it is.
He and my David were friends. He was a good man.
She paused for a minute, thinking things over.
So you plan to find this man who's threatening Micah and do something about it?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do. I don't plan on letting anyone hurt him. She cocked her head to one side.
And does that include you, Duncan?
OMG, I wanted to crawl into a hole, but Hawk just reached over and patted my leg. It sure does. I would never hurt Micah.
Okay, then. You can call me Mary Ellen, and you can just send me the bill for his protection. I won't have him receiving subpar service because you aren't charging him.
Trust me, Mary Ellen. If anything, Micah's receiving even better protection because he's mine. And at Three Bears Tactical, we take care of our own. Now, if you don't mind, I'd feel better if I went back outside so I could keep an eye on the property.
Absolutely. It was nice to meet you, Duncan.
We sat there and watched while he walked out, neither of us saying a word, but once we heard the front door close, she looked at me and fanned herself.
Holy moly, that's one good-looking man.
He is, isn't he?
Is he staying at your house with you?
He was right after Butch showed up, but after that guy accosted me yesterday, he decided I should stay at his condo in the Three Bears office.
That sounds like a good idea.
And he thinks I should take a few days off. That guy followed me from here, which means he knows where I work. I don't want to put you in any danger by being here. She waved me off.
I'm not worried about that. That gate out front does a good job of keeping the riffraff out, but I would feel better about things if you were someplace safe. So I agree with him. You should take some time off, as much as you need, dear. Nope, no apologies. I love having you here with me, and your job will be right here waiting for you. But you know as well as I do, I don't need you here. I can take care of myself just fine. As a matter of fact, why don't you go ahead and go now? I'd much rather your man be out looking for that scoundrel than sitting out front while you're in here helping me do something I'm perfectly capable of doing on my own.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Is there anything you need me to get for you first? I don't want you up on any ladders trying to hang lights or anything.
I'm good.
I lifted one eyebrow at her.
No ladders, I promise.
Fine, but you call me if you need anything. I can get someone to run me over.
I will, and you keep me updated so I know you're all right.
I walked over to her and leaned down to give her a hug. Thank you.
Hawk. Micah's employer was something else. The last thing I'd expected today was to be called into the house to be interrogated, not only about my ability to keep Micah safe, but also my intentions with him. Before I'd been called inside, I'd been researching crimes the Iron Jackals had been suspects in, and to my surprise it was fairly limited. But then I remembered what Micah had said about them having local law enforcement in their pocket, so I shifted my focus off of them and onto the local sheriff. I'd started to piece together a suspicious pattern of spending by the man when I got Micah's text asking me to come inside. As soon as I got back in the car, I pulled out my laptop and went right back to it. I scrolled through the man's social media looking for new cars, boats, homes, or vacations. Most people didn't give any thought to what they shared, which made posts and tweets a goldmine for investigators. The party Micah had insisted on helping with was after lunch, so I had a few hours to kill, or at least I thought I did. I hadn't expected another text from Micah. Mouse.
She's sending me home. Should I just come out, or do you need to check things first?
I was proud of him for checking with me first. That told me he was taking this seriously, which was a good thing. He needed to. The more I learned about these guys, the more concerned I was. I stepped out of the car and quickly scanned the area around us. I hadn't seen anything that made me think there was any danger, but I had gone inside for a short time, so I wanted to be sure. Once I was confident that the area was secure, I sent him a text letting him know it was safe to come to the car. I opened his door for him, and he hurried out and hopped in with no hesitation. I closed his door, then went around to the driver's side and got back in. "What about the party?" I asked.
She agreed that it would be best if I took some time off and stayed somewhere safe. We'd already done most of the work on the party ahead of time.
She seems pretty capable for a woman in her 80s.
Oh, she is. Truth is, she doesn't really need me here. She just enjoys having someone around. It hasn't been that long since her husband passed away, and I think it helps to have me there to talk to.
He reached up and rubbed the pendant he wore.
He was a nice man. I'm glad she had him in her life for so long.
I reached for his hand and twined our fingers together. "Let's head home. I have some work to do anyway." A short time later, I pulled into the parking garage at Three Bears.
"Are you going to be working here in the building?"
he asked. "I'll be in my office on the 7th floor. You're welcome to hang out down there if you want."
"I think I'll go on up to the condo, if that's okay?"
"Micah, you can do whatever you prefer. This whole building is a safe zone for you. We've got the gym where we do self-defense class, the 9th floor is where the others hang out, and then, of course, you know where I'll be. You don't have to be cooped up in one place. If you need to get some air, you can always go up on the roof."
"The roof? Why would I go on the roof?"
I chuckled because that was when I realized I hadn't told them about the private rooftop area Wolf Gator and I shared. "Come with me, and I'll show you." He followed me into the laundry room and gasped when I opened the door to reveal a set of stairs going up.
When I was snooping around, I just assumed that was like a linen closet or something.
There's a set in each of our condos that goes to the roof. We went up the stairs and out onto the top of the building. We'd had grand plans of turning this into our own little oasis, but running a business takes a lot of time,
and none of the three of us had followed through. We'd made it as far as 3 Adirondack chairs and a small fire pit. Micah stood there looking around for a minute.
Oh, wow. This place up here could be fabulous. Some plants, maybe some lights, and an outdoor kitchen, maybe a pergola for shade.
That's kind of what we were thinking. We just haven't gotten around to doing it. He wandered over to the edge of the building and looked over.
It's really high up here. I bet the view is something at night.
If you're going to be up here, shoot me a text and let me know so I can find you if I need to.
I will, but odds are I won't be leaving today. I'm just planning to drink coffee, watch baking shows, and crochet. No exploring, at least not today. I think I need some time to decompress and think about everything that's happened in the last couple of days.
I knew he'd been through a lot, but I hoped one of those things he needed to think about wasn't us. I didn't want to say that, though, because I didn't want to pressure him. You take all the time you need. Don't forget that the bistro is downstairs if you want to grab lunch, but if you're going to do that, let me know first. You can access it from inside the building, but it's open to the public with an external exit, so I'd prefer to go with you.
Thanks, but I have plenty of food that we brought from my place, so I'll be good.
When he stepped into the stairwell, I looked down at him before running my hand through his unruly curls. If you get bored, you know where to find me.
I do, and if you get hungry, you know where to find me.
I raised one eyebrow at him, and he laughed.
For lunch, silly.
I was pretty sure that hadn't been what he meant at all. As tempting as lunch sounds, I need to find these assholes so you'll be safe. I'll want to eat later, though. I was so tempted to change my mind and stay upstairs with him, but there would be plenty of opportunities for me to spend time with my boy after Butch was taken care of. So I settled for a quick kiss and a reminder that if he needed anything, I was just downstairs. I headed straight for the ops center to talk to Kat. I needed to tell her what I'd found about the sheriff and see if she had any information for me. She looked up when I walked in and grinned.
You two are sweet together.
What do you mean? I asked, and she pointed at the bank of monitors, one of which was pointed right at the area on the roof. I forget you have eyes everywhere, I grumbled.
Not everywhere. There are none in the personal residences.
Only because we told you no. She let out an exasperated sigh.
I still think it would be a good idea. What if there's an intruder?
Then you'll see him on one of the other 100 cameras you have in this building. Now, have you found anything?
Nothing good. Just more and more of the same. The Iron Jackals are involved in some shady shit. I can't believe there are no charges yet. It's so obvious they're mixed up in everything from running guns and selling drugs to human trafficking.
Yeah, about that. Micah said something that got me thinking. Something about how they had the local law in their pocket. I started looking into it, and I think he's right. Check this out. I pulled up the guy's social media and set the computer down in front of her, and she started scrolling.
Is that a new bass boat?
Yeah, and it isn't just any bass boat. That sucker is high-end. It starts at $80K, but keep scrolling.
A new truck to pull the bass boat? Wow, nice house in the background there. I wonder if that's his.
According to tax records, it is. And check out his vacation photos.
Is that from a guided hunt in Canada? She asked. That can't be cheap.
I would think not.
Whew.
Kat blew out a breath.
Looks to me like our local sheriff is living pretty high on the hog.
Or he was, anyway. I pointed at the last post. Check out those dates. All the posts stopped about 6 months ago.
Interesting. Here's what I found.
She pulled up a map dotted with pins on her computer. Personally, I preferred old-school paper maps and physical pins, but I would never tell Kat that.
I cross-referenced individuals who were suspected of human trafficking with people the Jackals had worked security jobs for, and there's a fair amount of overlap.
We already knew they were hired muscle for some unsavory characters, but the question is, do they know what they're being hired for, or are they simply stupid?
Or both.
She shook her head. Did you get a hold of Chance?
I did. He's looking into it on his end. He said he'd give me a call when he has something.
I sighed. Okay, I guess we'll just keep digging until then. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, expecting it to be Micah. But it wasn't.
Instead, it was my friend Samuel. Samuel, Mars is worried about Micah. He says he's okay, but Mars doesn't believe him. Is he all right? Me. He's fine for now. He's upstairs in my condo, either crocheting or cooking or snooping. Samuel. Any progress on catching these guys? Me. Nowhere near enough. Samuel. Maybe y'all should come over for dinner. Me. Let me talk to Micah. I'd rather he not leave the building just yet, but maybe Mars could come visit him here. Samuel. Sounds good. Have him get with Mars about that, and we need to go out for lunch once all this is over. Me. You're on.
Chapter 18. Micah. By the time Friday rolled around, I was so glad Mars and Andy were coming over the next day. If you'd asked me a month ago, I would have told you that a week of not leaving the house would be heaven. I would have been wrong. Not leaving and not being able to leave were two totally different things. All the baking competitions, crochet projects, and really, and I mean really, good sex couldn't change the fact that I was basically a prisoner in a glass cage. I missed hanging out with my friends. I'd been right about the city's skyline from the window. It was amazing, but at this point, I didn't want to look at people out having fun. I wanted to be out having fun. Mostly, I wanted to go to the farmer's market and buy fresh produce or go to Mars's shop. I'd gotten used to spending time there, just hanging out in the tea room and chatting with whoever happened to come in. I'd stayed in contact with Mary Ellen to let her know I was doing okay, but I missed her too. I hadn't told my mother what was going on, but I'd talked to her more in the last few days than I had in ages. If I didn't find some other way to occupy myself, she was going to get suspicious. Hawk had been spending most of his time trying to locate Butch, but so far, he hadn't had any luck. I suspected that they'd moved on, and while I wished they would just go away and leave me alone, I knew I'd never feel completely safe as long as he was a threat. I was finishing up the 5th season of Spring Baking Championship when Hawk came into the room. I'd been so engrossed in the show I hadn't even heard him come in. More evidence I needed a bodyguard. Or maybe I just felt safe here in Hawk's condo. Either way, he scared me half to death when he spoke. I placed my hand on my chest and took a couple deep breaths. "Hawk, you scared me half to death."
Sorry, Mouse. I didn't mean to startle you. I called out when I entered the condo.
It's okay. I startle easy on a good day, but with everything going on right now, it's even worse. That's when I noticed he was carrying a basket. What's that?
Well, I wanted to take you on a date, but we can't really do that right now, so I thought we could improvise.
I sat up and smiled at him, excitement rushing through me. And have a picnic here in the condo? That's a great idea. I'd been cooking dinner for us every night, and this explained why he'd told me not to bother with that tonight, that he was picking something up for us to eat. I never dreamed it would be something like this. I figured it would be Chinese takeout or something. I was starting to think I'd hit the daddy jackpot more and more each day.
Close, but not in the condo. Up on the roof.
Oh, even better. I love picnics and I love looking at the stars, so that's a win-win. Look at you nailing date night. That was when it hit me that if we were going on a date, I needed to wear something nicer than the sweatpants and t-shirt I had on. You should have told me, then I could have gotten dressed appropriately. He furrowed his brows.
What's wrong with what you're wearing?
It's not exactly date attire. I motioned down my body with my hands to make the point.
I don't see anything wrong with what you have on. You look amazing, and you're dressed just right for a rooftop picnic. Now, are you ready?
Sure. Do we need to take a blanket or anything up with us?
Nothing but this.
He held up the basket.
Everything else is already waiting for us.
Really?
Yup, and believe me, I was watching my phone anxiously all afternoon, waiting for you to text me and say you decided to go up on the roof and had spoiled the surprise.
I'd considered it earlier when I was feeling sorry for myself for being cooped up in the condo, but I'd opted for television instead. I was glad I had because I loved surprises. He pulled open the door, letting me go first, and then followed me up the stairs. I figured he'd put a blanket and a few pillows or something up there, but I hadn't been at all prepared for what I'd found when I opened the door to the rooftop. There was a canopy in the middle that had lights strung all around it and a table with a red and white checkered tablecloth and 2 chairs sat underneath. He'd added a few potted plants around to make the place feel alive, and there was music playing from somewhere. "This is amazing, Daddy." He leaned down and kissed me on the temple.
"I'm glad you think so, baby boy. When all this is over and done with, I'll take you out on a real date."
Well, good luck topping this one, 'cause it's perfect. It really was. The food was amazing, and while we ate, we talked about everything except the investigation. That ugliness had no place in the bubble he'd created for us up here. When we'd finished eating, he picked up his wine glass.
"Here's to us and the future we're creating."
My insides melted as I clinked my glass against his. I'd never had anyone make a toast like that, and it was so incredibly sweet. It gave me hope that maybe he was right, and we'd be able to put all this behind us soon and create a future together. So what now?
"Gator brought us up some wood for the fire pit if you want to have a fire."
A fire would be nice. It really would. The spring nights could be just chilly enough to enjoy an outdoor fire, but the truth was, a fire wasn't really what I wanted right now. But I would never tell him that. The last thing I wanted was for him to think I didn't appreciate all the trouble he'd gone to setting all this up. He must have heard it in my voice, though, because he reached for my hand.
"Or if you'd rather, we could call it a night and go to bed."
I nodded eagerly. "We can have a fire another time."
"That we can." Hawk. When I had this idea to take him on a date on the rooftop, I'd worried it was silly, but Gator had assured me it was a brilliant plan. He'd been the one to set up everything for me, and he'd been right. I owed him big time, and seeing my boy's excitement when he realized what I'd planned would be worth whatever favor Gator wanted in return. I left everything where it was. No one else came up on the roof, so it could wait until later. My boy couldn't. When we got back downstairs, we went straight to the bedroom, and Micah looked up at me.
"Daddy?"
he asked sweetly, and my chest clenched the way it did every time he called me that. I'd had boys before, some of them I'd even thought might stick around, but hearing them call me Daddy had never sounded as right as it did coming from Micah. "Yes, baby boy?" I slid my fingers into his hair. He had the softest curls, and touching them was addictive. He leaned into my touch and let out a sigh.
"It's really nice of you to take me on a date."
He dropped his head and then quietly said,
"I want to do something for you, to show you how much I appreciate it."
"You know you don't have to do anything for me, right?" He nodded but kept his head down.
"I know, but I want to."
"And what would you like to do?" I asked, using the fingers I'd wrapped in his hair to pull his head up so we made eye contact.
"I want to taste you."
Fuck. The way he said that was so sweet. Well, I wouldn't want to stop you from getting what you want, now would I? I reached down and unbuttoned my fly, then pushed my pants down. His eyes widened when he realized I wasn't wearing any underwear. "Do you like what you see, boy?" He nodded and dropped to his knees in front of me. He raised his eyes to meet mine, and the look he gave me was pure sin. Gone was the shy boy from earlier, who hadn't made eye contact when he said he wanted to do something for me. He ran his tongue across his lips, leaving them wet and glistening, and the sight of him there on his knees with his mouth wet and waiting made my cock jump. He took it in his hand and leaned forward. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked a bead of pre-cum off the tip, sending a shiver through my entire body. Fuck, that feels good. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. Then the cheeky little brat winked at me before leaning forward and swallowing me whole. Over the last week, he had become more and more comfortable with me, but still, I wouldn't have thought my sweet little mouse had it in him. Obviously, I was wrong. Not that I was complaining. The head of my cock rubbed against the back of his throat as he swallowed around it, and I let out a groan because, damn, he was good at this. My fingers were still wrapped around his hair, and I left them there, but I didn't direct his movements, letting him set the pace. He pulled off until just the head was in his mouth and began to suck, and damn, that felt amazing.
He alternated between sucking and taking me to the back of his throat, and I knew I wouldn't last long. Between watching his mouth around my cock and the feel of his hot, wet mouth, I was already ready to blow. I'd felt possessive of Micah from the first time I'd seen him, but seeing him on his knees for me like this ratcheted it up to a level I'd never experienced before. Some primitive part of me needed to be buried deep inside him when I came, like I could mark him as mine if I was. I tightened my grip in his hair and pulled him off of me.
Baby boy, I'm about to come.
That's kind of the point, Daddy.
It is, but I want to be inside you when I come, so let's take this to the bed.
I helped him to his feet and then covered his mouth with mine. I could taste myself on his tongue, and fuck if that wasn't sexy as hell.
Clothes off, and on the bed, baby boy. I want to feel you underneath me.
We both stripped off our clothes and then fell onto the bed together.
Have I told you lately how fucking beautiful you are?
I ran a finger across one of his nipples, and he shivered. If he didn't already have me on edge with that blowjob, I might have taken some time to enjoy just how sensitive he was. But right now, getting inside him was imperative to my survival. I reached blindly for the lube and condom that were on the bedside table. I knocked the basket the condoms were in off onto the floor, but I didn't care. We could clean that up later. I rolled on the condom and then opened the bottle, pouring some of the lube onto my hand. He spread his legs wide, giving me plenty of access. I pressed one finger in, sliding it in and out of his hole, then added a second. I pumped in and out, twisting them around and stretching him as he moaned, and damn, I loved that sound. Once I was sure he was ready, I got into position and slid into him slowly, letting out a long groan as his tight heat surrounded me. I stilled to give him a chance to adjust. I stayed there until I felt his body relax around me. Then I began to thrust into him harder and deeper, encouraged by the sounds he made.
Yes, harder, just like that.
Touch yourself for me, baby. I want you to come with me.
He did as I said, reaching down to wrap his hand around his leaking cock and began to stroke in time with my thrusts.
Yes, just like that,
I told him as I slammed into him over and over. Seeing the urgent way he jerked his cock, like he was desperate to come, was enough to push me over the edge, but I fought against it, wanting him to get there first. Finally, he cried out as he came all over his stomach. I gripped his hips tight, holding him in place as I thrust deep inside him one more time, throwing my head back and roaring as I came, filling the condom with my release. When all this mess with Butch was over and done with, I planned to talk to him about losing the condoms, because he was it for me. I wanted to fill him with my seed, not a bloody condom, but there would be time enough for that later on. I rolled off the bed and went to the bathroom to get a wet cloth to clean him up. Then I fell into bed next to him, pulling him close. Chapter 19. Micah. I got up early the next morning and snuck out of bed. Waking up without me made my daddy grumpy, something I found adorable, but Mars and Andy were coming over today, and I wanted to make sure the condo was clean before they came. Plus, I was planning to fix us a nice lunch and maybe some brownies as well, so that meant I needed to get a move on. I should have done it yesterday instead of binge-watching baking shows and feeling sorry for myself, but I didn't. Sometimes past me didn't make the best choices, and present me had to deal with them. This was one of those times. I made French toast because Hawk really seemed to like it. Plus, it would be quick and easy so I could get started on other things. By the time he came into the kitchen looking all pouty, I had breakfast ready and had cleaned both the kitchen and the spare bathroom.
You left me in bed,
he grumbled. I did, but I made you French toast.
With strawberries?
Of course. I opened the oven and pulled out the plate of French toast. The guys are coming today, and I had things I needed to get done before they came.
Like what?
He headed straight for the coffee pot while I put all the food on the kitchen island. He had both a dining room table and a breakfast nook, but for the most part, we sat at the island. It was just easier. I needed to make sure everything was clean. I couldn't have them coming here to this amazing place and have it be all dirty and nasty. He took a seat on the stool in front of the food and then turned to look at me. Micah, this place has never been so clean. I swear, having you here is like having a live-in housekeeper. I don't know what could have possibly been dirty and nasty. I pushed the bowl of macerated strawberries his way, and he spooned a bunch of them on top of his French toast. I just wanted everything to be clean for them, that's all. And trust me, that spare bathroom needed a good cleaning. You've already done it? He asked. Well, yeah, that's why I got up early, even if I'd rather stay in bed with you. I didn't know if it was the forkful of sugary goodness he'd just eaten or the comment, but his face softened and he smiled at me. Plus, I have to make our lunch and maybe a sweet treat as well. I'm going to go downstairs and try to get some work done while your friends are here. I've been shirking some of my duties this last week, so it'll give me a chance to catch up. I'm so sorry. I know I'm not paying you and you have a job to do. Stop. You have nothing to be sorry about. Wolf will tell you I'm pretty bad at doing that stuff, no matter what's going on. Now, let's get back to this sweet treat business. What are you going to make? Something else I'd learned about Hawk was that he had a serious sweet tooth. I was thinking turtle brownies, maybe. I'm pretty sure I have everything I need. He stood up and came around the island to stand in front of me. Are you going to save me some? Of course I am. Good boy. He purred, before pulling me close and giving me a proper good morning kiss. I melted against him, all my plans for the day fading away. But luckily for me, he did a better job of remembering we had things to do today. He pulled back and grinned at me. I'm going to hit the gym downstairs before I start working, so you can find me there if you need anything. Okay, but I should be all set. Thanks for breakfast, Mouse. Enjoy your day with your friends. I was so tempted to tell him I'd call them and cancel if he wanted to spend the day here, but he was already behind on work because of me. Plus, I really did want to see Andy and Mars. A couple hours later, I was pulling a double batch of brownies out of the oven when there was a knock on the door. I pulled it open and was immediately engulfed in a hug. I laughed and hugged Andy back. When he let me go, I stepped back and motioned for them to come in. This building is fancy, Mars said. Hawk had to bring us up in the elevator because he said it wouldn't go up here without his thumbprint. Yeah, that's why he thinks it's safer for me to be here right now. I would think so, Andy said. There was a person at the desk downstairs who took our names and checked them against a list before calling Hawk to come get us. No one's getting in here uninvited. They followed me into the living room, and Mars stopped in the middle of the massive open space and looked around. Wow, Samuel said this used to be some store's corporate office. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. This is amazing. It's really nice. Apparently Gator's condo is a mirror image of this one, and Wolf's is in the middle. I haven't been in either one, though. That's just what Hawk told me. Andy walked over to the windows and looked out. It's impressive. Do you miss it? Living in a place like this, I mean. Andy and Jesse lived in a small house across the street from Jesse's grandmother, but Andy had grown up with money, so a place like this was much more what he was used to. Not at all. I wouldn't trade living across from Gigi for anything. She's pretty awesome, I agreed. She is. Now show us around and then feed me. This place smells like a bakery. A few hours later, we'd blown through the lunch I'd prepared, at least half of one of the batches of brownies and 2 bottles of wine. I guess we should get going, Mars said, pulling out his phone. I'll order our ride. While Mars was doing that, Andy looked at me. I'm glad you're safe, and it was good to see you. It was good to see you guys, too. I hate that Caleb had to work. He hated it, too, Andy said. Don't be surprised if he shows up with a stack of books to keep you occupied if this goes on much longer. I hope it doesn't. I'm really tired of being cooped up here in the condo. I bet you are, but Samuel says Hawk is the best at what he does, and that'll fix all of this for you. Mars looked so confident that because Samuel said it, it must be true, that I couldn't help but smile. I know he's doing his best to find Butch and put an end to all of it. We should plan a dinner party when it's over. Samuel would love to have Hawk, Jesse, and Keith all come hang out. We'll do that. A few minutes later, Mars got the notification that their car was there. Andy promised to come hang out again the next time he wasn't on shift. They both gave me a hug, and then they left. It had been so nice having people here in the house, and now that they were gone, it was so quiet. I went into the kitchen to put everything away and noticed the extra pan of brownies sitting on the counter. We'd only eaten half of the first batch, so there was still plenty left in it for Hawk. He'd mentioned that the guys like to hang out together in the common area on the 9th floor when they weren't working, and this was Saturday, so there might be someone down there who'd like a brownie, and if no one was there, I'd just leave them for them to eat later. I went to the study and dug around in Hawk's desk until I found a piece of paper. I wrote a nice little note telling them where the brownies came from and included a little warning that they included nuts, just to be safe. I covered the pan with foil and taped the note on top. I shoved my phone in my pocket and made sure I had my card so I could get back up to the condo, then headed down to the 9th floor. When I stepped off the elevator, it sounded like there was a party going on. Music was playing, people were talking, and someone was shouting that some idiot was going to get everyone killed. That came from one of the guys sitting on the couch with a game controller in his hands and a headset on, so obviously no one was in real danger. I'd met a few of them before, either at the self-defense class or down in the ops center the day Hawk brought me in, but some of them I'd never seen before. Tucker and Gator were sitting at the poker table playing with a man with a beard and tattooed hands I didn't know, and the twin with the short hair. I couldn't remember if he was Axel or Maddox. He looked up and grinned when he saw me.
"Micah, it's about time you came down to hang out with us."
Everyone except the guy yelling at the video game stopped what they were doing to look at me. "I just came down to see if you all wanted these," I said weakly, holding out the baking dish. I hadn't really thought this many people would be here in the middle of the afternoon, so I hadn't been prepared at all. Tucker hopped up from her seat at the poker table and walked to me. "What do you have in there?" "It's, brownies. They do have nuts, though, so if you're allergic, you should know that."
"Well, I'm in the clear, 'cause I love me some nuts,"
Gator said.
"That's what he said,"
the guy who was gaming called out, looking over his shoulder, and I realized he was the other twin. Tucker rolled her eyes. "Ignore them. What kind of brownies are they?" "Turtle. They have chocolate, salted caramel, and toasted pecans."
"Those sound great."
The guy from the table I didn't know stood up.
"I'm Crow, by the way. I don't think we've met."
"We haven't, but Hawk has told me about you. You live out at the camp, right?"
"I do, but I have an apartment here, too. When I don't have classes out at the camp, I stay up here so I can take these assholes money."
He reached for the baking dish, and I handed it over. He pulled back the foil covering and whistled.
"Damn, those look good."
"You better save one for me, Maddox,"
the one who was obviously Axel said.
"If you want a damn brownie, you could stop playing your game and get over here and get one."
Maddox got up and tried to take the brownies from Crow, who had no intention of giving them up.
"You only say that because you don't want me to beat your high score, and you know I'm about to."
Everyone in the room was rolling their eyes and shaking their heads at them, so I guessed this was normal behavior for the brothers, and I had to admit it was entertaining.
"Michael, will you please save me a brownie? I'm on a mission to prove my superior shooting skills, and it would be just like that numbnut to punish me by eating all the yummy goodness you brought for us to feast on."
OMG, drama much? I laughed, but I promised to save him one. He quickly declared me a prince amongst men before yelling into his headset that someone was a piss stain, and if they cost him the top spot, he would never play with them again.
Hawk. I hadn't been kidding when I told Micah I was behind on a lot of my paperwork, but I couldn't focus on boring admin stuff when I should be working on finding out where Butch and his guys were hiding out. I spent the day making phone calls and trying to find someone who'd seen them. Unfortunately, I didn't find anyone who knew where they were. I'd spent the last few days going from place to place looking for Butch and his crew, and hadn't had any luck so far. I was starting to get really frustrated with the whole situation. How hard could it be to find a group of bikers in a city the size of Vesper? Around 4 or so, I decided to call it a day. I had one thing I wanted to run by the twins first, though. They were like chameleons and were great at fitting in just about anywhere, so I thought maybe they'd have more luck at some of the bars around town. It was Saturday afternoon, so odds were, if they were in the building, I'd find them upstairs playing video games. I shut down my computer and then headed for the 9th floor. I'd expected to find a fair number of the Three Bears employees there hanging out, but what I hadn't expected was to find Micah at the poker table with a stack of chips and a grin on his face. Crow looked at me and shook his head.
"You could have warned us."
"Warned you?"
"Yeah, your boy looks so sweet. It never occurred to me he was a shark in disguise.
I'm not a shark. You just underestimated me. That's my superpower. Micah laughed. And I raise you 20.
He casually tossed a chip in the pot, and Crow shook his head.
You're in trouble with this one. He has no tells. I can't tell if he's bluffing or not.
I looked at him. Crow might not be able to tell if he had a good hand or not, but I could. I recognized that mischievous twinkle in his eye. That told me he was totally bluffing. Not that I'd tell them that. I loved seeing my friends treat him like he belonged. Not that I expected any less from them. I pulled up a chair beside him and took a seat to watch my boy take their money. Sure enough, by the time the hand ended, they'd all folded, and he raked in the chips. I didn't feel bad for a single one of them, though. My guess was when he sat down to play, they all assumed he'd be an easy mark.
Are you done working for the day?
He asked. I am.
Okay, that's it for me then, guys. It was fun, though. Thanks for letting me play.
I see how you are. You came in here with brownies to soften us up, then you take all our money and leave without giving us a chance to win it back.
You brought them the brownies? I thought you were going to save them for me. He reached over and patted my arm.
Don't worry, big guy. I made extra. There are plenty upstairs for you.
I leaned over and brushed a kiss across his lips. Are you ready?
I am.
He stood up from the table and started to walk away.
Hold up. Don't you want your winnings?
He froze and turned back to the table.
Winnings? What do you mean winnings? Were we playing for real money?
Gator laughed and shook his head.
Yeah, we were playing for real money. That's why I said I'd spot you when you showed up since you didn't have any money with you.
He looked up at me, eyes wide.
I thought it was just for chips. I didn't know it was for real money. What if I lost?
Then Hawk would have covered you,
Crow said.
We weren't worried.
I sure wouldn't have bluffed so much if I'd known.
Well, it's good you didn't know then, because you did pretty good. I turned to the guys at the table. Now y'all pay up so I can go upstairs and have a brownie.
Can I come? 'Cause I want another brownie,
Maddox asked.
Yay, my brownies bring all the boys to the yard.
Micah grinned. Well, I'm the only boy who should be eating your brownies from now on, so these assholes are just out of luck, I growled. Axel looked back over his shoulder at us.
Please tell me we're not talking about Micah's actual brownies, because I'm going to need more of those, and soon, 'cause they were seriously good.
I'll make you more brownies, I promise. Now, Hawk, let's go home.
I knew he didn't mean home the way that sounded, but I loved hearing him call my condo his home. At some point, we'd have to talk about me not wanting him to leave, but now wasn't the time. Maddox, Axel, do you two have plans for tonight?
I don't,
they both said at the same time. Great. Would the two of you go out tonight and make the rounds of the biker bars? See if you can get any leads on our missing jackals. The brothers looked back and forth between each other before looking back at me.
Sure, we can do that.
Thanks, guys. I held out my hand and Micah took it. Okay, let's go. When the elevator doors closed behind us, I looked down at him. So, poker, huh?
Yeah, I used to play with my grandmother a lot. She loves playing cards of all kinds. Rook is her favorite, but she likes poker too. I wasn't kidding, though, when I said wouldn't have bet like that if I'd realized it was real money.
Chapter 20. Hawk. I woke up Monday morning wrapped around a very warm, very naked Micah. I thought about waking him up, but he didn't have to go to work, so there was no reason he couldn't sleep in. I, however, did have work to do, so I carefully slipped my arm out from under him and got out of bed.
Where are you going?
He mumbled. I have to go to work, baby boy. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and threw the covers back.
I guess it's that time, isn't it?
Go back to sleep. You don't have to get up.
I do too, because you need to eat breakfast, Daddy. You get in the shower and I'll have something ready for you when you get out.
You know, I managed to feed myself before you were staying here, baby boy. He gave me a look that told me he wasn't impressed at all.
Just take a shower while I fix you a real breakfast.
He hadn't been kidding when he'd said that food was his love language. And believe me when I tell you, I didn't mind it at all. So I happily took my ass off to the shower. By the time I cleaned up and got dressed for the day, Micah had put together a full breakfast of bacon, eggs, and home fries. I was going to have to talk to Gator about adding a couple extra sparring sessions each week to work off the added calories. Not that I was complaining. Eating Micah's food every day was totally worth a little extra time in the gym. "So, what are you going to do today?" I asked. He shrugged.
"I don't know. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm kind of getting tired of sitting around crocheting. Maybe I'll binge-watch some television or download a book to read."
I went to him and pulled him into my arms. "I'm so sorry, sweet boy. I'm gonna find him and put an end to this for you. You won't have to stay cooped up in here much longer."
"I wasn't complaining, Hawk. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and of all the places in the world for me to be holed up in,"
he motioned around the condo,
"this is a pretty nice option."
"I know, but what I want is for you to be free to live your life. Speaking of which, I need to get to work so I can find this guy." I kissed him goodbye and headed down to my office to get to work on tracking Butch down. Maddox and Axel had gone out late Saturday night and asked around. They'd managed to find a couple leads for me, but I couldn't follow up on those until tonight. I spent about half an hour checking my email and touching base with a few sources to see if they'd heard anything over the weekend, to no avail. At that point, I'd had enough of sitting around and decided to revisit some of the motorcycle repair shops and see if they could tell me anything new. I walked over to the safe on my wall, took out my Glock 19, checked the mag, and holstered it at my hip before grabbing my keys. I turned to leave when there was a light tap on my door and Wolf's assistant pushed it open.
"Hey, Hawk, Chance Kelly is here to see you."
"He came here?" I'd expected him to get back to us with any useful information, not make the drive from Austin to Vesper. I didn't know if this was good or bad news.
"Yeah, he's in Wolf's office waiting for you."
"All right then. I guess I'll go see what he has to say." I went down the hall to Wolf's office. I gave a little knock so they'd know I was there, then pushed the door open. The grim expressions on both men's faces told me I wasn't going to be happy about whatever Chance had learned. Chance stood up and held out his hand.
"Hey, Hawk, it's good to see you again."
I shook hands with him, but I wasn't in the mood for small talk. "Did you find out anything that can help us?"
"I found out a lot, but you're not gonna like it. Have a seat, and I'll tell you what I know."
I looked at Wolf, who nodded reassuringly. Whatever Chance knew, he'd already briefed Wolf. I took my seat and drew a deep breath, steeling myself for the news.
"So, the Iron Jackals are neck-deep in all kinds of illegal business. They weren't exactly clean, but it was pretty minor stuff up until about a year and a half ago. Some drugs, prostitution, guns, typical biker gang shit."
That tracked with what Micah had told me. Until a year and a half ago? So what changed?
"The gang's leader, Razor Jack, died. A new guy took over and he was more ambitious. He immediately started looking for new opportunities to make money."
"And now?"
"Now, you name it and they've got a hand in it. Running guns, and I don't just mean selling a one-off to some street thug who needs a piece. I'm talking large gun shipments being trafficked through Mexico. Hardcore drugs as well. But worst of all, they've gotten mixed up in a trafficking ring. They busted up the ring in New Mexico, but it's like a hydra. You cut off one head and two more grow in its place."
Kat was able to find out about the ring in New Mexico, but she couldn't find any evidence they were involved.
"I'd be worried if she did. The task force has the investigation shut down tight. I had to call in some favors to find it myself. They knew the Iron Jackals were involved in something bigger than what was going on in New Mexico, so they let them go so they could find out what. What they didn't expect was for them to fall completely off the radar. My inquiries were the first time anyone's reported seeing them in months."
"Why all the secrecy?" I asked.
"They know the sheriff there was involved, but they don't know how deep the corruption runs, so they sealed that shit up tight. The last thing they wanted was for someone to tip them off that we were looking for them."
"Okay, so what's the plan now? Are they going to arrest the assholes or leave them out in society so they can harass Micah and any other people they decide to target?" I growled. I understood that there were choices that had to be made to build a case, but leaving a gang that was involved in gun running and selling humans was never okay with me. Chance held his hands up in surrender. Hey, I wasn't involved in that decision. But to answer your question, they're ready to arrest them at this point. The plan was to use them, not lose them, so they don't intend to let them slip away again. That's if we can find them.
Great.
Wolf leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin as he stared at Chance.
So, what do we do now to end this?
This really isn't your problem, Wolf. This is a federal investigation. I started to give Chance a piece of my mind, but Wolf beat me to it.
Like hell it isn't. Micah is Hawks. That makes him one of us. If y'all had arrested them, we wouldn't be in this mess to begin with, so yeah, it's our problem now.
His eyes flicked to mine, and I gave him a nod of thanks. It was one thing for Wolf to support me when this seemed as simple as an abusive ex, but this was something else entirely, and wanting him to help with this was a big ask. It was good to know that Three Bears still had my back. Not that I really doubted they would. Listen, this guy seems pretty fixated on Micah, and that's a problem for me. So we can either work together to get him off the streets, or I'll do it on my own. It's up to you. I made eye contact with Chance and held it, making sure he knew I was serious. Hold up. What do you mean he's fixated on Micah? I knew he'd harassed him and that you were protecting him, but fixated? I glared at him. I'd always liked Chance, but he was about to get on my nerves if he didn't get with the program. Butch found out where he lived and showed up there and threatened him. Then he had one of his guys following him around town, and that asshole tried to grab him off the street the other day. So yeah, I don't think it's a stretch to say he's fixated. That's a good thing, though, he said. And just exactly how is it good that some asshole who's involved in human trafficking is fixated on my boy? Because let me tell you, it doesn't feel so good to me. Just hear me out. Naturally, it's not good that he's fixated on him, but right now we have no idea where he's holed up or what he's doing in Vesper. If he wants Micah bad enough to risk coming out of hiding, we can catch him, and then Micah will be safe for good. No, I said firmly. He didn't have to say another word. I knew exactly what he was thinking, and we were not using Micah as bait to lure Butch out of hiding. Hawk, absolutely not, I growled and then looked to Wolf.
Chance.
Wolf nodded toward the door.
Why don't you go check in with Kat? Make sure we're all working with the same information.
Chance looked between us, and I could tell there was more he wanted to say, but the look on Wolf's face made it clear he needed to leave the room. As soon as the door shut behind him, I looked at Wolf. We are not sending Micah out there as bait. If they're running a human trafficking ring, they could snatch him up and I'd never see him again. I shook my head. No way.
Hawk, just listen to me. You've been looking for this guy for a couple of weeks and you haven't found him. Chance isn't wrong. This is an opportunity for us to draw him out and get rid of him for good. Micah can't stay cooped up in here forever. It isn't fair to him.
I thought about what Micah said this morning, about not even wanting to crochet at this point, and I knew Wolf was right, but there had to be another way. I don't need Chance to get rid of him for good, I grumbled, and Wolf gave me one of his don't be an idiot looks.
A way for us to get rid of him for good without you going to prison. That's not what Micah would want, and you know it.
He wasn't wrong, but I rolled my eyes anyway.
I want to ask you something, and I want you to think about it and answer me honestly.
Fine.
If this was one of our clients, not Micah, what would you say to them?
I knew what he was getting at, but this was Micah, and I didn't want to lose him. Finally, I begrudgingly answered. I'd tell him that we're good at our job and that we'd keep him safe, that this was the very best chance we have of putting an end to this and that he could trust us.
Right, so, Hawk, we're really good at our job, and this is the best chance we have of putting an end to this. You can trust us to keep Micah safe.
I'll ask him, but I won't make him do it.
Micah. I was lying on the couch in a pair of sleep pants and a t-shirt, watching television and eating junk food when Hawk came in. The look on his face told me that not only had he learned something big, but that he didn't like it one bit. Which meant I probably wasn't going to either. I sat up and put the bag of cookies I'd been munching on to the side. What is it?
Remember the FBI agent I told you about?
The one that's friends with Wolf? I knew he'd asked Kat to send the information we had to a friend of Wolf's who was in the FBI, but last I'd heard, they hadn't heard back from him.
That's the one. His name is Chance Kelly. He came by today to let us know that the FBI was already looking into the Iron Jackals.
But I thought Kat didn't find anything.
She didn't, but that was by design. The federal task force that's looking into their involvement with human trafficking had everything locked down tight.
Well, that's good then, right? I would have thought he'd be thrilled to find out that there was an investigation already in motion.
It would be, if the federal task force had any idea where the Iron Jackals were located. Until we started asking questions, they didn't even know they were in Texas.
Okay, but now that they know, they'll do something about them, right? They must be up to something bad or the FBI wouldn't be interested in them. He came over and sat down beside me, taking my hand in his. He ran his thumb in a soothing circle on the back of my hand.
It's a human trafficking task force, Mouse.
My shoulders fell. So they really are involved in human trafficking, then?
It looks like it.
So that comment that Snake made about putting me with the others, they really do have people being held captive here in Vesper.
Well, we don't know that for sure.
I knew he was trying to make me feel better, but I knew what I heard. We have to find them, Hawk. I couldn't imagine what that would be like, for someone to grab you off the street and not let you go. There has to be some way.
That's what I came up here to talk to you about. I've been looking for them for a while now and haven't found them. The FBI doesn't know where they are. Hell, like I told you, until we contacted Chance, they didn't even know they were in the state of Texas.
We don't even know if they're still in town. They might have taken the others and moved on. What if me getting away spooked them and now we'll never find those poor people?
That's possible, but odds are that's not the case. We believe the Iron Jackals are providing the muscle and the security, not that they're actually running things or that they have any say in how long they stay around. The problem is, if they're still here, we have no idea where they're holed up, and they seem to be really good at staying under the radar.
He paused and let out a small sigh.
With one exception.
I wasn't sure where this was going, but I had a suspicion. I'm the exception.
Yeah.
He sounded just about as thrilled with the situation as I was. Okay, So
Chance wants to use you to see if we can draw Butch out.
And you think that's a bad idea? I didn't like the idea, but if there was something I could do to save the others, I had to. He thought about it for a second before answering.
If we're right and they're still in town, I think it could work. And if it was anybody but you, I'd say it was a good plan. But it is you, and I don't want to see you get hurt.
Would you be with me?
I wouldn't be with you, because Butch wouldn't approach you if I was there. But the only way this would happen is if my whole team was watching you. We wouldn't let you out of our sight.
Okay. I trust you to do everything possible to keep me safe.
We would. But that's the problem. We'd do everything possible, but there are no guarantees.
I swallowed down a lump in my throat. Putting myself out there so Butch could find me was almost the last thing I wanted to do. But leaving people to suffer because I was too scared to help actually was last, so I didn't see any other choice. There are no guarantees in life, Daddy, but I believe in you, and I believe in your team. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't try to stop what they're doing, so I think we should do it. So, when do we start?
I don't know. Chance is downstairs waiting for an answer. So how about if we go down there and find out?
Okay. But I should probably put on some clothes first. There was no way I was going down to the ops center in my pajamas to meet with an FBI agent to plan whatever this was. A sting, I guess. I didn't know. I'd never done anything like this before. A few minutes later, I was dressed and ready to go downstairs. But before we got on the elevator, Hawk pulled me into a hug.
You don't have to do this. If at any point you change your mind, all you have to do is tell me.
Thank you for that. But if they really are holding people hostage, I have to try my best to help.
Okay. Let's go down there then.
Chapter 21.
Hawk. I was so proud of Micah. I knew he was scared of Butch, but he'd been calm and collected the whole time we talked with Chance. He'd asked good questions, and if he hadn't understood how something would work, he'd look to either me or Wolf for an explanation. By the time the meeting was over, we had a solid plan to lure Butch out of hiding and put an end to this nightmare for Micah. When we were finished, Chance stood and held out his hand to Micah.
"Thank you for agreeing to help us. We need to get these guys off the street, and your assistance is going to make that possible."
"Assuming they're still in town,"
Micah pointed out.
"Right, assuming they're still in town."
And with that, Chance left.
"I just want you to know that we're going to do everything possible to keep you safe, Micah,"
Wolf said.
"Not just Hawk, but all of us here at Three Bears."
"Thank you,"
Micah said softly.
"Now, I want you two to get on out of here. You've got a rough few days ahead, so take a little time to enjoy the calm before the storm."
I stood and nodded before stretching out my hand for Micah. He's not wrong, so how about if you and I order some food and watch a movie? He took my hand and I pulled him to his feet.
"I like the sound of that."
An hour or so later, we were cuddled up on the couch, watching one of Micah's favorite movies. It was a British murder mystery that didn't really appeal to me, but he seemed really into it. Not that anything would have held my attention. All I could think about was the fact that I was about to willingly put this sweet boy in danger. I knew we'd do everything we could to keep him safe, but there were so many things that could go wrong. Sometimes, no matter how much you planned or how good you were, things still went to shit. I knew that all too well. I thought I'd been doing a decent job of pretending to watch the movie, but apparently I hadn't, because after a bit, Micah lifted his head off my shoulder and turned to look at me.
"We can pick something else if you want."
"No, this is fine."
"Are you okay?"
I tightened my arms around him. He was the one who was putting himself in danger. I should have been the one asking him if he was okay, not the other way around. But that was just like my boy. He was so sweet, so caring, and so sensitive. It was no wonder I hadn't been able to hide how worried I was from him. "I'm fine. I just don't like the idea of you having to deal with that man. The day you left him should have been the end of it, and I hate that it wasn't."
"You're right. It should have been the end, but the truth is, I knew all along it wasn't. I'll just be glad when it's done this time, because this will be the end."
"Damn right it is. He'll never get to hurt you again, not as long as I'm breathing."
"Thank you, but you don't know that for sure, and that's okay. I know you're probably sitting there running 1,000 different scenarios through your head about how this can all go wrong, but this is my best chance to be completely free of him, and it's worth the risk. I ran from him before, but I don't want to run anymore."
"That's all I want for you to be free and for your life to go back to normal." He slid to the side and turned to face me.
"What's normal, exactly?"
I looked at him confused, because I thought it was pretty clear. I wanted him to be able to walk down the street without fear. I wanted to take him out on a real date without watching the door for threats. I didn't want him cooped up here in the house instead of going to the farmer's market with Andy.
"Does that mean I go back to my house alone, working for Mary Ellen and hanging out with my friends? Because I have to be honest with you, Hawk. That doesn't sound all that great to me."
"You mean what happens with us?" Obviously, I'd done a shit job as a daddy, if he thought for a second that I didn't want to be part of whatever came next for him.
"Yeah, what happens with us when this is all over?"
"I should tell you that what happens next is up to you, that it's your choice. But I've never lied to you, and I don't mean to start now. You're mine, Micah, and I don't plan to let you go without a fight. So, as far as I'm concerned, you don't ever have to go back to that house alone. I want you here with me. As far as the rest of it goes, that's up to you. You can go back to work, or you can quit. You can hang out with your friends or tell them to take a hike. I'm pretty sure Andy wouldn't agree with that, though." He chuckled at that.
"Andy has some serious daddy energy for a boy, don't you think?"
"He does, but that's just the protective firefighter in him, and Jesse loves that about him, which means Jesse is the perfect daddy for him." He nodded.
"And you're the perfect daddy for me."
"Damn right."
"So I can stay here with you then?"
"I'd like to see you try to leave," I growled.
What if I don't want to live in the Three Bears building?
He asked, like that would deter me. If my boy wanted to move back to Kansas, then we'd go. Then we'll buy a place somewhere else, whatever makes you happy.
You make me happy, Daddy, and I love this condo, but it does need to be redecorated.
Fine. Get new furniture, new curtains, whatever you want.
No,
he smiled at me.
It'll be whatever we both want, because it's not just about me. This will be our home.
Okay. I just want you to be happy.
Know what would make both of us happy?
He asked, biting his bottom lip. I was pretty sure I knew where he was going with that, but I played along. No, what would make both of us happy? He reached out a finger and trailed it down my chest.
Take me to bed, Daddy. Micah. Hawk didn't hesitate. He scooped me up and carried me to the bedroom. I had some scary things ahead of me, but right this minute, that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that Hawk didn't want me to leave when this was over. I'd hoped, but some part of me had believed all of this was too good to be true, that things like this were for other people, not for me. And now that he was saying he wanted to keep me here with him, I wanted something tangible to seal the deal. It was silly, but it was what I wanted. Do we have to use a condom? I asked.
We have regular tests here at Three Bears, so I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I can show you if you want.
No need, baby boy. I trust you. Now get naked and on the bed, face down.
I did as he said and quickly stripped off my clothes.
Damn, baby. You're beautiful.
He moved to the bed and reached out a hand, running it down my body. His rough, calloused hands were like sandpaper against my skin, and just his touch had all my nerves firing on overdrive. A wicked grin tugged at his lips as he looked down at me. He trailed a few kisses down my back, and my skin broke out in goosebumps. He licked and nibbled his way down my body to my ass cheeks before pulling them apart and blowing a warm breath over my hole. I gasped, my body jumping at the sensation. Daddy, what are you... I cut off with a gasp as his tongue brushed against my hole. Oh!
Yeah. Oh.
He laughed and went back to work. He licked and kissed and nibbled at my opening until I was writhing beneath him. Then he pushed his tongue inside my body. Oh, God, that feels amazing. My cock was leaking and I needed some kind of friction. I moved against the bed in time with the thrusting of his tongue. I was so close, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. I need, please, more, I babbled, my brain unable to form a complete thought.
Oh, does my sweet boy need something more?
He asked, and I nodded frantically. He moved away, and I whimpered like the needy little bottom I was. But he wasn't gone long. I looked back over my shoulder and saw him pouring lube onto his fingers. He slowly began to finger me, and I let out another desperate sound.
Making you whimper is one of my favorite things, baby boy. I love the sounds you make.
He worked his fingers slowly in and out of me until it was almost too much. My breath came in quick, shaky pants, and I needed him to give me more. Please, I need you inside me, Daddy.
Roll over,
he commanded.
I want you to look me in the eyes when you come so you know who you belong to.
I quickly did as he said, and he wasted no time getting into position and pressing the head of his cock against my slick opening. He pushed forward until he was buried to the hilt inside me. I'm so full, I moaned. So fucking full. He began to move, and the sensations of being filled with his hard length drove every thought from my mind other than being his. He withdrew and slammed forward again and again. I wrapped my legs around him, and he gripped the backs of my thighs as he thrust harder and faster. I moved my body in rhythm with his, meeting his every movement. I grasped his arms and dug my nails into his skin. Don't stop. Harder, please, I begged, throwing my head back and closing my eyes.
Eyes on me, baby,
he growled, and my eyes flew open, meeting his. Daddy, please, I whined, not even sure what I was asking for, just knowing I needed something from him. He reached down with one hand, gripped my cock, and tugged it over and over.
"Come with me, baby. Come with me."
That was it. That was what I'd been so desperate for. I cried out as my climax rolled over me, cum shooting from my cock and covering his hand. He kept his eyes on mine. A growl escaped his throat as he filled me with his seed. I whimpered one last time when he withdrew from me. He rolled to his side next to me and propped himself up on one elbow.
"Are you okay?"
he asked. "I'm better than okay."
"Good."
He leaned in to brush his lips softly against mine, and I snuggled against him. I'd be sorry later that we didn't get out of bed and clean up, but in that moment, I didn't want to move. I just wanted to be right there, wrapped in his arms. Chapter 22. Micah. As much as I'd whined and complained about being stuck in the house, now that it was time for me to get out and around town, I had to admit I was a nervous wreck. I knew Hawk and the other guys from Three Bears had my back, but so many things could go wrong. I could get hurt, Butch could somehow manage to grab me, or, worst of all, one of the guys could get hurt. But I knew this was our best chance to catch them. And this wasn't just about me. If it turned out they really were involved in human trafficking like everyone suspected, we had to stop them. We knew the odds were it would take a little time for this to work. I'd basically disappeared from all the places I usually went, so it would take a while for him to spot me. We figured our best bet was to start at my house. Hawk had sent someone over the day before to install cameras inside just so they could keep an eye on me and make sure I was safe. I hated the idea of someone watching me, but it was the only way Hawk would agree to let me go and stay there by myself. I could tell how nervous Hawk was from the moment we got up that morning. I knew he wished we weren't doing this, and it meant a lot to me that he was trusting me to make my own decision. "You know I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't trust you to keep me safe, right?" I asked.
"I know, baby boy. I just hate the idea of that asshole even getting close to you."
"We both know this is the only way for me to move forward."
"I do know that, and it's the only reason I didn't put up more of a fight. Now, let's go over the plan again."
"I'm going to go down to the garage, drive to the grocery store near my house, pick up something for lunch and some snacks, then go straight to the house so y'all can watch me sit around and do nothing for most of the morning. Then, in the afternoon, I'll go over to Mars's shop and hang out for a little while." I paused. This was the one part of the plan I wasn't 100% sure about. "And you're sure I won't be putting Mars or Ziva in any danger?" I asked again.
"I'm sure. One of my guys will be over there posing as a landscaper, doing some work on the outside of the building. When I called Samuel and let him in on the plan, he never would have agreed to it if he didn't trust us to keep Mars safe. You know that, right?"
"I know. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me."
"First, no one's going to get hurt, but you need to stop thinking that way. None of this is because of you, do you hear me? You're not responsible for other people's bad choices."
That was easy for him to say. I do know that, but I also know it was my bad choices that got me involved in this mess in the first place. All I can do now is my best to do my part and help put an end to it. Hawk's phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket.
"All right, Kat's ready for you. Let's go down and get you all geared up."
Kat was waiting for us in the ops center. She had a whole table of electronic devices laid out, and my eyes grew wide at the collection of gear covering the surface. "Is all of that for me?" I asked. "Hawk said we needed to get me geared up, but I didn't expect this." Kat chuckled. "No, it's not all for you. At least not all for today. Today, I've just got a few things." She reached over and picked up a small white box, flipping it open. "These look like regular iPods. Everyone wears them now, so no one thinks twice if they see you wearing one. Even better, since so many people use them to talk on the phone, no one thinks twice anymore if it looks like you're talking to yourself. We used to worry about that, but not anymore. Thanks to these little gems. I want you to keep the left one in your ear at all times. That's the one we'll use to communicate if we need to talk to you. Sound good?" I nodded and took the small white box from her hands. Then she handed me a diamond stud earring. "It was good luck for us that you have your ear pierced because no one ever blinks at an earring. Go ahead and put it in." I reached up and removed the silver stud I was wearing and replaced it with the one she'd handed me. "That's a tracker. As long as you're wearing it, we'll be able to find you." I held up my arm, showing the smartwatch they'd given me when this all started. I thought this had a tracker. It does, but she glanced over at Hawk, would feel better if there were multiple options, just in case something happens to one of them. And last but not least, she picked up what looked like a blue ink pen or maybe a flashlight. This is a stun gun. It isn't super powerful, but it will buy you some time if you need it. I looked at the not pen and laughed. I feel like James Bond. Should I be calling you Q? Oh, sweetie, if this makes you feel like James Bond, you should see my other toys.
She isn't kidding, Hawk said. She has some really advanced shit.
She shrugged. Hey, I gotta keep you boys safe now, don't I? She looked back at me. Now, Micah, you're all set for today. Don't forget about that panic button on your watch if you need it. Hawk reminded me about that this morning. I smiled over at the big man standing there, looking like he wanted to throw up. I'd hoped getting all the techie stuff from Kat would help put him at ease, but it didn't seem like it had helped much. Is it okay for me to put the pen in my pocket? I won't tase myself or anything, will I? Maybe you should drop it down in your bag there, just to be safe. I looked at it one more time and then dropped it in my bag that held my current crochet project. If I had to sit around my house all morning, at least I could try to get something done. Okay, I guess I'm ready to go then. Hawk walked me down to the parking garage, and before I got in my car, he pulled me into a hug.
The guys have been watching your house since last night to make sure no one was there, so you should be fine. Gator and I will be tailing you. We'll park a couple of doors down in the driveway of an empty house, so I won't be far away.
He brushed a kiss across my lips and then opened my door for me.
Be safe, and remember, we can hear you, so if you need help, just say so. Hawk. I rolled by Micah's house as slowly as possible without drawing attention so I could make sure he got inside safely, then pulled the Sunny Days Cleaning Company van into the driveway of the empty house down the street and killed the engine. Gator was sitting in the back, and as soon as the van stopped, I knew he'd have all the surveillance systems up and running. I looked back over my shoulder at him. You got him?
Yep. He's inside and unloading the bag of groceries he bought at the store.
I hate this, I grumbled as I slid out of my seat and joined him in the back of the van.
Of course you do. But you also know this is our very best chance of putting an end to this, so your boy will be safe.
I know, but I still hate it. I knew he was right. This was our best shot, but it didn't make it any easier to watch Micah walk around his house by himself while he waited for his worst nightmare to jump out and say boo. The cameras we'd installed gave us eyes on almost every angle of the house, and Micah moved into frame on the living room cam, setting his crochet bag on the coffee table before disappearing into the kitchen.
He's making himself a sandwich,
Gator said, one corner of his mouth turned up in a grin.
He sliced that tomato like he was mad at it.
I shook my head, my own lips twitching despite the knot of worry in my gut. He gets fussy when he's nervous.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Better to be fussy than foolish. That boy's got good instincts. He did a great job defending himself against that asshole the other day.
He did. I was really proud of him. He did everything we taught him in the class. We watched in silence for a while as Micah set his plate on the kitchen table and sat down, his foot bouncing under the chair. He took one bite, then another, but it was clear he wasn't really hungry.
I like him for you, Hawk,
Gator said after a moment.
That boy's a sweetheart. He's got a lightness to him.
I nodded, still watching the screen. Micah got up and started fiddling with something in the kitchen drawer. Yeah, he does.
Kinda reminds me of my cousin Jolie. Heart so big it barely fits in her chest. Always trying to fix what ain't hers to mend. Kinda like how Micah feels responsible for any damage his ex might do, even though it ain't on him. He's good people. I like him.
I looked over at him. Gator didn't hand out compliments easily. Thanks, that means a lot. He waved a hand.
I'm just saying, it's nice to see you smiling again. Been a long damn time since I seen that.
I leaned back in the chair and scrubbed a hand over my face. Yeah, well, I didn't think I had that in me anymore. And then Micah, he just walked into my life like it wasn't a big deal. Like I was someone worth keeping. Gator nodded slowly.
Funny how that works.
Sometimes the right one don't knock. He just strolls in, sets down his bags, and makes a home in your heart like he been there all along. I chuckled under my breath. You get that off a Hallmark card? Nah, he said with a grin. Off my Meemaw's porch. Woman raised 12 kids and still had room to take care of the neighborhood strays. She knew a thing or two about love. We fell quiet again, watching as Micah flopped onto the couch and pulled out his crochet project. He picked up where he'd left off and started working the yarn, but I could tell his rhythm was off. I wish I could be in there with him. He shouldn't have to be doing this alone. Yeah, but you know if you were in there, ain't no way Butch would show up. You don't have to be the one to sit out here, though. We can swap off. I appreciate it, but no. I need to be here. I need to see it with my own eyes if that bastard shows up. Gator nodded. All right, but you remember this ain't all on you. We all got his back. We're a team, and if Butch so much as breathes wrong near your boy, I'll make sure he don't breathe at all. I met his gaze. Thanks. He clapped me on the shoulder, then turned his attention back to the monitors. Now shut up and watch your man. He's trying to figure out how to fix that knot he made in the yarn and cussing under his breath like a sailor. I looked at the screen, and sure enough, Micah was muttering to himself, eyebrows scrunched together as he tried to unkink a stubborn twist in the yarn. My chest ached at the sight of him. Brave, sweet, stubborn little thing. He's gonna be okay, Gator said. We got him. Yeah, I murmured, watching the man I loved through the grainy black and white lens. We got him. A few minutes later, Micah let out a frustrated huff and tossed the yarn aside. I knew his mind wasn't really on what he was doing, so I hoped whatever he was working on wasn't important. He reached for his phone and started typing furiously. A few seconds later, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and looked at the text he'd sent me. Mouse. This is a waste of time. If he knew I was here, he would have shown up. I'm going to Mars's shop. He wants to head over to Mars's shop. Can you check in with Bobby and make sure he's there and everything's good to go? I asked, and Gator nodded. Me. Give me just a sec to make sure everything's in place at the shop. Mouse. I hate that I had to involve Mars in this, but his shop was one of my regular stops. Me. I doubt he minds. He's getting a day of free yard care out of the deal. Mouse. I mean, that's a good thing. He works way too hard trying to keep everything looking perfect for his retreats and things. I still don't like it, though. Me. Don't forget to put in your earpiece as soon as you leave the house. We don't have cameras on you once you're out. Mouse. I won't forget. Bobby says he's all set, Gator said. He's out front edging the walk. I also alerted Chance that we're gonna be on the move. Thanks. I was so focused on Micah I didn't even think about Chance and his team. They were parked a few blocks away, ready to jump in and help if Butch showed his face. Me. Okay, baby boy, you're good to go, but head straight to the shop from here. Mouse. That's the plan. We all sat in the drive and watched until Micah's car went by, then waited to make sure no one was following him. When we were sure they weren't, we backed out and headed toward the north side of town where Mars's shop was located. I didn't like the fact that I wouldn't have eyes on Micah from inside the shop, but we had Bobby outside, and Micah would be wearing his earpiece so we could hear him. I drove the van past the store. There was parking in the back of Mars's shop, but as we discussed, Micah had left his car parked right out front where anyone could see it. A Chinese restaurant was just down the block, so I pulled into that lot and found a spot. I climbed into the back so I could watch the front of the building. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I'm glad we installed these cameras back when that arsonist was targeting Station 69. There aren't many CCTV cameras on this side of town. Gator reached over and pushed a couple buttons, and the monitors lit up with an image of the storefront. I inserted my earpiece and tapped the side, turning it on. Bobby, did you see Micah go inside? Yep, the package has safely reached the destination. I rolled my eyes, and Gator chuckled. Bobby was new, and he treated everything we did like it was a top-secret covert op. I'm the package, right? Micah asked through the earpiece. Damn right you are, sweetheart, Gator replied. Who are you talking to? I heard someone ask. Sounds like Gator, Micah replied. Oh, well, tell him I said hi. Gator, Mars says hi. Gator grinned over at me, and I shook my head. You guys just go about your day and pretend we aren't here. We sat there for about 20 minutes, listening as Micah and Mars talked about events Mars was planning for the shop and new merchandise he'd gotten in. I could tell when they got comfortable and forgot we were listening because the conversation shifted from shop talk to gossip and rumors. Normally, Gator and I would have done the same, but I wasn't in the mood for small talk today. So, Mars said, Hawk's like a really big guy, huh? Gator glanced at me, trying not to laugh. Yeah, he is, Micah said. So, like, proportionally? Mars trailed off, waiting for Micah to respond. I cleared my throat loudly as a reminder that we were still here and still listening, even though I had nothing to be ashamed of in that department. Micah would be mortified later if he answered that question. Mars, he scolded, and I could just imagine him pointing to his ear. Oops, sorry about that. We totally weren't talking about the size of anyone's, well, you know. Anyway, what do you think about these fluorite spheres, Micah? Aren't they just gorgeous? We sat there for a couple hours while Mars handled customers and chatted with my boy. By then, I figured we'd been at it long enough, so I sent Micah a text telling him we should call it a day. We hadn't seen Butch, but we'd known it might take a few days for him to spot Micah, assuming he was still in town. Now came the part of the plan I'd put my foot down on. Chance had wanted Micah to sleep at his house alone in an attempt to lure Butch out, but there was no way in hell I was agreeing to that. His car would stay there all night, but he wouldn't. Instead, one of Chance's guys with a similar build to Micah's, wearing a hoodie, would be sleeping in Micah's old bed while my boy was safe at home with me, where he belonged.
Chapter 23. Micah. By the time a few days had passed, I was starting to think that maybe Butch had left town. I'd gone shopping, been to my house, even spent one day over at Mary Ellen's place, and as good as it was to see her, it would have been better if Butch had followed me there. Not that I wanted to see him, I didn't, but I did want this to be over with. I was in the kitchen cooking breakfast when a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. I was startled before I registered the familiar weight and scent of Hawk.
How are you doing, baby boy?
He murmured against my ear. Okay, I said, though I wasn't sure it was true. Just ready for this to be over. How long do you think we should wait?
A few more days, I imagine. At that point, we'll have to assume the gang has moved on.
I let myself relax back into him just for a second. Part of me hopes that's the case so I won't have to see him again, but the rest of me wants him to pay for the things he's done.
That's a perfectly normal reaction.
He kissed the side of my head.
Now, since you insist on cooking, what can I do to help?
Nothing, really. It's about done. You can set the table, though. I dished up our food and joined him. He said he liked eating breakfast every day, but he was so sweet I didn't know if he'd tell me otherwise, even if he was just humoring me.
So, what's your plan for today?
I'm thinking I might go to the park for a walk and then maybe hit Yarnivores for some new yarn. He raised an eyebrow.
Didn't you just buy a whole bag of yarn a couple days ago?
We both knew I did. He'd been tracking my every move for the past 3 days. Hey, don't judge my yarn habit. It'll all get used someday. Maybe. He put up his hands.
Hey, no judgment. I'm just trying to decide how big a shelf unit I need to build for you. Or maybe a shelf unit's not the answer. Maybe we turn the third bedroom into a yarnotopia.
That. I choose that, I said, grinning. Later on, I was walking through the park, looking at all the people who were there in the middle of the day. There was one yoga class going on and various groups of what looked like college students sitting around. All of them just going about their lives like normal, with no idea there could be a human trafficking ring in this area, ready to just snatch them up and make them disappear. I took in a deep breath. That wasn't going to happen, though, because we were going to catch them. Now that I saw how busy the park was, I decided not to stay long. The last thing I wanted was for someone else to get dragged into my mess. So it's pretty busy here today, I said aloud to the empty car once I was safely back inside, doors locked. I knew Hawk and his team were listening. I think I should go somewhere else.
What are you thinking?
Hawk's voice crackled softly in my ear. I think I'll head to the shopping center on South 7th, grab some tacos, maybe look around. My voice wavered just a little. I'll drive by Mary Ellen's house on the way, just in case someone's watching.
Sounds good. We got you.
I drove from the park to the neighborhood across town where she lived with the radio off. Not because I wanted to, but because I was a car singer. Like, I didn't just sing along, I performed. And the last thing I wanted was to let Hawk and his buddies hear me. I was hoping to keep the man, not scare him away. I cut across town and rolled past my house first, then Mary Ellen's. "I'm not stopping, but I'm going through the gate," I said to whoever might be listening.
"Copy that,"
came Gator's voice. At the gate, I exchanged a brief word with the guard, then drove the winding driveway like I belonged there. I turned onto the little road leading to the pool house and made a U-turn, pausing just long enough to suggest a real visit. "Okay, I'm back on the road." I was about halfway to the shopping center when Hawk's voice came through quieter this time. Measured.
"Micah, I need you to listen to me and stay calm, okay?"
My stomach dropped. Nothing good ever started with "stay calm." I inhaled sharply, bracing for whatever came next. "Okay, that sounds ominous. What's up?"
"You've picked up a tail. We think it's one of the jackals, but they're not wearing colors."
My heart stuttered, and I immediately checked the rearview mirror. All I saw was a pickup truck and a sedan. Nothing out of place, but Hawk wouldn't say if he wasn't sure. "So it could just be a guy out for a bike ride then?" I asked, clinging to the slimmest thread of hope because as much as I wanted this to be over with, the idea of a confrontation with any of the Iron Jackals was terrifying.
"It could be, but I don't think so."
A cold sweat started to bead under my shirt. My throat tightened. "Okay, then what should I do?" My hands clenched the steering wheel, and I checked the mirror again. Still nothing that stood out, but that made it worse. They were out there, hidden.
"Keep heading to the shopping center. When you get there, pull in and park off to the left-hand side of the building, then go straight inside."
"On the left-hand side? That's pretty far away from the door," I squeaked.
"I know it is, and I know that's pretty much the opposite of what I would normally tell you to do, but Cat's on surveillance and Chance is on the way. You won't be alone, baby boy. You hear me?"
"I hear you," I said, trying to sound much calmer than I felt. I forced myself to drive normally until I reached the shopping center. "I'm here," I said, pulling to the side of the parking lot like he'd said. My car was going to be the only one there, and while that was terrifying, I could understand why he wanted me to park there. Just like the way Snake had stayed hidden in the alley the last time, they'd be more likely to take the bait if I was off on my own.
"Okay, Chance is already in the parking lot and will be pulling in soon. Go ahead into the store and stay there until I tell you to come out."
I knew Hawk expected me to go into the yarn store, but the lady who ran it was a retired schoolteacher who'd opened the store more as a hobby than anything else. I couldn't bring this kind of trouble to her door. Not that I wanted to bring trouble to anyone, but I knew the guy who owned the record store. He was a firefighter who worked at the same station Andy did, and I figured he'd be able to protect himself if need be. "I'm heading for Phoenix Records."
"Sounds good,"
Hawk replied. I got out of the car and hurried down the walk, just in time because as the door closed behind me, I heard the roar of motorcycle engines coming closer. I'd come in with a plan. I figured if Cody was working, I would go in and tell him what was going on. But what I hadn't expected was for there to be multiple teenagers in the store shopping. Crap, this was a bad choice. I pulled out my phone and held it so it would look like I was on a call, not just talking to myself, and moved as far away from everyone as possible. "Hawk," I said softly, "there's a bunch of teenagers in here shopping."
"It's okay. We have a group of bikers here now. They're all down by your vehicle. Cat has identified one of them as Snake. They're talking to someone in a van that's parked next to your car. We're about to take them down."
"Okay."
"You just stay in the back of the store, out of sight, until I give the all clear."
I looked up to see a girl of about 17 looking at me. I forced a smile, and she smiled back before going back to flipping through albums. There was a sign on the very back wall that said restroom with an arrow. I figured that was about as out of sight as I could get, so I headed in that direction. I was about to go in when the back door opened, and the very last person I wanted to see stepped in. He didn't say a word. Instead, he lifted one finger to his lips while he used the other hand to pull back his vest, showing me the gun tucked into his waistband. He gave me a hard look, then shifted his gaze to the young girl I'd shared a smile with a minute ago, then back to me. The message was clear: keep my mouth shut, or she gets hurt. He pushed open the back door and motioned for me to go out.
Hawk, I don't like this one bit, I grumbled. I sat in the car watching as the bikers chatted with some people in a cargo van that had parked right next to Micah's car. A big boxy white van that was perfect for both kidnapping and transporting innocents, and we had no way of knowing if anyone was in there or not. I know, but this isn't our operation, Hawk, Gator said in an attempt to calm me. We only got to be involved at all because Chance knew there was no way you would allow Micah to do this without you. Damn right I wouldn't have. I'd wanted to take down the bikers the second they rolled in and parked between Micah and his car, but Chance had wanted to wait. Now we had no idea who was in the van. That was why I told Micah to stay out of sight. I didn't trust my soft-hearted boy not to put himself in danger to save someone else if there were hostages in the van. Axel, Maddox, and Knox are here, and we could have easily handled them when it was just the bikers, I pointed out, like Gator didn't know that. Yep, we could have, but it wasn't our call. The good news is Chance has men everywhere. Gator was right. Chance was a good agent. He'd sent one guy to block the alley to make sure none of the Iron Jackals got away in that direction. And then just to be safe, he had 3 more blocking the entrance to the highway just up the road. The feds had let them escape their clutches in New Mexico, but Chance had no intentions of letting that happen on his watch. I know, but I don't like Micah being anywhere near this. Finally, after what had only been a few minutes but had felt like an eternity, Chance's voice came over our earpieces. Move in! Move in! Gator and I were out in a flash, guns drawn, headed their way, as were my guys and Chance and his agents. Federal agents, don't move! Someone yelled. I spent a lot of time over the last couple of weeks studying pictures we had of the Iron Jackals, and I looked at each of the faces that stood before us and saw most of the members of the gang. But none of them were the one I was looking for. My first thought was that maybe he was hiding in the van, but then an alarm sounded on my phone just as Kat's voice yelled into my earpiece. That's Micah's panic button. He's no longer in the store. I had no idea how she knew that, but I didn't question her. If Kat said he wasn't in the record store, he wasn't there. I grabbed the jackal closest to me and pushed him against the van, my arm against his throat. Where is Butch? I growled. He made a choking noise, but he darted his eyes towards the back of the building. I glanced at Chance and he shook his head. Collins isn't answering. Fuck! I threw the biker to the ground. We're going this way. You go around, I yelled out to Chance and Gator, and I took off toward the back of the building.
Chapter 24. Micah. As soon as I stepped out the back door, Butch grabbed me and spun me around, pressing my back against the wall. He leaned down to say something into my ear, but he froze. Then one of his hands flew up, grabbing me by the throat. With the other hand, he plucked the earpiece out of my ear, dropped it to the ground, and stomped on it.
You set me up, you little bitch. I should have listened to Snake and hunted you down and killed you when you took my money and ran. I just wrote it off as compensation for all the time you spent on your knees for me.
I clawed at his hand, trying to get enough slack to draw in a breath. You don't want to do this, I croaked.
You don't know shit about what I want.
Lucky for me, we'd practiced that move in self-defense class, and I'd even tried it out on Snake, and it had worked. I swung my arm up, hitting him in that perfect spot right between his wrist and his thumb. I caught him off guard, and it worked. For a second. But unlike Snake, he didn't give me a groin shot. I just spun to the side and started to scramble away, but before I even got 3 steps away, I heard the all-too-familiar sound of him spinning the cylinder of his gun, and I froze. I was immediately transported back to the first time I'd really been scared of Butch. Things had been rough for a while. Butch and this guy named Jack had been fighting a lot. Jack ran things, and Butch didn't like him very much, but because he was the one in charge, Butch had to grin and bear it way too much of the time. That led to bad moods and lots of alcohol. He'd been drinking for who knows how long that night when I'd made the mistake of trying to reason with him. Up to this point, I'd believed that I was safe with him. I mean, sure, the gang was a little rough, and he was involved in some things I didn't approve of, but he was good to me. Jack's your boss, right? I've had crappy bosses before, and it never really helps to argue with them. They always think they're right because they're the boss.
You don't know shit about how things work around here, so now would be a good time for you to shut the fuck up.
I'd been shocked. He'd never talked to me that way before, and I hadn't known what to do. I know you're angry, but... He pulled out his gun and popped open the cylinder before dumping all the bullets out into his hand. He put one shell back in the gun, closed the cylinder, and spun it.
I told you to shut the fuck up.
He pointed it at me and pulled back the hammer.
This gun holds 6 bullets. I only put in 1, so the odds are in your favor. Do you want to try your luck?
I shook my head no.
That's what I thought. So I suggest you do what you're told.
He'd seen how much it had scared me, and he'd used that threat to intimidate me more times than I could count. I guess some things never change. I slowly turned back around to find him standing there looking at me with a hateful smirk on his face.
Good try, Micah. You've learned a few things, but nothing that will save you from me. Now get back over here.
We'd learned a lot in class, but nothing that would protect me from a bullet. I hesitantly took a step toward him, and he grabbed me, spinning me around so that I was in front of him. He wrapped one arm around my chest and tugged me back against him, pointing the gun at my head with the other hand.
I'm not playing around today, so you know. This gun is fully loaded, so if I pull the trigger, you're done for. Are we clear?
Yeah, we're clear.
Hawk. Gator and I rounded the corner and both came to a screeching halt. I'd been prepared for a chase or a fight, but nothing could have prepared me to see Butch holding a gun to my boy's head as he pushed him toward his bike. I locked gazes with Micah and saw total trust in us to get him out of this, and I'd be damned if I was going to let him down. "It's over, Butch. The FBI has your crew out front, so let Micah go and turn yourself in," I called. He turned to face us, keeping Micah in front of him like a shield as he moved the gun off of him and pointed it at me instead. I hadn't expected him to surrender, but I'd wanted the gun off of Micah, and I had accomplished that.
Well, if they have my crew, I don't have anything to lose now, do I?
"Just your life,"
Gator replied. Butch let out a menacing laugh and moved the gun to point it at Gator.
A life behind bars? No, thank you.
While Gator distracted him, I took a couple of cautious steps closer, but as soon as Butch noticed, he turned the gun back on me.
Stop right there.
I did as he said, but I didn't take my eyes off of Micah.
Here's what's gonna happen,
Butch drawled.
You're going to let me get on my bike and ride away. I'll take Micah with me just to make sure you don't get any ideas and shoot me in the back as I'm riding off. You're going to tell your buddies from the FBI to let us go, and if you follow directions, when I get out of town and I'm sure no one's following me, I'll drop Micah at the first truck stop I pass and you can come pick him up.
For the first time, I saw fear in Micah's eyes because he was a smart guy. He knew just like I did that if Butch rode away with him, he wasn't going to let him go.
"You want us to believe you'll let him go?"
Gator asked, pulling Butch's attention back to him. I made a small movement with my head to make sure Micah knew I was sending him a message. Then I looked down to the ground and back up, giving him a nod. He licked his lip nervously, but he nodded back. I tapped my finger against my leg once, twice, and then a third time. Micah let his legs go slack, dropping to the ground. Butch was distracted enough that Micah was able to roll to the side as soon as he hit the ground. Gator and I both drew our weapons and rushed toward him.
"No!"
Butch bellowed, firing, first at Gator, then turning the gun toward me. "Gator!" Micah wailed as I pulled the trigger. I rushed to Micah, pulled him to his feet, and then wrapped my body around him, holding him tight while I looked over his shoulder to check on Gator, who was sitting there holding his right shoulder. "Is he dead?" he asked, and he sounded so sad. The last thing I'd wanted to do was kill Butch in front of him, but the man had held a gun to my boy's head. There was no coming back from that for him. "I'm sorry, Mouse. He didn't give me any choice. I know you cared about him once." Micah jerked his head back and looked at me. "I mean, Gator, I don't care about Butch. He was going to kill me or sell me or something, and he shot Gator."
He squirmed in my arms, trying to get a look at Gator. I let him go, and he ran to where Gator was sitting, dropping to his knees.
He shot you!
Aw, sugar, this is barely a scratch. I'm fine.
You are not fine. You've been shot.
Chance rushed up and looked around, a grim expression on his face. Collins? I asked.
He's hurt, but he'll live. What about the van?
Gator asked.
There are 4 people tied up in the back, 3 young girls and a boy. This was a good bust. One of the jackals is already crying about making a deal. We just have to decide if any of them know anything worth listening to.
Chapter 25. Micah. It was complete chaos for a while after Chance and all the people he'd brought in on this arrived. I still couldn't believe that the Iron Jackals had been involved in human trafficking. I hadn't particularly liked any of them, but I didn't think they were evil. I should have felt bad that Butch was dead. After all, I'd once claimed to love him, but I didn't. He, along with his other gang members, had participated in the kidnap and transportation of other humans. What kind of monster does that? Add to that the fact that he'd not only held a gun to my head, but he'd injured one of Chance's men and shot Gator. No, he deserved what he got, so I didn't have it in me to feel bad about it. Hawk said that might change after everything that happened had sunk in, but I didn't think it would. The local police department had taken statements from everyone involved, but since Chance was in charge of the operation, it was mostly a formality. As it turned out, Gator's wound was, in fact, not just a scratch. It was what the paramedic called a through-and-through as they argued about whether or not Gator had to go to the hospital. I knew it wasn't just a scratch, I grumbled.
It's nothing, Micah. Honest, I'll be fine. I'll have Ryland take a look when I get to HQ.
I rolled my eyes at him. I could tell he was in pain, and as far as I was concerned, all this macho shit could fuck right off. What you'll do is get in that ambulance like the nice paramedic said and go get stitched up. Do you hear me? Gator looked to Hawk for an assist, but Hawk just shook his head.
You heard him. Besides, Ryland isn't in town, remember? Fine, but I expect brownies as a reward for being good.
Gator made a pouty face that was ridiculous on the big man. Gator, you got shot rescuing me. I'll make you brownies any time you want.
Within reason,
Hawk growled.
You gotta watch what you promise this one.
We stepped back and watched as they loaded him up in the ambulance. Then I let out a relieved sigh. It's really over, isn't it?
Yeah, baby boy, it's really over.
I looked around at the aftermath. There were police officers and agents everywhere, most of them running around trying to look important. How long do we have to stay up here? I asked.
We can leave whenever you're ready. If they need anything else from us, they know where to find us.
I nodded. Take me home, Daddy.
Hey, Chance,
he called out, and the agent looked up from the notepad he was writing on.
Micah and I are leaving. If you need us, you know where to find us.
Chance said something to the man he'd been speaking with and then came over to us.
Thanks for your help, Micah. I'm sorry about what happened, but you never should have gotten that close to you.
How's Agent Collins?
He has a concussion, and they're going to keep him for observation, but he's doing okay.
Good. I'm glad. I knew it wasn't my fault, but I still felt horrible about him getting hurt. I wanted to leave, but there was one more thing I needed to know. How are the people who were in the van? Are they okay?
They've all been taken to Vesper Memorial to be checked out, but physically they seem to be in good condition.
I noticed he said physically, and that was good to hear, but I was sure they were in much worse shape emotionally. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to be in their situation.
This has been quite a day.
Hawk slipped an arm around me and pulled me against his side.
So as long as you don't need us, I'm going to take Micah home. You're good to go. I'm sure this is going to be an open and shut case, and I don't expect any problems. But I'll update you as soon as we get everything all situated.
Knox had agreed to take the car Hawk and Gator had driven back to their headquarters, so Hawk and I drove mine. He parked next to his truck in the parking garage, and we got out.
I need to stop and update Wolf. Do you want to come with me or head on upstairs?
I let out a tired sigh. I need to call Andy, my mother, and Mary Ellen, so I should probably head on upstairs and make those calls while you talk to Wolf. When the elevator doors opened up on the 8th floor, he brushed a kiss across my lips and stepped out.
I won't be long, baby boy.
I nodded and pushed the button for the 10th floor. As soon as the doors to the condo closed behind me and I was alone, the reality of everything that had happened hit me. I'd lived with this fear for so long that I didn't even know how to feel now that the threat was gone. My mind was still having a hard time wrapping itself around the idea that these men that I'd spent months with could be involved in something so horrible. I'd known they weren't on the up and up, but nothing like this. My thoughts were racing as I went back over every interaction I could remember for a sign that they were the kind of people who would do these things. I didn't want to tell the story of today's events over and over until I'd had time to figure out just how I felt about all of it. So I took the easy way out and sent text messages to Mary Ellen and my mother to let them know that it was over, and I would be calling them with details the next day. I knew that wasn't going to fly with Andy, though, so I dialed his number and waited for him to answer.
"Hey, Micah, what's up?"
He answered. "Have you seen the local news?" He paused and then said,
"No, why?"
"They arrested Butch's guys on human trafficking charges today."
"Butch's guys? But what about Butch?"
"He's dead, Andy. This whole thing is over with for good."
"Butch is dead?"
"Yeah, he tried to take me again and Hawk rescued me."
"Okay, I feel like I'm missing a big piece of the story. Tell me everything."
So I did. I told him about how the FBI's plan to lure Butch out had worked, about him trying to take me, and about Gator getting shot. Then, finally, I told him about Hawk shooting and killing Butch.
"Okay, and how do you feel about that?"
Oddly enough, I'm okay with it. They were selling people, Andy. I just can't feel sorry for someone who'd steal someone else's entire life just to make a buck.
Yeah, it's hard to believe human trafficking is even a thing, but it is.
Exactly. To be perfectly honest, part of me feels like he got off too easy. The other guys he ran with will all be going to prison, where they'll have to live with the consequences of their actions.
I get it, and I don't disagree. So what are you going to do now that this is all over?
What do you mean, what am I going to do?
Are you going back to your house? Are you staying at Hawk's place? Are you two going to keep seeing each other? That's what I mean.
It just happened, so we haven't talked about it today. He did tell me before that he wanted me to stay here with him, so unless something's happened and he changed his mind, that's my plan.
I don't think you have to worry about him changing his mind. He's gone on you, I can tell. This is the real deal for him.
I sure hope so, because this is the real deal for me. We made arrangements to get together soon, and I hung up the phone. Then I decided I needed a distraction, so I went into the kitchen and pulled out the ingredients to make chocolate chip cookies and brownies. When life doesn't make sense to me or things get overwhelming, I always turn to baking because recipes were black and white. If I followed them as written, I was pretty much guaranteed a positive outcome, which sounded pretty good to me right now.
Hawk. I hadn't wanted to leave Micah alone after everything he'd just been through, but I'd not only discharged my weapon, but it had resulted in a death, so I knew I needed to stop by and talk to Wolf. We had rules and procedures in place for things like this here at Three Bears, and they applied to everyone, owners included. I stopped by the Ops Center to give Kat a hug and thank her for all of her help. She was the best at what she did, and we were damn lucky to have her working with us. I wanted to make sure she knew that we were aware of that fact. From there, I went to Wolf's office and sat down. "Have you heard from Gator?" I asked.
"Yeah, they wanted to keep him overnight, but he charmed his way out of it. Knox is there to pick him up."
I wasn't at all surprised he didn't stay. All of that business about how his gunshot wound was just a scratch was only partially about male bravado and making Micah feel better. Truth was, Gator would do just about anything to avoid hospitals. He really hated them. "I'm glad he's okay. It could have been so much worse." He nodded his head and let out a sigh.
"How's Micah?"
"He's okay. He went on up to the condo while I stopped down here to check in."
"And how are you? It's never easy when you have to pull that trigger."
"He was holding a gun to Micah's head, Wolf. The son of a bitch is lucky all I did was kill him." There was no way for me to describe the way I felt when I came around that corner to find him holding that gun to Micah's temple. The only thing that kept me from losing my shit was the knowledge that Micah needed me. Here at Three Bears, we required mandatory counseling for anyone involved in a shooting that resulted in a fatality. I didn't have any issues with how I handled the situation, and I didn't feel the need to talk to anyone about ending Butch. However, That image of my boy in danger was going to haunt me, so when Wolf set things up for me to talk to someone, I wouldn't put up a fuss.
I hear you, but you took care of the problem. Now, why don't you get on upstairs to Micah? He may seem okay, but it had to be terrifying for him.
I stood up, ready to get to my boy. It was. I'll talk to you later. If you need anything, come bang on my door. I'm turning my phone off for the night.
That sounds like a good plan. As a matter of fact, why don't you take a couple of days off? If we need you, we know where to find you.
I'll take you up on that. Thanks, Jason. When I opened the door to the condo, I wasn't at all surprised to be greeted by the heavenly smell of chocolate and vanilla. I'd already figured out that baking was relaxing for Micah, and today had been nothing if not stressful. I'm home, Mouse.
In the kitchen, Daddy,
he called back. I walked in just as he was pulling a tray of cookies out of the oven. I grabbed one off a plate and took a bite, and fuck, that was good. It might have been the best chocolate chip cookie I'd ever eaten. Damn, baby boy, these are good.
Better than the brownies?
He asked. Don't get me wrong, your brownies are great, but these cookies are next level. I grabbed another cookie, but off the cooling rack this time. I thought they'd be even better still hot.
It's the extra vanilla. It makes them taste extra craveable. I made brownies for Gator. I thought maybe we could take them to him at that hospital. I could put in some cookies for him as well.
He'll love that, but we don't have to take them to the hospital. He's on his way home right now. Knox is picking him up.
Micah's eyes lit up and his smile widened. Really? So it really was just a scratch after all?
Maybe a bit more than a scratch, but he's fine. I wouldn't mention to him that they'd wanted to keep him overnight. He was already baking the man brownies and would probably fuss over him to no end. I sighed inside just thinking about it. Gator would eat that shit up. I rounded the island, pulling him into a hug. He let out a sigh and relaxed against me. I placed a kiss on top of his head. Are you okay, Mouse? He nodded against my chest before looking up at me.
I'm fine, but how are you?
I'm fine. You're safe, and that's what matters to me.
I just can't believe this is over. I've been so scared for so long. Even when I thought I'd moved past it subconsciously, I was still living in a hyper-alert state. I'm not even sure how to live without that fear, but I'm looking forward to finding out.
That's what I wanted for you, baby boy, to be able to live without fear.
And I'll be able to because of you, Daddy.
Because of you? You're the one who was brave enough to put yourself out there so we could catch him. All I did was what I'm trained to do.
You tell yourself that if you want, but I know the truth. You saved me.
The truth is, seeing you standing there like that with him threatening you was hands down the most terrified I've ever been. I love you, Mouse, and I don't know what I would do if I lost you.
I love you too, Daddy, and you aren't going to lose me. Do you need to go talk to anyone else about what happened today?
No, I'm all yours, baby boy.
Great. It's been a long, crazy day. I think we should go to bed.
Oh, you think so, do you? He nodded his head and bit his lower lip. I grinned at him and grabbed his hand. Well then, let's go. We headed for the bed, losing our clothing as we went. He beat me in there, and he crawled up into the middle of the bed, waiting for me. I chuckled and ran a hand up over his leg. Damn, baby boy, you're something else.
Says the sexiest man ever,
he said. I laid down on the bed beside him, kissing and licking at his neck. I reached between us, taking both our cocks in one hand and pumped a few times. He threw his head back and moaned. You like that, baby boy?
Oh, yeah.
He rocked against me in time with my strokes. Any other time, this would have been a nice little bit of foreplay, but today, after almost losing him, I was too close to the edge. I need to be inside you when I come. I reached for the bottle of lube where we kept it on the bedside table. I opened the lid and poured it into my hand. Baby, want you to look at me. He looked into my eyes, and the love I saw there almost undid me. I slicked up my cock and reached down, trailing my lube-slicked finger down his crack and over his tight hole. He shivered, but he didn't break eye contact. You're so tight and so needy for Daddy's cock, aren't you? I asked as I slid one finger inside him. He took in a shaky breath and nodded, pushing back against my finger, releasing a moan. I love the sounds you make. Those little moans and gasps make me want to bury myself deep inside you. So deep you can't tell where you end and I begin. Do you want that, baby boy?
Yes, Daddy. Yes, please,
he moaned. I lined up my cock and pushed inside him, sliding home. I grabbed his hips and pumped into him hard and fast. He cried out, gripping my shoulders as he held on. I slowly pulled back out, then thrust back in hard. Out slow, in hard, over and over. I tightened my grip on his hips to hold him in place as I slammed into him. I chased my orgasm, lost in the sensations of his tight channel around my cock, the sounds he made while I fucked him, and the knowledge that he was completely and truly mine. Make yourself come for me, baby, I instructed. He reached down and began to stroke his dick. It didn't take long before he cried out, coming hard, and I was right there with him. I slammed into him deep and stayed there as my climax rolled through my body, and I filled him with my cum. I fell to the bed and pulled him up against me, his back to my front, and held him as tremors still ran through my body. I love you, baby, I said.
Love you too, Daddy,
he said, snuggling back against me.
Chapter 26. Micah. We're definitely taking my bed. It's way more comfortable than yours. We were standing in the middle of my old bedroom trying to decide how much work moving my stuff from here to the condo was going to be. Hawk nodded.
It's a comfortable bed, so I'm good with that.
The rest of my furniture is nothing special, though. Yours is much better quality.
Baby boy, I know you're worried about me, but I need you to understand that I really don't have a preference for how the condo's decorated. It can be colorful and funky or neutral and minimalist. All I care about is that you're happy there.
But
no mouse, no buts. If there's anything here that you want to take, we'll take it. Or if you don't want to bring your stuff, but you don't like mine either, that's fine too. We can get rid of all of it and start fresh.
Hawk's ex might not have decorated the condo in a style that worked for me, but he had good taste. Everything he bought was such good quality. It seemed so wasteful to get rid of it just because it didn't fit my aesthetic. But what would we do with the stuff we don't want? I asked.
We have 10 empty apartments on the 9th floor. We plan on using a couple of those as safe houses for clients. Trust me, we can put anything we don't want to good use.
Okay, so we just take everything and anything we don't use in the condo can go downstairs. That sounded like a good compromise. My couch was comfortable, but it wasn't big enough for Hawk, and his kitchen stuff was much nicer than mine. The furniture in Hawk's condo wasn't the problem. The problem was the decor, and that I could fix. Not all at once, because his condo was twice the size of my house, but I'd make it feel like a home and not a hotel a little at a time.
Exactly.
He kissed my temple, and I sank back against him. This man was everything I'd ever wanted, and sometimes I wanted to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming.
The only question is, do you want to pack everything up, or do you want me to take care of that for you?
Take care of it for me? Like you would come pack all my stuff?
Well, not me literally, but I'd be happy to pay someone else to come pack it all up and move it across town.
No, Daddy, you're already paying for me to get out of my lease. I couldn't ask you to pay for movers.
Baby boy, we talked about this. I have the money, and I can't think of a better use for it than to make your life easier.
I'd known Hawk wasn't hurting for money. He was part owner of a very successful security business. But when we'd been talking this morning and I'd commented on how much it was going to cost me to get out of my lease, he was so casual about paying it that I'd finally just asked him about it. He hadn't given me an exact dollar amount, but he made it clear that if he lived a frugal lifestyle, he could walk away from Three Bears and never have to work another day. But knowing that didn't make me feel better about him paying my way. We can hire movers, but I'll pay for it. I have some money in savings. Mary Ellen pays me well.
How about this? I'll pay for the move, and you buy yourself all new shelving for your craft room.
My craft room? You were serious about me having a craft room?
Baby boy, you aren't hearing me. That condo has been a nice place for me to sleep, and I've been very grateful that it allowed me to share space with my men. But that's all it was until the day you walked in. You've made that condo a home for me, and as far as I'm concerned, you can do anything to it. Paint all the rooms pink if it makes you happy.
I looked at him like he'd lost his mind. I don't even like pink.
Thank goodness,
he said, winking at me, and I laughed. I do hear you, Daddy, but I want it to be our home, not my home. I'll take the third bedroom as a craft room, but only if you promise to work with me on everything else. That's what would make me happy.
Okay, sounds like a deal. But I have one more thing today that I think will make you happy.
What's that? I had pretty much everything in life that I might want, but he sounded so sure that I couldn't help but be curious.
It isn't here, and I'm not telling you because it is a surprise. Let's take all this.
He motioned to the boxes and bags I'd packed up earlier.
And then I'll take you to see.
Have I ever told you I love surprises? He chuckled.
No, you haven't. But I kind of figured you did. Now, are you sure this is everything you want to take for now?
I looked at the bags we'd left sitting by the door. Yeah, that should do me until we get the movers over here. I wasn't taking much now. Most of my things would be dealt with in the actual move. I guess I need to make some decisions on what to have taken to the condo and what to put in one of the apartments.
We can have everything taken to the apartment, and then you can take your time to figure it all out.
Are you sure Wolf won't mind? I asked. He rolled his eyes and let out a sigh.
How many times do I have to remind you that Wolf isn't my boss?
Sure, Daddy, whatever you say. But we should probably check with him, just to be nice. Hawk and Gator weren't fooling anyone with that line. They might all be equal owners, but make no mistake about it, Wolf was the boss. We loaded up my things into the back of his truck and then headed to Three Bears to unload. I'd been around long enough that it didn't surprise me at all when a group of guys met us in the parking garage.
Where do you want these?
Knox asked.
Just stack them outside our door. We'll take care of it from there.
Aren't we going to help? It felt wrong just to pull in here and let someone else carry all my things upstairs.
You have somewhere else to be.
Maddox picked up a box and looked at his brother.
Put one more on top for me.
I watched as Axel purposefully picked the heaviest box and plopped it up on the top of the one Maddox was holding.
Asshole,
Maddox grumbled, but no way was he going to let his brother think it was too heavy.
I'll meet you guys up top.
Is everything ready up there?
Hawk asked.
Yep, you're good to go.
Up where? Good to go? What have you all been up to?
You'll have to ask your man. Our lips are sealed.
Axel made a locking motion near his lips and then slung it back over his shoulder before picking up a box. Knox and Bobby did the same, and that just left Hawk and me standing there in the garage. What are you up to, Daddy?
Come with me and you will see.
He opened up the passenger door on his truck, and I climbed back in. I bit my lower lip in nervous anticipation. I had no idea what was going on, but I was sure it was going to be good. Possibilities ran through my mind. We'd talked about the furniture, and he'd been adamant that it would be to my liking, so maybe we were going furniture shopping. Or he'd mentioned me setting up a craft room, so maybe he was taking me to the yarn store, especially since I never got to go the other day when all that excitement happened. We'd had our rooftop picnic because we couldn't go out in public, but now that was all over, so maybe we were going on a picnic somewhere else. So many ideas and possibilities that all sounded amazing, but none that compared to reality when he put on his blinker and turned into the local animal rescue called Paw Haven. My eyes darted between the front door and him a couple of times. I'd rarely been speechless, but I honestly didn't even know what to say. What are we doing here? I didn't want to assume, but I hoped I was right.
I've spoken with the owners and done all the paperwork. Everything's in order. All you have to do is go inside and pick out which puppy you want to take home.
I whipped off my seatbelt and launched myself across the seat. He caught me and pulled me into his lap. This is the best surprise ever, I told him as I peppered his face with kisses between words.
I'm glad you think so,
he said with a laugh. So I can have any dog I want?
Yep, or a cat, I guess, if you'd rather.
Nope, cats are fine, but I want a dog.
Okay then, let's go see what they have available.
The woman at the front desk, wearing a name tag that said Sylvia, greeted us warmly.
Mr. Hawkins, Maria told us you would be in today. The dogs are through here. The ones that are ready for adoption have green cards on their kennels that should have any information we have on them written on it. The ones that are on hold for their new families to clear the adoption process will have yellow tags, and any that aren't ready for adoption just yet will have red tags.
Sounds good, Sylvia.
Hawk smiled at her and then looked down at me. I was so excited that I was practically bouncing on the balls of my feet.
I think we better go take a look.
It was pretty obvious I was the one who wanted the dog, so she smiled at me when she said, "If you want to hold any of the dogs or take them out back for a walk, just let me know." We spent the next half hour wandering around the shelter. I'd known I wanted a dog, but what I hadn't anticipated was how hard it would be to settle on one. At least that was the case until I came to the last kennel on the right side of the room. There was an entire litter of pups in there, and they were all adorable. I knelt down at the fence and reached my fingers through. "Look at y'all! Aren't you just the cutest things?" They were a mix of colors, one brown with white patches, one gray with white just on the tip of his tail, one that was almost entirely white, and one that was a mix of all three colors. "Are they old enough to be adopted?" I looked up at Hawk, and he stepped over to the green card that was on the outside of the kennel.
It says they're weaned and ready for adoption. Looks like there were 6, but 2 of them have found homes. At least I assume that's what it means since their names are lined out.
Does it say how big they'll get?
It doesn't, but it does say that their mother is a bully mix that was dropped off here before she gave birth with no information from the previous owner about who the father was.
I looked around. Where is she?
I don't know. Maybe she's already been adopted. Do you want me to ask?
I looked back down at the puppies. Not really, but I do want to hold these little guys.
Any particular one?
No, I love them all.
Okay, let me go get Sylvia.
I sat on the floor watching the pups wrestling around on the floor and playing. It would be hard to choose one, but I took comfort in the fact that as cute as they were, I was sure they would all find homes easily. A few minutes later, Hawk came back with Sylvia. She was dangling a key in her hand and had a big smile on her face. "Hawk said you wanted to hold the puppies." "I do. They're so cute. Do you have any idea how big they'll get? It says the mom is a bully mix, and I know they can be all different sizes." "We can't say for sure because we don't know who the dad was, but she isn't very big at all. One of our volunteers is walking her right now, but they'll be back in shortly. Everyone here loves Millie, which is a good sign the pups will have a good temperament." I told Hawk no when he asked if I wanted him to ask about her because I had puppies on the brain, but it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to see what she looked like just to get an idea of what kind of dog the puppies would be. I thought maybe she'd already been adopted since she wasn't with the pups. "No, she's still here. Sadly, adult bullies are hard to find homes for." "That's a shame." "It is, but these little guys here are super sweet. Let's open up the kennel and we can take them out in a fenced area so you can play with them." She unlocked the kennel, and then, between the 3 of us, we carried all 4 squirmy pups out the back door. I sat down on the grass and watched as they ran around. They played and tumbled over each other, but they all took turns coming over to where I sat and crawling all over me. They were adorable. I especially liked the little one that had a blend of brown, gray, and white. I was pretty sure that coloring was called brindle, but I wasn't positive. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked by with a short, stocky dog that was exactly the same color as the brindle puppy. I pushed to my feet and headed towards them. "Excuse me, is that Millie?" I asked. He gave her leash a gentle tug to let her know he wanted to stop and then looked over at me.
"It is. Are you thinking about taking one of her pups? They're sweet, just like their mama."
I was planning on it, but now I wonder if maybe she needs a home worse than the puppies do. I looked over at Hawk, who was holding one of the puppies. He shrugged.
"This is your dog, Mouse. It's entirely up to you."
I looked from the puppies to Millie. Maybe I could just come and meet her?
Hawk. The second Sylvia had made the comment about it being hard for adult bullies to find homes, I knew what choice Micah would make. My boy had a heart as big as Texas, and the idea that she might not find a family of her own would haunt him if he didn't at least give her a shot. I put the puppy down and walked over to the gate with him. "Listen to me, baby boy. This is totally your choice. Just remember, some decisions are best made with your head, not your heart. She looked like a perfectly nice dog, and I was fine either way, but I wanted him to have the dog he wanted, not the one he felt the sorriest for.
That's the same thing Mary Ellen told me about getting involved with you, and yet here we are.
She did not. Mary Ellen loves me. Which was true, mostly because I kept my word and kept Micah safe. But still, she loved me.
Now she does, but in the beginning she wanted to hire a different security firm because she said important decisions should be made with your head, not other body parts.
Micah went out of the gate, and instead of walking over to the man and the dog, he sat down and waited for her to come to him, just like I'd done with Seth at his house weeks ago.
"What do you think, Millie girl?" the man asked. "Should we go over and say hi?"
Micah gave a light pat to his leg, and Millie rushed towards him. She was short, but she was stocky. I had no doubt she weighed a considerable amount, but she climbed right into his lap. He laughed and started giving her pets and scratches.
How old is she?
He asked the man who was standing there holding the leash.
"We don't know for sure because she was dropped off, but the vet thinks this was probably her first litter. Based on her size and her teeth, his guess is that she's 2 at the most."
"Why don't we get the puppies put back and you can spend a little time with Millie?" She'd flopped down on his legs and laid her head down like she'd found her spot and was going to take a nap.
"Here,"
the guy said, holding out the leash for Micah.
"You take this, and I'll help him with the pups."
By the time we were back, he'd taken her into the play area and removed her leash. The two of them were running around playing, kind of like the puppies had done when we first brought them out. Micah threw a ball for her, and she tackled it, shook it, and then dropped it on the ground before running back to Micah without the ball.
"Millie, girl, we're going to work on what fetch means," he said, running back to the ball and picking it up.
He threw it, and they went through the whole routine again. "She's pretty," I said.
"She is, isn't she? One of the pups looks just like her."
He picked the ball up again and tossed it.
"Do you think she'd miss her babies if we took her?"
"I don't think her babies will be here much longer, do you?" He shook his head.
"And then she'll just be stuck here waiting for someone to take her home. I don't understand how someone could drop her off like that. She's such a sweet dog, and they always say that's based on how they're raised."
"She does seem like a sweetheart," I agreed.
"Well, come inside and see if she likes you. She might be my dog, but you have to live with her too."
I opened the gate and went inside slowly. Millie really seemed to like Micah, and I was a big dude. I didn't want her to think I was a threat in any way. I copied his move from earlier and sat down on the ground. She looked at me curiously and then up at Micah, waiting for him to let her know what to do. That made me wonder if maybe she'd even had some training. Micah came over and sat down next to me.
"Come here, Millie girl. This is Hawk, but you can call him Daddy."
He looked up at me and winked. A couple of hours later, we were home with Millie, and she was busy checking out the condo. He'd wanted to stop at the pet store on the way home, but I assured him that I'd taken care of all the basic necessities, and that he had plenty of time to get to know her before he bought everything else.
"I guess I'll need to take her across the street to the park for walks and to go to the bathroom."
"For the most part, yes. But I do have one more surprise for you. Follow me and bring Millie with you." I opened up the door in the laundry room and started up the stairs to the roof. I turned back to see if they were coming, and I could hear Micah talking to the dog.
"It's okay, Millie. It's just stairs. You can do it, but if you're scared, I can carry you up the first time."
"She can do it. Just let go of her collar."
"Her legs are short for her body. What if she falls?"
"Let her try. If she can't make it up, I'll come get her." I had no doubt that the dog could go up the stairs, but Micah was already super protective of her. He released her collar and said,
"Go ahead. You can make it."
Millie headed up the stairs with no hesitation, and when she reached the top, I grabbed her collar. The parapet around the building was as tall as most fences, but I didn't want to scare Micah by letting her just run right out there. Micah had run up the stairs behind her and was breathing hard by the time he made it.
"Wow. She went right up those stairs like she knew exactly what to do."
"Maybe she did. Who knows where she lived before she was at the shelter. Now let me show you something." We went out on the roof and turned to the right.
"Is this what you and the guys were talking about?"
Micah asked. "It is." I'd had them make a border out of landscape timbers, add a couple inches of soil, and then cover it with sod, so Micah would have a place right here in the building where he could take the dog out if need be.
This is awesome. I didn't even think of the roof as a fenced yard, but it works, doesn't it?
It does, and you can use as much of it as you want. Like I told you, we've had all kinds of plans for up here, but none of them ever made it past the fire pit and 3 chairs. He sat down in one of the chairs and watched as the dog checked out her new yard. After a minute, he shook his head.
When I think back to where I was a couple years ago and the weight I've been living with ever since, I can't even believe this is my life now.
I reached over and twined our fingers together. Well, believe it, baby boy. You deserve all of this and so much more.
I think you're pretty biased, Daddy.
Oh, I know I am, but I'm still going to make it my life's mission to make sure you have nothing but the best from here on out.
I'm so lucky to have found you.
He said that, and I knew he believed it, but I thought I was the lucky one, not him. Well, I guess we both got lucky then. He smiled at me and nodded.
Yep, the luckiest. Epilogue. Micah. I was up on the roof letting Millie take care of business before Hawk and I left for the club. Hurry up, sweet girl. It's chilly up here. I'd loved having the roof as a hangout place all summer, but now that fall had blown in, that good old West Texas wind made our trips up here much shorter. I walked over to the edge of the roof and looked down over the park where I normally took Millie to play. I loved the view from up here. I could hardly even believe this was my life now. So much had changed in the 6 months since my nightmare with the Iron Jackals had come to an end. It had taken some convincing, but eventually I'd caved and gone down to 2 days a week with Mary Ellen. She didn't really need me any more than that, and I had plenty to do here to keep me busy. 1 room at a time, I was making changes to the condo. Hawk had kept his promise and had helped me pick out most of the furniture. I'd given up on asking him when it came to decor, though. That man hadn't been joking when he said he didn't care. Millie ran over and nudged me, letting me know that she was finished. Okay, girl, let's go downstairs and get you a treat. I still couldn't believe how fast she could navigate the steps with her short legs, but by the time I made it down the stairs, she was sitting in the kitchen in front of her treat container, waiting not so patiently for me to get there. I just handed her a treat when Hawk came into the room.
Are you ready to head to Kirby's?
He asked. I need to go check my hair. The wind up there is wicked. He grabbed me and pulled me into a hug.
You know I always think you look amazing, but you probably do want to do something about that hair.
I slapped him on the chest. Jerk.
Hey, I promised to never lie to you, remember?
He gave me a quick kiss and swatted me on the ass.
Go get pretty for me.
It won't take me but a second.
No rush. You know Andy has a table reserved for us.
A little bit later, we walked into Kirby's and made our way to the table that we always sat at for Daddy Night. That was another big change. We used to always sit at a booth on the far wall, but now they'd added a table and chairs to the area because the guys from 3 Bears had joined us at our table. Gator and Wolf were already there, as were Keith, Caleb, and Andy. Jesse would be around there somewhere, but since this was his club, he was probably working. Julius was also at the table. When he'd cut my hair the other day, he'd said he would come, but I wasn't sure. He'd been dating this guy from Austin, so we hadn't seen him around the club for a while. Hey, Julius, how are you? He downed the rest of what I doubted was his first drink and grinned at me.
Great. I'm single and ready to mingle.
Gator grabbed his hand and pulled him to his feet.
Well, sugar, you've come to the right place. Come dance with me.
Sure thing, Daddy. Let's go. I watched as they headed out to the dance floor and turned to look at Caleb and Andy. Is he okay?
He's fine.
Good. I took my seat and ordered a drink.
So, is Crow not coming tonight?
Keith asked.
No, he has a group out at the camp right now.
Wolf answered. Gotcha. Keith nodded.
I just wanted to tell him what a great time we had out there last week. We learned a lot, but he made it all fun.
Andy had told me all about this. Samuel had arranged for all the firefighters from Station 69 to spend a day of team building out at the camp. Like Keith, he'd said it had been a great time.
Good, I'm glad,
Wolf said.
I'm hoping the other stations in town will do the same.
Gator came back and flopped down in his chair. He poured himself a beer out of the pitcher and took a long drink.
I'm getting too old for that.
You're not too old,
Hawk grumbled.
You're just saying that because we're the same age, and you don't want your boy here to think you're too old for him.
My boy knows I can keep up.
Gator waggled his eyebrows at me.
Is that right, Micah?
I rolled my eyes. Trust me, my daddy has no problem keeping up. But the question is, where's Julius? Were you not able to keep up? Did he ditch you for a younger model?
Not even close. He went to the bathroom. He'll be right back.
Hawk stretched his arm out on the back of the chair behind me, and I grinned up at him. I'd never been this happy in my entire life, and there was nothing about it I would change. Love you, Daddy, I mouthed, and he kissed me. There were whistles and cheers all around, but honestly, I didn't care. Julius is taking a long time, Andy said. Are you sure he was coming back to the table?
He said he was. Maybe I should go check on him.
Gator moved to stand up just as Julius rushed up to the table. Guys, I think I just saw someone get abducted in the alley. We need to call the police.
We hope you have enjoyed this production of Hawk by Jackie James, narrated by Liam DeCosimo. Copyright 2025 by Jackie James. Published by arrangement with Jackie James. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited.